Good morning and welcome to round number 5 of the 4-drive British National Series. Our coverage today brought to you by TKR Graphics, Team Associated, Futaba, Rude Bits, Kyosho, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Yokomo, X-Ray, Schumacher Racing, and we are here at Bury Metro Remote Control Car Club. We had some exciting racing yesterday, and we'll be looking for the same again today. Currently halfway through practice round number 2, and we will close out round 2 of practice, and then move into qualifying starting at about 10 AM. We'll go through 4 rounds of qualifying, and then we will have finals. And currently we've just got fixed camera on at the minute, and we will get you to a follow cam come qualifying.
Morning, Tom.
Morning, Uncle Tony.
Can I make a suggestion for...
Okay, drivers, heat 8, your starting order is 4, 6, 5, 8, 7, 3, 9, 1, 10, and 2. Once marshals are in place, we shall make a start.
So good morning all and welcome to the live stream from the BRCA 1/10 Off-Road Nationals. This is full drive racing. This is round 5 of 6 in the series. Apologies for the technical issues, should we call it, this morning. We've had some audio issues, but I think they are now resolved. So we are in the midst of practice. This is heat 8 of 12. And we get through practice and then we will go into qualifying. Big thank you to our sponsors for allowing us to bring you this live stream. TKR Graphics, Team Associated, Futaba, Rudebit, Kyosho, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher Racing, Yokomo and X-Ray. We've got a fixed camera through practice and we will get going with moving cam during qualifying, which will be about 10:05, I think. We'll start qualifying. Roughly 10:05, we'll get qualifying underway.
Don't go over the track because you don't want an interview white track. So that's why we do it like this. So Chris provides us with this, which goes to the track. So when they're racing, Tom just holds.
Okay, drivers, heat 9, you are out next. Your start order is 2, 1, 4, 3, 5, 9, 10, 7, 6 and 8. Against once marshals are in place, we shall make a start with practice 9. Okay, drivers, heat 10, you are next. Your starting order is 5, 1, 6, 4, 10, 7, 3, 8, 2, and 9. Okay, drivers, heat 11. Your starting order is 3, 4, 1, 2, 7, 5, 9, 10, 6, and 8. Okay, drivers, heat 12. Your starting order is 2, 1, 3, 4, 8, 6, 5, 9, 7, and 10.
So that's a wrap of practice. Will Venables does not finish. His participation is over. So that's a wrap of practice 12. And we will move into qualifying next. So round 1 of qualifying will be next. Okay, it's waiting for the drivers for heat 1 to make their way onto the rostrum, and then go straight through scrutineering, so no dramas. And now we're waiting for those to get themselves sorted. Going to start seeing the drivers from heat 12 out to their marshal points. And once you are all in the rostrum, we shall make a start, and at that point we'll be running in automatic mode. Okay, can we start seeing the drivers from heat 12 out to your marshal points, please? And we'll make a start on practice heat 1, round 1. Bill? I've got 9 drivers, I can't see from here. Yeah. There's 10 up there. 10 up there? I'm not counted as one. I'm off down. Alright. Oh no, so I'm being stupid. No. Don't do that to me. Okay, so we're on a few more marshals. Once marshals are in place, we shall make a start. So if you're in heat 12, you should be back to your marshal points by now, please.
And those on the rostrum, if once marshals are in place, you'll do 1 complete lap and stop where you are. So once marshals are in place, that's it, away you go. 1 complete lap then please, and to the line.
So good morning and welcome to qualifying here for round number 4 of the 4Drive Off-Road National Series. Big thank you to our sponsors for enabling us to bring you this live stream. TKR Graphics, Team Associated, Futaba, Rude Bits, Carashow, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher, Yokomo and X-Ray. We're about to go into qualifying. Cam's about to get on the moving cam and we'll give you full coverage of all the action here today. 4 rounds of qualifying we're going to go through and then we will get into finals. And for those of you joining us online, please join in on the YouTube stream. And if you've got any questions, comments, drop them in the chat, let me know and I'll do my best to answer them. Good morning to the Natras grandparents, so they're online already. Following on, watching Ollie I think Ollie's probably in heat 9 or 10 at a guess. So yeah, if you've got any comments, got any questions, drop them in the chat. I'll do my best to answer them where I can. So here goes our drivers. For heat number 1, round number 1 of qualifying. So your drivers for this one are Hassan Saeed, Shahid Khalik, Matt Martin, Andrew Rennick, Jack Flynn, Ross Everill, Louis Stevenson, Michael Taylor and Rich Savage. Hassan Saeed yesterday was rapid and we've picked him up on camera, so the blue and turquoise car. Different track layout today, so quite a different track layout to be honest. The straight, or the front straight, has shifted left almost. Still using the full length of the back straight, hairpin on and hairpin off there through the banking. The mogul's kind of real awkward place right on the apex of that corner. We drop down off the corner tabletop. You can't quite see the elevation from this view, but we'll show you next time as Hassan comes over the tabletop. Oh, he's over. He's going to be on his roof. Marshall's there. That's yesterday's winner, Jamie Hall. Quick to Marshall. So coming down the straight is your lead man, Hassan Saeed, in the 1 car. 3 laps on the board. He's got himself a 2-second lead. We'll just cut to here so you can see the elevation change as he comes off the corner tabletop. Through the switchbacks in the middle of the track. Looks to be about the only bit of track that's the same from yesterday. And he jumps away to the step downs and then will work his way around and come down the straightaway for the 5th time. So he puts, that's timing and scoring's in front of us in race control. So you'll just see as we flick that yellow line on the track. That's the timing and scoring loop. And as Hassan crosses that one, that's 5 laps on the board of a predicted 13 laps, so he's looking at going 13.505. His best lap is a 22.6. Best lap we saw in practice was a 20.3 from Thomas Phipps. So Thomas Phipps taking the honour of quickest in practice, although that doesn't really mean much over a single lap. We are racing for 5 minutes here in qualifying. So your race leader coming down the straight. Just runs wide at the end of the straight. Last time by was a 22.48 for Hassan. That's his best lap. This time by is going to be a 23.04. He's edging closer to the 14 lap run. So he's looking at 13.502. And with 3 minutes down, 2 to go, he's still got the opportunity to bring this one home. So Hassan Saeed leading Rich Savage and Andrew Rennick. So we are 1 minute and 30 to go, 1:30 to go. It is Hassan Saeed, Rich Savage, Andrew Rennick, Ross Everill, Jack Flynn, Shahid Khalik, Matt Martin, Michael Taylor and Louis Stevenson is your run order. Best lap out there belongs to the 1 car, and he is coming down the straightaway now. He's got 9 laps on the board, sorry. And as he comes across the line this time by, that's going to be 10 on the board for him of a predicted 13. Not far off 14 lap pace, but still not quite there just yet. As I say that time by 22.6 from Hassan Saeed is going to put him onto 14 lap pace. It should be this one and 3 more. Ross Everill, you running second. You're looking at 13 lap pace, just a 10th of a second in front of Rich Savage. So you two very close out there, 1/4 of a second the gap last time by. And then Jack Flynn just 1/2 a second back from that. So 3/4 of a second separating the 5, 8 and 6 cars. But we're watching the race leader as he comes down the straightaway now. Going to be coming up on traffic shortly. So traffic coming into the corner tabletop. Please be aware, race leaders behind you. Thank you, recovering car. So your race leader through the moguls, a blue and turquoise car coming over the front side tabletop. He is your leader. He's got a big lead, 22.5 last time by for our leader as he comes onto the straightaway, and he is chasing down into the moguls. He goes, and backmarker moves out the way. Asan Sahid going to come across the line and through for 14 laps. So listen for your numbers, drivers, as you come into finishing times. So we're watching Asan Sahid in the one car. He's going to lay down the target time. Yesterday, I think he was in the E or F final, so halfway up the field from Heat 1, so stellar effort yesterday. And let's see what he can do today. He's going to lay down a 14-lap run in 5:22.1. So that is the target time for the remainder of this round. That's what they'll be chasing as they get out on track in this one. And that's going to be a wrap of heat number 1. So Sahid going to take it from Everil, Savage, Rennick, Jack Flynn, Matt Martin, Taylor, Stevenson and Kalik. That's your finishing order for group number 1. Group number 2 is going to be up shortly. Group 2 going to be up next in 1 minute.
Okay, can I have everybody's attention, please? Everybody, listen up to me, please. So, when you're retrieving your cars, you must remember the track is live because the next practice lap is on a warm-up. So, therefore, you must just reach out and get your car, not to walk out onto the track. So, please remember the track is live more or less all the time. That's how we make up the time. So just bear that in mind, everyone. Thank you.
Can marshals change pace if you haven't done so already?
So group number 2 going to be gridding up. Group 2 going to be gridding up. I will cut to the start camera as Mr. Holsworth just walks by. Feel like that camera could do with a little bit of adjustment today. Could it? No. So drivers for group number 2 are going to be Zach Trodden, Tommy Clark, Jesse Russell, Zach Edwards, Scott Martin, Andy Bulmer, Mark Mitchell, Sam Leslie and Andrew Grayson are your drivers. So this is group number 2, rocking and rolling. Your driver's going to be Zach Trodden, Tommy Clark, Jesse Russell, Zach Edwards, Scott Martin, Andy Bulmer, Mark Mitchell, Sam Leslie and Andrew Grayson. And we've got, I think, the one car of Zach Trodden on camera. So white car, yellow wheels. As he comes round, he's going to cross the line now. No, that's a 2 car, sorry, 2 car of Tommy Clark. So Tommy, I think a northeast racer, if I'm not mistaken. And if we look after 2 laps, it's going to be Andy Bulmer from Tommy Clark. So 6, 2 and 8. 6, 2, 8 and 9 is the running order. So be aware, drivers, some quick cars coming through from the back of the grid. So some quick cars coming through from the back. You can hear Big Si on the rostrum calling people through. So we'll try and pick up the 6 car as he comes across. I think that's 6 on camera now. Yep, so the red and orange, orange and yellow car is on his roof. Going to roll onto his wheels, get away with it. So that's a lucky roll, some would say. So Andy Bulmer just having a couple of little errors out there. So that's going to promote Tommy Clark ahead of Zach Edwards by 1 second. So 2, 4, 6 and 9 is now your running order. 2, 4, 6 and 9. So we'll try and pick up the white car there, coming onto screen. White car, yellow wheels. That is Tommy Clark. He is your race leader. And then so that looks like a bit of a disaster. I think that was Tommy Clark just having a bit of an error. Getting caught up with the marshals. So we've got on camera, try and pick up his number as he comes by. I think it's going to be the 4 car. Yep, that is the 4 car of Zach Edwards. He's your new race leader. Last time by 22.95 for Zach. So 22.95 for Zach last time by. Best lap of a 22.4. And his lead is 4.4 seconds over Andy Bulmer. So you've got Zach Edwards leading this one in the 4 car from Andy Bulmer. Scott Martin coming good towards the end. So he's up to the 3 spot. Then you've got Sam Leslie, Tommy Clark, Mark Mitchell, Andrew Grayson, Jesse Russell, and looks to be Zach Trodden. So we're at 3:20 down, 1:40 to go. So we've got 1 minute and 40 remaining here in group number 2. And these guys and girls are estimated to go 13 laps. So no one onto a 14-lap run, but Hassan managed in the last heat. So Hassan, looks like your time will still hold as we come into the final minute and 15 remaining. So Zach Edwards just getting a pass through some traffic. Bit of help from the rostrum referee. So nicely done as he comes around the sweeping corner through the moguls. Really difficult section, those moguls, especially today with it right on the apex. And he's going to come through switchbacks with 1 minute to go. He comes down, drops down the step downs. And then down the straight. So Zach Edwards, last time by, was going to be a 23.9. Not his best lap, he's done a 22.1. And he comes across the line, I think, starting his penultimate lap. Probably going to go this one on one more. So he's got 11 laps on the board. And he comes down the straightaway through turn 1. He just bounces off a pipe through the moguls. And he's going to come across the line now. And that is starting his final lap with 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the master clock. 2 minutes 50 on the master clock. This is Zach Edwards coming down the main straight now. And he's going to go through the bank corner, drive at the moguls. And he's going to step up, step down. And he will come across the line. And he finishes, taking the win with a 13.501 for Zach Edwards. Scott Martin, Sam Leslie, you are identical times last time by. So waiting for both of those to come through. So there we go. Scott Martin closing out with a 23.28. And Sam Leslie still going round. So here comes Sam Leslie crossing the line now. Sam going to close out with a 31.32. So Zach Edwards going to take that one from Scott Martin, Andy Bulmer, Sam Leslie, Tommy Clark, Andrew Grayson, Jesse Russell, Zach Trodden and Mark Mitchell, the full finishing order. That's a wrap of group number 2. Group 3 is going to be up next. Group number 3 is going to be up next. So as Group 3 just warms up, our drivers will be Martin Lear, Trevor Follington, Simon Hudspeth, Nathan Stanmore, Paul Steadman, Paul Trodden, Ava Griggs, David Anderson and Robert Tyers. Ava Griggs, that's a name I've butchered many a time. Hopefully I won't do it again today. And for anyone who wants their RC Racing fix, modified A final from European Touring Car European Championships about to get underway from Luxembourg. If you want to watch that, then head over to the RC TV YouTube and you can watch the modified A final just about to get underway. Meanwhile, we're about to get heat 3, round number 1 of qualifying underway here at the BRCA 4Drive 1/10 Off-Road Nationals.
In 5th position.
So all the way and counting for group number 3. Martin Lear going to lead them off in the all blue car. And then Trevor Follington in the 2, Simon Hudspeth in the 3. But Martin Lear, 23.3 opening lap, not quite on 14 lap pace. I think 23.08 is the average you need for a 14 lap run. And Hassan Saheed's the only one we've seen do that so far. So Lear, Follington, Hudspeth, Griggs, Trodden, Tyres, Stanmore, Stedman and Anderson after 1. We will continue following, looks like the 2 car maybe now. So try and pick a number up as they come round. They come off the bank corner. So the silver and yellow number 2 of Trevor Follington. Crosses timing and scoring. Drives through the middle of the track into the switchback. His last lap was his best with a 23.51. So Trevor Follington leading this one as he comes down the straightaway. He's got about a second lead over Simon Hudspeth. Then the 6 and 9 cars coming through the field. So cars 6 and 9 are coming through the field. Please give them space. So it is Paul Trodden running 3rd and Robert Tyus running in 4th. But Follington extends his lead to 1.7 out front. Paul Trodden, you're 0.7 behind that. So 2, 3, 6 and 9 is the running order. 2, 3, 6 and 9 is the running order. With 2 minutes down and 3 to go. 2 down and 3 to go. So it is Follington, Hudspeth, Trodden, last time by Martin Lear. You're 4.1 off, 5.1 off the lead. So 5.1 seconds off the lead for the 1 car of Martin Lear. Robert Tyus, you move to within 0.8 of Paul Trodden, who's 0.8 behind Simon Hudspeth, who's got about 2.3 behind Trevor Follington. So Trevor pulling out quite a lead for himself here. And doing all right in round 1 of qualifying. We're 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. So 2:30 down and 2:30 to go. And it is Trevor Follington, Simon Hudspeth, Paul Trodden, you're 1, 2 and 3. Trevor extends his lead. It's about 3.8 seconds, but he's not on. 26.7 last time by for Trevor. So that's going to pull Simon Hudspeth to within 1 second. And Paul Trodden, you're 2 seconds off the lead. Martin Lear just 2.5 seconds off the lead now. So 2, 3, 6 and 1. 2, 3, 6 and 1, all separated by 2.5 seconds. So bad lap there for Trevor Follington, another 27. So that's going to drop him right down to the 3 car now going to take this one up. Don't know if we want to try and follow the 3 car on track. He is coming across the start-finish line now. So the yellow wheels are coming over tabletop. Cam's next to me because he's got broken audio. Oh, am I too loud? Okay. So we've got 1 minute remaining here in heat number 3, and we'll let them all come through to put 10 on the board. Think it's going to be 136, but we'll 316, but we'll see. Simon Hudspeth leads Martin Lear by 1.67. 6 seconds. Trevor Follington's 1.7 behind Matt, and Paul Trodden 0.3 behind that. Then comes a 4 car of Nathan Stanmore. So 3, 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, 6, and 9 is your running order. 3, 1, 2, 6, and 9 is your running order. So 15 seconds on your master clock, drivers. Please listen for your numbers. So for those of you watching, thank you for following us along. For those of you who are also interested in the touring car Euros, Bruno Coelho has just taken leg number 1 from Simon Lauter. And then Lucas Urban, Alex Hagberg and Mark Reinhard, your top 5 in leg 1. So on track here, Simon Hudspeth going to cross the line with a 13.5.12. Trevor Follington 5.17. Expecting Paul Trodden next. He does. Paul Trodden goes through with a 5.16. So just waiting for David Anderson to finish. There we go. So Simon Hudspeth going to take the win in that one, going 13.5.12. Paul Trodden going to finish second. Trevor Follington third. Martin Lear 4. Robert Tyus 5, Nathan Stanmore, Ava Griggs, Paul Steadman and David Anderson, your full finishing order. So that's a wrap of heat number 3 of qualifying. Heat number 4, you are next. Heat 4 is next. Pardon? Okay, how come? Yeah, you don't need to tell me.
Okay, so
We're just going to have a quick intermission.
a quick little track alteration. So your pull-off area now is before the step away. You can see that there's a black top marker being removed. So we want you to pull off before the stairway, not afterwards. And then that way trucks will basically come off the track and it will allow us to carry on racing. Yeah, get rid of that. So the referees will guide you to the first round, where to drop off, and we can just give us a minute or so and we can commence again. But basically your drop off is now before the steps. So bear that in mind.
So we're just having a quick track alteration here. Just where the pull-off is, so no change to the actual racing track, but just quick change to make the changeovers a bit smoother. So we'll just take a minute and we'll be back with you shortly.
I think we're ready to rock now, drivers.
All right, Bill. Got your stuff, yeah?
Guys, before you do your installation lap, let me just explain when you're all up here what's going to happen. Basically, when you're called finish, you're going to do your 4 corners. As you come round here to the left, you're just going to drop into here, after the blue pipe. So not on the steps, not on the pull-off area, drop down to the fence. It just means when you collect your car, no one's going on the track when it's right for the next warm-up lap. Does that make sense?
Again, Simon.
But yeah. You understand? Yeah. Right, run the installation gap, guys, please. Thank you.
So group number 4 warming up on track. Group 4 warming up on track, and we will get these guys underway in 45 seconds. 45 seconds. You okay up there, Cam? Did you watch A Leg 1 from your Touring Car Euros? I think he made an error because I'm sure he had like a 3 or 4 second lead, and then I looked back and it was back to a second. Yeah, he came onto the grass early doors. Sorry, I'm just chatting to Cam on my live stream, and no one can hear Cam. Right, Heat 4 about to go off. We'll watch them leave. Paul Griggs first off, and Mark Christopher, James Gibbs, Jonathan Pluke, Miklos Sabadas, Colin McCaffrey, Neil Kenyon, Philip Swinton, and Neil Lewis. So group number 4, round number 1 of qualifying off and away. These guys setting off for their first round of qualifying. And it is Paul Griggs that's going to lead off Mark Christopher. Paul Griggs opens up with a 23.1, so 23.1 opening lap. It's 13.501 pace, but we'll give him a couple of laps. It's not an easy track by all accounts out there. So give him a couple of laps to get into the flow of it, and then we'll see where we end up. So Paul Griggs, after 2, him and Jonathan Pluke, identical times. Colin McCaffrey, Neil Kenyon running 3 and 4. Mark Christopher dropping to 5. So Colin McCaffrey, after 4 laps, going to jump top of the timesheets. He's on 13.501 pace. Just having a quick chat with Hassan. Sorry, Hassan, if I keep pronouncing your name wrong. I'm not very good with names. So he's done a 14 lap in round number 1. And apparently he's local. He's been here before. So Colin McCaffrey, Neil Kenyon, Jonathan Pluke. So 6, 7, 4 and 1 is your running order. 6, 7, 4 and 1. And we pick up on track. We have, was the Mark Christopher car? No, we've got a 4 car, but we're going to change to the 7. I think. 6 car, cheers Cam. So Colin McCaffrey that time round having an error. So he's no longer leading. But if you can get the 7 car, Cam, that would be stellar. So the 7 car of Neil Kenyon. I don't know how cameramen do it, to be honest. So 7 car is your leader, and he is on camera. Is he? Yep. So that looks to be the 7 car just going by there, and he leads by 0.02 of a second over Jonathan Pluke and Paul Griggs. So 7, 4, 1 and 6. 7, 4, 1 and 6 is your running order. Neil Kenyon, Jonathan Pluke, Paul Griggs, Colin McCaffrey. Paul Griggs goes through 22.99, his best lap. And Jonathan Pluke went through with a 22.5. Neil Kenyon 22.9 as well. So Pluke, Kenyon, Griggs, McCaffrey that time by. Front 4 separate by less than 2 seconds. Then it's going to be 2 seconds back to James Gibbs, and then a further 2 to Mark Christopher. These guys and girls heavily affecting the top 10. 8 of them are looking to put times in that will affect the top 10. No one touching a 14-lap pace, though, so that still will sit with Hassan Saeed. Is the only driver to go 14 laps on this track so far, with 4 minutes down and 1 to go. So Jonathan Pluke, now your leader in the 4 car. So I don't know if we can try and pick him up. I think he's a blue and white car, left-hand side of the track, coming into the step down, just bouncing off the pipes. And then commentator Curse puts him up on 2 wheels. So he's going to come down the straightaway now with 4:15 on the race clock, 45 seconds to go. So he's got 10 laps on the board. As he crosses the line to complete lap number 11, he will go this one and 1 more. That time by for Jonathan, 23.9. So he leads 3/4 of a second in front of Paul Griggs and 1 second in front of Neil Kenyon. So over to 3 closest, so the 4, 1 and 7 cars, Pluke, Griggs and Kenyon are your drivers battling out for the win of Heat 4. And we'll continue with Jonathan as he comes across the line and starts his final lap. And he starts that final lap with a half-second lead over Paul Griggs. Neil Kenyon, you're 3 tenths behind Matt. So just 7 tenths. Oh, leader's over, and he's going to fall off the end. Matt Thompson looks at him in disgust as he just doesn't care. So Jonathan Pluke is going to end this one with an error. So we're going to watch Mark Christopher over line in the 2 car. It's going to be Paul Griggs has finished. So Paul Griggs is finished and taking a win with a 13.502. Neil Kenyon going to finish in second, 2 tenths behind. James Gibbs going to finish in third. Colin McCaffrey 4. Mark Christopher 5. Jonathan Pluke 6. Miklas Sabadas 7. Neil Lewis 8. And we lost Phil Swinton 8th. And we lost Neil Lewis. So that's a wrap of group number 4. Group 5 is next. Group number 5 is next.
Pull left and drop down after the pipe, not on the steps, not on the pull-up area. So you haven't got the end of the track when the next 5 laps on. Right, go and do your installation lap, please.
So Group 5 out on their warm-up lap, 45 seconds until the start of heat number 5.
Marshals want to start swapping over now, please.
45 seconds to the start, 35 seconds to the start of heat number 5. So as we come into 10 seconds, we'll watch the drivers pull away and then jump to moving cam. Cam. So Keith Halsley, Michael Halsley, Peter Hastings, Jack Mills-White, Chris Bowden, Ben Ellis, Joshua Anderson, Lee Stokes and Phil Campbell are your drivers. Cracking wheelie from Phil Campbell off the line there. It's not quick, but it's pretty. So we have on camera the 1 car of Keith Halsley as he comes across the line to complete lap number 1. And that's going to be a 23.1. But Peter Hastings opening up with a 22.6. Jack Mills-White with a 23.0. So a couple of drivers here opening up on 14 lap pace. But with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go, there's still plenty of time for things to change. 2 laps going on the board. It's a 23.2 for Hastings, 23.0 for Halsley, 23.1 for Jack Mills-White. So front 3 separated by just 3 tenths of a second, and someone's over. That's a disaster for them. So we will follow. I think this is going to be the 4 car. Yeah, so that was Peter Hastings having a big crash. So Jack Mills-White on screen. He is running in the 2 spot, 6 tenths of a second off the lead of Keith Halsley. Keith last time by going through with a 22.5 hot lap of the race so far. A 20.3 was the quickest lap we saw in practice this morning from Thomas Phipps, I believe. So your race leader's coming onto the straight as it can. We'll pick up the 1 car. So Keith Halsley, the white and orange car. All looks white and orange on my screen. Yep, it comes around in front of race control, across the yellow line. And then he's going to go through the switchbacks. He is your leader with 2 minutes down and 3 to go. So his lead currently 1.2 seconds over Jack Mills-White. And both of those drivers are on for 14 lap runs. Not just 14 lap runs, but they're looking to go quicker than Asan. So they will go 1 and 2 in round as it stands, as our race leader starts working his way through traffic. So he's through some traffic there, still got the green car to come by. Oh, he's crashed. He's landed on his wheels. He's got away with it. That's going to cost him a couple of attempts. So a white and orange car, of Keith Housley leads Jack Mills White. It was a second last time by. You just see Jack coming into view there. So there we go, cross the line they go, and this time it was a 24.8 for Housley, and he's over again. So we'll pick up the purple car as it comes by. That is Jack Mills White, your new race leader. So he jumped to the front by 7/10 of a second, and then an error from Keith Housley is going to probably demote him further. So I think we're going to have Jack Mills White leading Ben Ellis by about 3.5 seconds. Phil Campbell, you run in third spot now, but you're a long way off that 14-lap run you promised me. So Phil Campbell going to have to pull his finger out if he wants to break the 14-lap barrier. So it is Jack Mills White with 3:20 down and 1:40 to go. You are leading by 4 seconds in front of Ben Ellis. Then Housley and Campbell, you two are neck and neck. As you come through, you'll be putting 9 laps on the board. This time by, it's going to be Ben Ellis 23.0, Keith Housley 22.4. Waiting for Phil Campbell to trigger the loop in the 9 car. And Phil goes through with a 22.8. So 4.6, 1.9 and 3. 4.6, 1.9 and 3 is the running order. And it looks like Jack Mills White going to be the only one to go 14 laps. And he's estimated to go 14.519. As I say that, he's over. Going to need marshalling. Gets marshalled pretty quick. He's going to lose a couple of seconds. I think he'll maintain the lead. It was a 4.8 second lead. We'll come by now. Keith Housley 22.5. It's a 25.3 for Jack Mills White. So the gap is reduced to 2.5 seconds. Importantly, Jack Mills White is still on for 14-lap pace. As we come into the final 20 seconds, your closing order 4.16, 9.38, 2.5 and 7. Please listen for your numbers, drivers. So Jack Mills White is looking to go ahead of Asan by just 1/10 of a second. Keith Housley, you will not make a 14-lap run as it stands. This might be your last lap, but we'll stick with Jack Mills White on screen as he comes around the end of the straight through the moguls. He will get through, so time has expired. He crosses the line, and he is still racing. Keith Housley is done. Pulls out the way, thank you very much. So we're watching Jack Mills White. He's in a race with Asan. Asan's already set his time of a 5:22.14. Jack Mills White is going to need a decent lap, semi-decent lap, and he will go top of the tree. It looks good as he comes off the corner tabletop and crosses the line. It is good. So Jack Mills White going to take that one, going 14.520.8. Keith Housley going to finish second. Ben Ellis, Phil Campbell not managing the 14 lap he promised. Peter Hastings, Lee Stokes, Michael Housley, Joshua Anderson and Chris Bowden. Next up is going to be heat number 6. I'll be back in just a moment.
Pulling off after this blue pipe. After you finish, you drop down on the green, not the second, not the pull off. Right, we'll do the installation now. No penalty lines for the first round. 6 to 7 behind. Marshall, if you want to swap over now, please.
Ellis! Woohoo!
So this is group number 6, and they're all coming round to complete one. So running order after 1 is 3, 4, 6, 9 and 1. 3, 4, 6, 9 and 1. And car 3 will pick up on camera if we can. So he's at the front of his train. And car 3, 2 seconds is the gap after 2 laps. And he's looking to go 14 at 5:06 pace. So Will Skidmore, he's absolutely sending it in this one. This time by 21:56. So he's almost second lap quicker than anyone else on track as he drops down the step-ups, and he's going to come down the straightaway. So yellow and blue X-ray machine. And that thing is looking on rails as he comes off the corner tabletop, crossing the line. That time by going to be a 21:49 new hot lap for Will Skidmore. And he is looking very racy out there, so he's going to be coming up on traffic shortly. So he comes through the sweeping corner at the end of the straight, through the moguls. Moguls not quite as a problem as they were yesterday, but they are right on the apex, which is making it difficult. So behind Skidmore, you've got Richardson, Lomax, Burton, Miller, Shannon, Hodges, Harley, Wyman, and we've lost Charlie Rhodes, unfortunately. So race leader coming through the moguls, through a back marker, thank you very much. Great driving. So this time by is a 21:07 from Skidmore. Time before was a 21:01. So he is pushing on and potentially going to be on 15 lap pace. So potentially Skidmore could be on to touch 15 lap pace. So 21:42 he needs to average. Current average is a 21:59. So Skidmore looking at 02 pace. Dylan Richardson, you run second. You're looking at 5:19. Dave Burton, you're looking at a 14 lap run. So just 3 of them looking at 14 laps in this one. And they are Skidmore, Richardson and Burton. Richard Miller, you run in 4th position. And then we've got Hodges, Harley, Shannon, Wyman, Lomax and Rhodes. So Skidmore once again in traffic, last time by 21:83, going in the wrong direction. As he comes up onto, looks to be the 9 car. So Richard Miller, you're running in 4th, but that is the race leader behind you. And he's through now. So Skidmore, 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. He's not had an error that I've seen. So he's had a couple of bobbles here and there, but nothing major lost so far. And he's still looking at a 14:03 with this lap. That might come down to an 02. It does. 21:45 for Skidmore that time by. Good lap. His best lap, a 21:1. A handful of drivers laid down sub 21 second laps in practice, but not many went clean for 5 minutes. Skidmore's done 4 minutes of it. Let's see if he can close this one out. Behind him, Richardson, Miller, Burton, Hodges, Shannon, Harley, Wyman and Lomax. So running order, 329, 410, 8, 7, 5, 1 and 6 is the full running order. So Skidmore 21:42 last time by, still going in the right direction. And he crosses the line, that's a 21:58. So he's averaging 5:02.5 with 30 seconds to go. Closing order is going to be 329, 810, 810, 7, 1, 4 and 5. So Dave Burton having a bad lap that time round. He's going to fall down the order. Pretty close all through this order, but it is William Skidmore who has dominated this heat last time by a 21:05. And he is on his 14th and final lap. Not going to make it through for 15 this time, but I think we'll see 15 before the end of qualifying round number 1. So he comes across the line, and Skidmore going to close out with a 5:02.3. Cracking run there from William Skidmore. And then we'll just focus on, as all the guys come across the line, they will be finishing. No one else going to get through for 14. So Hassan Sahid's 14 lap run going to hold 3rd. Don't think he's finished. There we go. So just waiting for Dave Burton, and there he goes. That's a wrap of group number 6. So Will Skidmore sets a new benchmark, 14.502.3. No one else goes through for 14. Richard Miller, next best, goes in at 9th with a 5.03. Then Phil Shannon, Matthew Hodges, Stephen Harley, Scott Wyman, Craig Lomax, Dave Burton, Dylan Richardson, and Charlie Rhodes. The full finishing order. Next up is going to be heat number 7 in 1 minute. So, group number 7, 10 seconds. We'll watch from leave, from grid cam, and then we will get on to follow cam. So there goes Manny Panesar, Cameron Wells, Rhys Straffer, Evie Thames, Graham Lyle, Scott Follington, Peter Craig, William Fisher, Chris Pattinson, and Ollie Frost. Those are your drivers for group number 7. I'm just going to take a quick moment to check in on the YouTube comments, see if we've got anyone. If you so just checking the YouTube comments. Great to have you on board, Trevor Stokes. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Give Henry a shout out. He's waiting for you. Good morning to Henry. Hope you're enjoying listening. I hope you've got up to speed. I need names for you. The Natras grandparents. I don't know what the names are, but I need to know. I feel bad just calling you grandparents. But yeah, hope you're all having fun watching along at home. Good luck, Evie. There we go. Calling out the female support. Absolutely. So great to have you on board. So just checking the chat. Okay, 1 minute and 15 down. 3 laps going on the board. It is Rhys Truarfer who is leading this one. And I think that's a free car, possibly the one on camera. I'll try and catch a number as he comes round. There we go. Yeah, it's a Rhys in the all-white car. 1 can special. And he leads 2.8 in front of Cameron Wells. He was quick yesterday, and he's quick today. He's looking at going 5.04 pace. Janice and Richard, there we go. Nice to have you on board, Janice and Richard. Now I can put a name to you. So, Rhys Truarfer leading this one from Cameron Wells, Ollie Frost. So 10 and 9 cars are coming through from the back of the pack. So please give them space. For 10 and 9 cars will be coming through from the back of the pack. Please give them space. Meanwhile, the all-white of Rhys, he's looking at going 5.05 pace with 2.11 down and 2.50 to go. So he's going to cross the line. This isn't his best. It's not burst. 21.76. Going in the right direction. So he's going to look to challenge Skidmore's current TQ time. Cameron Wells, Ollie Frost looking at going 5.15s. Chris Patterson 5.17. So 9 car and 10 car running well coming through from the back. 5 car you've just recovered in front of the leader. So Graham Lyle, be aware. Race leader, thank you. Morning, you right? Who's winning? Sorry, I've just been interrupted by Craig. I'm explaining how computers work. He's not with modern technology. Craig. He's gone. So Rhys Truarfer still leading this one. and he comes down the straightaway. 8 laps on the board for him, 3 minutes down, and he has a 4-second lead over Cameron Wells. Best lap for Reese at 21.34, last time by 21.97, as he triggers a loop this time by 9 laps gone the board. He's looking at a 5.06 pace. Meanwhile, Cameron Wells runs second, Manny Panesar. Chris Patterson, we're expecting across the line shortly. There he goes. And that's going to be a good lap for Chris. So he's about 5.5 off the lead, just 1/10 of a second in front of Ollie Frost. As your race leader, ducking and diving through traffic on camera, comes over the tabletop. And he is 10 laps down of a predicted 14. Quite a few drivers. So Truarfa, Wells, Patterson, Frost, Panesar, all predicted to go 14 lap runs this time by. So we are watching Reece Truarfa. He's got 11 laps on the board. This is lap number 12 as he ducks up the inside of some more traffic. He's got more coming. It's going to be this one and 2 more, and he's got a freight train of cars on the straightaway. But down the straight he goes. 21.32, his best lap last time by. And he's pulling his predicted time down to a 5.05. This time by the line, 21.62, still going in the right direction. Up the inside of 1. And he'll chase down a bit more traffic with this lap and 1 more to go. 20 seconds on the master clock, drivers. Please listen for your numbers as you come into finishing times. So Reece Truarfa is going to come across the line now and start his 14th and final lap. That one was a 22.0, so not his best lap. And he's just got up the inside of that traffic. Nicely done. Drops down the step downs. And he's got about half a lap to go to close this one out. As the master clock sounds, time's expired. They're all looking to finish their race clocks. He comes over the moguls, sweeps right, drops down and crosses the line. Closing out with a 21.96 to go 5.05 pace. We're expecting Chris Patterson to come home in second. He's just coming into screen the end of the straight now. So he'll come through screen, and as you see him work the way around, drop down over the start finish line. And Chris Patterson going to finish it with a 5.13. Oliver Frost we're expecting. He goes through 1.3 behind. So that's a wrap of group number 7. Will Skidmore, your time holds. Reece Truarfa, you go 5.05 for second. Chris Patterson, you go in at third. Ollie Frost goes in at 4. Cameron Wells 5. Manny Panesar in 6. Will Fisher goes in at 9. All you guys on 14 laps. Then we had Peter Craig, Scott Follington, Evie Thames and Graham Lyle. Next up is going to be heat number 8. Heat 8 is next. "35 seconds, drivers. 35 seconds."
Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change.
12 seconds, drivers. 12 seconds. So Ruben Russell going to lead this one away, followed by Alex Pyatt, Ben Elliott, Matthew Dodd, Gareth Stanton, Charlie Simmons, Andy Manning, Chris Foster, James Pritchard and Roger Tugwood. So all the way and counting, Ruben Russell going to lead this one round. Blue and white machine with yellow wheels, and he's been chased down by the all-white of Alex Pyatt. Alex opens up quickest with a 22.1. So Ruben and Alex work together. 22.0. Gareth Stanton rolling back the years for Stance. He was, pretty sure he's made a National A final at some point. I'm sure he'll come over and correct me. So Gareth Stanton going to open up quickest with a 22.0. Alex Pyatt 22.1. Pyatt backs it up with another almost identical 22.1. And as I look up, Stanton's on his roof. Disaster for Gareth. 25-7. Oh, Stance. So Gareth Stanton, Matt Dodd working together. And Ruben Russell last time by, you did a 23-0. That doesn't make much sense, but it is what it is. No, there we go. So it is going to be Alex Pyatt leading Ruben Russell. Ruben Russell, you did a pair of 22-2s. And it was a 22-2 for Alex Pyatt. So you two running the same pace. The gap between you is about half a second. So it is going to be, well, this time by, it's going to be Charlie Simmons to the point. So Simmons leads half a second in front of Pyatt. Charlie Simmons in the 6 car, 21-7 last time by. So 6 car of Charlie Simmons is your leader from Pyatt from Ruben Russell. Someone's over on the start-finish line, and that was Alex Pyatt making an error. So error for Alex. So Charlie Simmons goes through, and he leads Ruben Russell by 3/4 of a second. So 3/4 of a second is the lead. Race control, if you can hear me. We need a lap add-in. So just have one car needs a lap add-in. So we're watching Charlie Simmons as he comes round in front of race control. And this time by, he leads by about 1.3, so it's a 21-9 for Simmons to Ruben Russell's 22-5. Thank you, race control. So 1.3 is the gap. So Charlie Simmons coming around the end of the straight now. He's chasing down the all-pink car, and he goes through. So Charlie Simmons, this time by is going to be a 21-7, Ruben Russell 23-2. So the gap extends to 2.5. And Charlie Simmons, you're looking at 5:08 pace to go third. Bit of no man's land between Reese and Chris Patterson. Ruben Russell, you're going 14 lap pace, as is Ben Elliott, Roger Tugwood and Chris Foster. So 2, 4, 5 of you looking at 15 lap paces. Fortunately, we've lost Alex Pyatt and James Pritchard. So running order with 3 minutes down and 2 to go is 6-1-3, 4-10-8. Oh, scratch that. 6-1-3, 10-8-5, 4 and 7. 6-1-3, 10-8-5, 4 and 7 is a running order. So Charlie Simmons going to go by 22-0, Ruben Russell 22-4. So hot lap of the race is a 21-4 for Simmons, 21-8 for Ruben Russell. Stanton 21-7, 21-8 for Chris Foster. So some quick laps out there. Mr. Consistent Ben Elliott 22-2 is your best, but you run in third position, just 6 seconds off the lead. Simmons and Russell that time by 22-1-3 for the pair of them. So identical times. And try and pick up. So Charlie Simmons is coming down the straightaway now. He's got a bit of traffic in front of him on the main straight. And Ruben Russell goes through. 22-1-5 for you, Ruben, last time. 21-7 for Charlie Simmons. So the gap about 4.8 seconds. And Charlie Simmons with 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the master clock. He's coming down the straightaway now. Someone's free wheels on the wagon in the background. That is not the way to go racing. Blue and white car crossing the line. You've got a race leader behind you. So I didn't catch your number, but car on the... Thank you. You're going to have the other race leader behind you shortly. As we come into the final 20 seconds, please listen for your numbers, drivers. So Charlie Simmons just coming up on traffic down the straightaway with this and one more for our 2 leaders. See Ruben Russell on in front on track, but Charlie Simmons leads on the computer. And this will be their final lap. 21-6 last time by for Simmons. So he's pushing on, and he is looking to try and catch Reece Trafford's 5:05.6. Don't think he's going to do it. Ruben Russell will look to hold position as they close out their 14th and final lap. They come round in front of race control now, across the line. So Charlie Simmons going to take it with a 5:06.8. Ruben Russell going to finish 5:13.29. Then Ben Elliott going to finish third, waiting for Foster and Stanton. So track is still live. There we go. Chris Foster going to finish that one. So after all is said and done, Charlie Simmons, you're going to go in at third with a 5:06. Ruben Russell, you're going at fourth with a 5:13. Ben Elliott, you go in at 8 with a 5:15. Chris Foster, 5:19, you go 9. Stanton, you go 14 laps. for 12th. Then we had Matt Dodd, Roger Tugwood, Andy Manning, James Pritchard and Alex Pyatt. Next up is going to be heat number 9. Heat 9 is up next. Freddie Russell, if you can hear me. Freddie Russell, if you can hear me, can you just pop over to commentary? So that's a wrap of group number 8. Group number 9 is going to be up next. Group number 9 is going to be up next in 45 seconds.
Marshall's change, please. Once you're on the grid, please hold.
James, the number. Get the number.
Okay, race control.
So group number 9 getting ready to go. And we will follow them as they lead off. And they are led off by Andy Woods, Kevin Hodkinson, Stephen Brown, Callum Truartha, David Scott, Harry Saunders, Tristram Neal, Hattie Thames, Ben Stevenson and Reese Ward. So all the way and counting, and we are following the red and white machine of Andy Woods, and he's already under pressure from the 2 car of Kevin Hodkinson. And Kevin Hodkinson opening up with a 21.6, 21.4 from David Scott, so some quick opening laps in this one. So Andy Woods, Kevin Hodkinson going to have to work together. I don't know if Andy was slow or Kev's just got more pace as they come through the bank corner. Andy Woods, I think Andy you might have to yield here, thank you. So Kev Hodkinson's second time round was 22.9. David Scott 21.2. So David Scott has opened up on 15 lap pace. So 5 car, the yellow car is coming through and coming through fast. So he's at the start of the straight now. We've caught him up on camera. Cam operates quicker than I do. Don't like that Cam, it makes me look bad. So David Scott crossing the line, missed time by 21.2. Kevin Hodkinson 21.6 last time by for you. So it's Scott. Reese Ward in the 10 car coming through from the back. So that's another one to watch. Blue and orange machine coming through from the back. So 8 or 9 car. I think it was Hattie. You've got race leader behind you. So coming onto the straightaway, yellow wheeled car. You've got second place with you. Thank you. Thank you, car 6. And then I think it's going to be Hattie. You'll be next for our second place car, the blue and orange of Reese Ward. So Scott, Ward, Hodkinson, it all changes as I try and speak. So David Scott goes by still on, well, he's just dropped off 15 lap pace, 21.8 last time by. Got to average a 21.43. And I think that might have been him in the fence. Yeah, so David Scott, terrible lap. So we are going to pick up, who should we pick up? Let's go for the 10 car, please. Blue and orange, number 10. He should be round right-hand side of the track. There we go. Cameraman's on it. So Reese Ward going to cross the line, and he is 0.5 off the lead. So it's 4, 2, 10, 1, 3, 5, 8, 9, 7 and 6 at half race distance. Callum Truartha, 1/10 of a second in front of Kevin Hodkinson. Then Reese Ward. So 4, 2 and 10 was your running order. None of these guys now affecting Will Skidmore's time. David Scott had a horrendous lap, must have lost 7 or 8 seconds. Before that he was rapid. But we're watching Reese Ward as he comes round. And shout out from Janice and Richard online. Good luck Hattie. Hattie running 7th in this one. as it stands. So 4-1, wait for Reese to come through. There he goes. So it is 4-10-1, 3-2, 3-5-2, 8, 9, 7 and 6. So Kev Hodkinson having a 25-6. Bad lap for him. So Truarfa and Ward separated by 3/4 of a second. So we'll try and pick up the 4 car of Callum Truarfa next. He should be somewhere in the middle of the track, maybe left-hand side. So we'll pick up the 4 car as he comes down the straightaway and into the banked corner. It's going to come through the moguls. So it is the purple. Well, it looks more pink and green to me. But there is Callum Truarfa in that pack of cars as they come over the tabletop. 1 car, be aware, Andy Woods, you've got Stephen Brown behind you on track. He is ahead on the computer. So Andy Woods, be aware, Stephen Brown behind you on track, ahead on the computer. Callum Truarfa last time by, the first 20-second lap we've seen, 20.98 last time by. He's going to extend his gap to 1.2. So Truarfa, Brown, Woods, Scott, Hodkinson. Wait for Ward to come through. There goes Reese Ward, 21.8. So the gap between Callum and Reese is 2.1 with 4:20 on the master clock. It is Truarfa, Ward and Brown separated by 2.5 seconds. Then Andy Woods further 2.5 behind that. So with 20 seconds to go, your closing order is going to be 4-3-1, 2-10-5, 9-8, 6 and 7. Please listen for your numbers. So Callum Truarfa is looking to go 5:03 pace. He's about a second off Will Skidmore. And this will be his final lap. So he's not quite going to challenge him. And so that gets within half a second. So he'd have to pull a best lap. If he can get a 21.1 or below, he will go top of the timesheets. So he comes round the moguls, going to drop off the corner tabletop as we watch him close out a 21.09 to go top of the timesheet by 3/100ths of a second. Stephen Brown has closed out 4.8 behind that. He should go 6th, waiting for Reese Ward. We'll see him come across the line now. Reese Ward going to go into 2nd, closing out with a 21.9. So this one's closed. Heat 9 done and dusted. Callum Truarfa a 21.0 on the last lap. Going to go top of the timesheets by 3/100ths of a second. So new target time is a 14.502.29. Reese Ward, you going at 4th with a 5:06. Stephen Brown, Hodkinson and Woods, you go 6, 7 and 8. And Hattie Thames, you going at 10th with a 14.513. Then we had Ben Stevenson, David Scott, never recovering from that long error after opening on 15 lap pace. Then Harry Saunders and Tristram Neal. That's a wrap of group number 9. Group number 10 is up next. Group number 10 is up next. So I'm just going to take a quick break and we'll be back with you in 45 seconds for the start of group number 10.
Marshall's change, please. Marshall 9, it has moved. Oh, just pick down those.
So 10 seconds. We'll watch them lead off from grid cam. And then we will jump to who's going to be quickest, Cam? Skidmore or Thompson's my guess. Or Hopkins. There goes Johnny Skidmore. Isaac McFadden, Lewis Hopkins, Matthew Thompson, Oliver Natras, Ryan Clark, Matt Druitt, Tommy Dale, Liam Robinson and Colin May. So we've got Skidmore on camera. We'll try and pick up Ollie Natras if we can in the 5, please, Cam. So I think it's the all-pink car. I know, without even looking, that in the YouTube chat they'll want to follow Ollie. So we'll open a couple of laps with Ollie. So this is group number 10. Group 10, 1 lap going on the board. And Ryan Clark, 21.49, opening up quickest. A smidge off 15-lap pace. So Ryan Clark bringing the heat on lap number 1. And he was in the 6 car, but Ryan Clark 22.2 last time by. So it's 3:18, 5:76, 10.2, 9 and 4. Matt Thompson, my prediction of being quickest in this heat, is not proving to be a wise one. So Skidmore going to Hopkins going to lead after 3, and Hopkins on for 15-lap pace. We're just going to follow Ollie Natras for just one more lap, and then we'll jump to the leaders. Ollie Natras running in second, 1.1 off the lead. 21.7 last time by for Ollie. So he comes down the straight, the all pink/purple. I'm going to go with pink. It looks purple on my screen though. Oh, he's just bumped the pipe. That's going to cost him a couple of tenths as he comes across the line. So it's going to be 3, 1 and 5 now. 3, 1, 5. Scratch that. The 8 car coming through. So drivers be aware of the 8 car coming through. But we've picked up on screen Lewis Hopkins. I'm going to say Schumacher machine. I should know this. I asked twice yesterday. But Lewis Hopkins coming off the tabletop. Just odd bobbles there. 21.1 last time by. He is on for 15-lap pace. But we'll see as he comes round. And he's comfortably on 15-lap pace, to be honest. Skidmore, you're looking at 5:02. You're 1.7 behind. So Lewis Hopkins goes by. That was a 21.77. His worst lap he's done. But this time looking quite a bit smoother. So Lewis Hopkins is your leader from Johnny Skidmore, Ollie Natras, Ryan Clark, Tommy Dale, Isaac McFadden, Matt Thompson, Colin May, Liam Robinson, and Matt Druitt. Matt Druitt jumping up to 7th as he comes by the line. So with 2:30 down, 2:30 to go, it is Lewis Hopkins still leading this one. 20.7 is his best. 20.9 last time by. Johnny Skidmore, your best is a 20.9. Last time by it was a 21.3. Ollie Natras, you're about 3.5 off the lead. Then Isaac McFadden, you're about 8 tenths behind that. Tommy Dale neck and neck with you. Then Rylan Clark, half a second behind that. So we'll continue on with Lewis Hopkins as he works his way through traffic. 21.1 last time by, still on for that 15-lap pace. Johnny Skidmore, you're 2 tenths off it. So another good couple of laps, and you will be on to 15-lap pace. Skidmore crosses the line, 21.1, and with that, he is predicted a 15.521 run. Ollie Natras, you're looking at going 5:04. Tommy Dale, 5:06. Ryan Clark, you're going 5:07. So it is Hopkins, Skidmore, Natras, Clark. Sorry, Hopkins, Skidmore, Natras, Dale, McFadden, Clark now. Followed by May, Thompson, Druitt, and Robinson. So race leader just hits the spot dot up on 2 wheels. Going to get away with it. So he comes down the step down. He's chasing down Johnny Skidmore on track. So Johnny Skidmore is going to be coming into traffic soon. So all blue car, you're going to have the race leaders with you very, very shortly. So the all blue car just going across time and scoring. You've got 2 race leaders coming fairly rapidly at you. A gap between them 1.5 seconds on the clock. Both on for 15-lap runs with 50 seconds to go. 5:0 on the master clock. So end of the straight, blue car, you've got 2 leaders with you, and then it looks like the 10 car. Thank you very much. So Lewis Hopkins, the green and white car coming through as well. That time by Skidmore, 21.0 in traffic, so decent job through the traffic, and Hopkins through the traffic now with 4 minutes and 30 on the master clock. Your closing order is 3:15, 8:62, 4:10, 7 and 9. Please listen for your numbers. So someone's over. I think that was Lewis. It is Lewis. So Lewis Hopkins going to have an error. Marshall was there quick, but I think Johnny Skidmore is going to take this. These guys on their 14th lap. They're going to come through for a 15th. Lewis might not make it after that error. So Skidmore is through and the first 15-lap run. And we're waiting for Lewis Hopkins as he comes by the line. He is caught at the line. So Lewis Hopkins 25.4, no good for you. So it's going to be Johnny Skidmore setting the standard. 15-lap run going on the board for the X-Ray driver here as he comes towards the finish line. There he goes, cross the line. Closes with a 21.3 to go 5:19 pace. So just waiting for Liam Robinson to finish. Here he comes, crossing the line now. So Johnny Skidmore going to lay down the first 15-lap run we've seen. Going to go by 5:19.6. Lewis Hopkins crash on the penultimate lap. going to mean he ends second overall. Ryan Clark recovering well, going to go third in heat, sixth overall. Tommy Dale, Ollie Natras going at 9 and 10. And my quickest lap on the board is a 20.79 from Lewis Hopkins. That's a wrap of group number 10. Group 11 is up next. Group number 11 is up next. So, 10 seconds to the start of heat number 11. Once again, we'll watch them leave on grid cam. And then we'll follow car number 1. So there goes Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Thomas Phipps, Charlie Saunders, Aaron Nash, Mark Anthony Jones, Seth Shillett-Everest, Stuart Mahon and Eugene Galley. So all off, away and counting for group number 11. Now we saw Thomas Phipps lay down a 20.3 lap time in practice. Let's see what we can do here in qualifying. Lee Martin going up 20.8, Thomas Phipps 20.7, Holdsworth 21.0, 21.1. Shillett-Everest 21.4, Aaron Nash 23, not the way to do it. So everyone in the 21s apart from Phipps, Martin and Nash. So Holdsworth's, be aware, fast charging Thomas Phipps is behind you. 20.4, fastest lap we've seen, goes to Thomas Phipps. And he's opened up 0.6 of a second on Lee Martin. So it's 4.1, 3.2 and 5. 4.1, 3.2 and 5. And this time by Lee Martin, 21.0. Holdsworth, 20.5. Phipps, 21.0. So it's going to be Phipps, Holdsworth, it's going to be Phipps, Luke, Josh and Lee. Gap between all three, just half a second. And you guys are well and truly on 15 lap pace, as is Charlie Saunders. So Saunders, you run 5th. Then we've got Shillett-Everest, Galley, Jones, Nash and Mahon. So Thomas Phipps this time by 21.0. Holdsworth, Josh, 20.7. Martin going to go 21.3. And Holdsworth Luke going to go 21.6. Gap extends about a second separating the four of you. And Thomas Phipps still your race leader in the 4 car. Green and white machine. And he's certainly putting in the quickest laps. This time by, it's going to be a 21.1 for Phipps. Lee Martin 20.9. Holdsworth Luke 20.9. Josh 21.0. So 3/4 of a second covers 4, 2, 1 and 3. Then you've got Charlie Saunders less than a second behind that. Then you've got car 8, 10, 7, 9 and 6. So lap time's just starting to drop off. Over this time by all of them in the 20s. 0.8 for Phipps, 0.9 for Josh, 0.6 for Lee, 0.8 for Luke. Gap between all of them still hovering about on 3/4 of a second as they come through to put 7 laps on the board. 7 going on the board, and it's a 20.7 for Thomas Phipps. 0.3 of a second in front of Josh Holdsworth, 0.3 in front of Luke Holdsworth, 0.1 in front of Lee Martin. So Thomas Phipps up on 2 wheels, going to get it straight back down. And your race leaders coming across the line now in quick succession. 9 car of Stuart Mahon, be aware you're in amongst our leaders. Thomas Phipps still leading 3/100ths of a second in front of Josh Holdsworth now, who's got half a second over Luke Holdsworth and Lee Martin. So half a second separating the front 4. And those are 4, 2, 3 and 1. Then you've got 10, 7, 8, 6, 5 and 9. So Eugene Galley working his way up to 5 spot. So just the front 4 on for 14 lap runs. And Josh Holdsworth going to go to the front of that with a 21.0. And then you've got Thomas Phipps, Lee Martin now back to the free spot, then Luke Holdsworth. So it looks like they're all through traffic now, I think. No, there's still traffic in the middle of them. So Eugene Galley, I think you're going to be part of that traffic shortly. So you're looking for 2 Holdsworth cars, and Thomas Phipps and Lee Martin. Lee Martin now to the 2 spot. So Josh Holdsworth leading half a second in front of Lee Martin. Thomas Phipps 200ths behind that. Then Luke Holdsworth dropped 3 tenths off the back of that. So we have on screen Josh Holdsworth in the 2 car. So he's in amongst traffic, I think, as Lee Martin, 22.6 last time by. So he's going to fall behind on track and on the computer. He's going to fall down to the 4 spot. Still looking at going 15 laps, Leroy. So Holdsworth looking at going 5.13, Phipps 5.15, Luke Holdsworth 5.16, Lee Martin 5.16. So it's going to be 2, 4, 3 and 1 as we come into the final 30 seconds. Full running order, 2, 4, 3, 1, 5, 7, 10, 9, 6 and 8. That is your full running order. As we come into final 20 seconds, drivers, listen for your numbers. Josh Holdsworth extending his lead now to 1.1 second over Thomas Phipps. So Josh Holdsworth coming around the end of the straight. This has been a fast and frantic race. Hot lap we saw was a 20.4 for Thomas Phipps. Josh Holdsworth, though, more consistent, now looking at going as on his 15th lap, going 5.13. So he'll knock 6 seconds off Johnny Skidmore's TQ time. And he's just opened that gap up steadily. It's 1.6 last time by. And he's going to come across the line now and take the win of this one, closing out with a 21.0. Lee Martin finishes 3 seconds behind Thomas Phipps. Luke Holdsworth going to split the difference. So that's a wrap of group number 11. Josh Holdsworth going to set a new round TQ time, 5.13.78. Phipps, Holdsworth and Martin going to go in at 2, 3 and 4. Then Charlie Saunders, Mark Anthony Jones going in at 9 and 10. Then we had Stuart Marn, Eugene Galley, Seth Shillito Everest and Aaron Nash. Next up, group number 12, final heat of qualifying. It's final heat of round 1 of qualifying here at Bury Metro. Just like to take a moment to thank all our sponsors for allowing us to bring you this fantastic coverage. So TKR Graphics, Team Associated, Futaba, Rude Bits, Car Show, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher Racing, Yokomo and X-Ray. Big thank you to all our supporters and everyone joining us online on the YouTube chat. Thank you for joining us. If you've got any questions or comments, drop them in the chat and I will do my best to answer them. And now we'll turn our attention to group number 14. Not group 14, group number 12, I should say. So there goes Ben Smith, Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, Jamie Hall, Archie Bowman, Hudson Knight, Ewan Tumulty, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Jacob Tomlinson and William Venables. So all cars off. Ben Smith going to lead these ones. Championship leader, I believe, Ben. And he's going to be chased down by Tommy Hall on track. Opening up, Tommy Hall 20.6. Then 21.0. Ben Smith next best. So coming across the line, there goes Ben Smith and Tommy Hall. Both of them in frame together. So it is Tommy Hall, 20.8 second time round, who's leading on the computer. Ben Smith will know exactly what to do. So order after 2 is going to be 2, 1, 4, 3, 6, 8, 7, 10, 9 and 5. So Tommy Hall is through. And a 21.0 that time by for you, Tommy. So it is Tommy Hall leading this one. Coming round the sweeper. And that time by for Tommy, a 20.9. So he's there or thereabouts on TQ pace. So he is there or thereabouts. Jamie Hall was running in second. Ben Smith going to take it up. An error from Jamie that time by. Then Hudson Knight. So 6 car is running well out there. So there comes our 2 leaders. Coming round on screen now. You can see Tommy Hall, 21.34 last time by. So it is 2-1. That's 2-1, 3 and 6. 200ths of a second separating the 3 and 6 cars. So Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Hudson Knight, Jamie Hall, Ewan Tumulty, Callum Ackroyd Bench, William Venables, Jacob Tomlinson and Archie Bowman is the running order. Tommy Hall that time by 20.9. You are just falling away. So your average Tommy is a 29.5, looking to go 5.14 pace as he comes amongst traffic. Ben Smith's thrown out the tow rope. And Ben's certainly found his pace, but he's about 1.7 behind on the computer. You're looking at 5.18 pace, Ben. And then we've got Daniel Paul, Jamie Hall and Hudson Knight running 1 through 5. Then Ackroyd Bench, Ewan Tumulty, Will Venables. So Venables just pulling out the way of our leaders. And our leaders are going to be Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, Ben Smith, Jamie Hall, Hudson Knight are our 5 drivers that are just driving away in this one. So we're watching on screen Tommy Hall being chased down by Ben Smith. Ben Smith's maybe not got the pace to catch him in this one, but he will be trying to pressure him into a mistake. But it is Daniel Pole who runs in second place. 1.4 behind on track. Hot lap 20.42. Daniel Pole, I think that's the best lap I've seen in qualifying. We had a quicker in practice, but practice doesn't count. So 21.2s for a pair of them that time by. So it is Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, gap 0.9 now. 20.7 Daniel Pole last time by. Closing the gap to under a second. Tommy Hall, you're looking at 5.15 pace. Daniel Pole 5.16. Ben Smith 5.18. Jamie Hall 5.19. 21.05 for Tommy Hall that time by. Ben Smith 20.7. Daniel Pole 21.1. So the gap is 1 second between Tommy and Daniel. Ben Smith, you're 0.7 behind that. Then Jamie Hall, you're 1.5 behind that. Hudson Knight, you're 3.5 behind that. So Hudson is looking at a 14.502. Just dropped off a 15 lap pace. So with 40 seconds to go, 4-0 on the master clock. Tommy Hall putting on a bit of a demonstration here. Gone clean so far. As he comes round the end of the straight, he's going to be coming up onto traffic shortly. So Tommy Hall crosses the line that time by a 21.0. Daniel Pole 20.5. Here he comes. You're going to go this lap and one more for our leaders. This and one more for our leaders as we come into a final 10 seconds, drivers. Gap at the front is under 0.6 of a second. Tommy Hall's got his way through traffic and Daniel Pole is coming, so 8 car I think it was. Be aware, quick car behind you. Daniel Pole, 1/4 of a second. So Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, 1/4 of a second between you as you start your 15th and final lap. Daniel Pole is over. So Daniel Pole making an error. So it's going to be Tommy Hall that brings it round and going to cross the line now. And Tommy Hall going to finish first in heat, second in round. Just wait for the rest of them to come across the line. 10 cars not finished. So just waiting for Jacob Tomlinson as he comes across the line. Tommy Hall going to take that one, goes second overall with a 5.15.18. So Josh Holdsworth will be your round TQ. Tommy Hall going to finish in second. Thomas Phipps going to finish third in round. Luke Holdsworth fourth. Ben Smith, you going fifth in round. Lee Martin, you're sixth. Daniel Pole, you go seventh in round. Jamie Hall, eighth. Johnny Skidmore, you go in at 9. Lewis Hopkins, you finish 10th in round. And Callum Troartha rounds out the number 11. Hudson Knight, you finished 5th in heat, followed by Tumulty, Ackroyd Bench, Venables, Tomlinson, Archie Bowman. Your transponder did not count. Archie Bowman, if you can hear me, transponder did not count. So, round number 1 of qualifying done and dusted. We're going to go with round number 2 next. Round 2 of qualifying is up next. And it's getting a little chilly. Someone's turned the sunshine off up here, unfortunately. So 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds.
Your microphone's jacked up.
Jacked up.
That's speaking out there.
It's probably the battery. What, you can't hear me? Sorry. So group number 1 is going to get underway. We're going to be joined by Mr. Holdsworth, round 1 TQ man. How was it out there?
It was pretty good actually. It was practice was a bit of a struggle because it was I don't know. I think it got easier to drive, and I don't know if the sun's coming up or whatever it is.
It's got a lot cooler. A lot cooler.
So it yeah, it was just nicer to drive. I put a load more glue on the tyre than I had in practice and stuff like that, just to make it easier. But I think it's literally just who can keep on 4 wheels.
Well, it does look a challenge. So your heat was a bit of, there was 4 of you really fast altogether. Thomas back came out swinging with some super fast laps. Do you think that's helped you, whereas Tommy was kind of on his own?
Yeah. I mean, you always look at the heats, and I think straight away we knew we had a faster heat. But you don't really know because, you watch Tommy and Ben go around, and they look like they're going stupidly fast. But I suppose I knew when Tommy got past Ben that Ben probably wasn't going to beat me, and then it's just kind of what Tommy does. I think it probably helped me that Ben stayed on him.
Yeah,
because he didn't he didn't have the freedom to just put in the laps.
So how are you finding the track layout versus yesterday? Better, worse, just different?
To be honest, I enjoyed yesterday more.
I think a lot of plaudits for yesterday's layout.
Yesterday was really good. It just flowed really nice, especially with 2-wheel, because there's times on and we know on any track, but this track as well, that it's just a bit too bitty.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. But I think it works well. It's fast, the 4-wheel layout, so it just means if you hit any of these bumps, because it's quite a bumpy track.
It's a big crash.
You just fly. You fly into the fence.
And going into round 2 qualifying, are you going to change anything?
No, probably not. I think the only thing I'll probably change today is wheelbase.
Right, okay.
Kind of thing. The sun will come up later on, maybe, if the sun comes out again, I don't know. But if it does, I'll just go a bit shorter wheelbase. And
cool.
leave it as is, so.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck for round number 2.
Thank you.
So that's Josh Holdsworth just giving us a bit of a oversight of round 1 of qualifying. He took the lead. He took the winning map. And we are 2:30 down and 2:30 to go in heat number 1. I'll be back with you in just a moment.
I've just told him.
1835 and 2, 1835 and 2. Careful, right. I'll let you get away with that one. Car 6. So, car 4, roughly yellow one. There's a leader behind you when he gets there, mate, please. Thank you. Running order 1825 and 3 with 110 to go. Racing, slow car up the street. Just take it off, mate. Thank you. One, 8, 5, 2, 3, 30 to go. Keep on going, one. Yeah, just keep on going, guys. So 6 and 8, you know where you're pulling off after this blue part? Drop down to the fence. Car 6, drop down to the left. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Jacob, just bring that fence, that marshal guard here so it stops confusing people. Thank you. Right. You go off there to the left, you only go one way round the track. Zach? You're already on one warning, Zach. You only get one more. And it's ding dong. Back your back and go early. Right, the marshals want to swap over?
Tommy, just scrutineering your car. Alright.
Oh, yeah.
Well, oh, never mind. Never mind.
What are you looking for? Number 9? It's been moved to here now.
10 seconds. Clear the grid.
I'm sure you must have had one of them already. Of course you have.
So apologies for that intermission. Heat number 2 going to get cracking here. So we'll just watch them all pull away. And I think I've lost my cameraman. He's gone to get lunch, which is fair. So we'll go to fixed camp. So this is group number 2, rocking and rolling. Apologies for the intermission. So Zach Edwards going to lead off. Scott Martin, Andy Bulmer, Sam Leslie, Tommy Clark, Andrew Grayson, Jesse Russell, Zach Trodden and Mark Mitchell. And Asan went another 14 lap for Asan that time by, so cracking effort. So what have we got? Zach Edwards going to open up with a 22.2, Scott Martin 22.9, so good opening laps for them. And pretty much everyone opening up on improved times, that's what we like to see. And then Andy Bulmer, Jesse Russell, Sam Leslie.
Right, so a couple of laps in, running order. 4, 5, 7, 9 and 6. 4, 5, 7, Jeff. Coming around this next corner, is that? Yeah. So car 2, the next car will be the leader. Maybe on the inside here, thank you. And then cars 8 and... Thank you, car 2 again. 4, 5, 6, 7 and 9. 2.5 down, 2.5 to go. So car 8 and 9, the next one that approaches is the leader, thank you. And then again 9, wide here, thank you. And this blue one, I believe it's car 7, yeah. Well done. So clear track to the leader, car there, well done. Running order, 4, 5, 7, 6 and 9. Put together 2 and 8, car 2's in 5th, car 8, you're in 8. Right, car 9. Just keep on going 2. That's the first warning. Don't drive into cars, please. Thank you, that was second place, well done. Alright, that's second, thank you. Caution on the straight, clear. Right, you're finishing, you know where you're going now, left down by the blue pipe. This way, this way. And then just left after the pipe, drop down there, yeah. Down there, thank you. Hold on. Is Gillian here? Gillian to Rostrum? Gillian, getting through. Oh, is she? Oh, no, it's alright, mate. Yeah, no, it's not anything. No, it's good. You know what I mean? Right, want to do your installation lap, guys and girls? We've got one in this one. So there's about 4 or 5 here today, I think.
Right then, we're into heat number 3 of... oh dear, That sounded awful. Round 2 of qualifying? Yeah, I'll do some commentary. Yeah, go on then. Right then, into round number 2, heat number 3 of four-wheel drive qualifying. So watch the cars head off in this one. So Simon Husbeth, Paul Trodden, Trevor Follington, Martin Lee, Robert Tyus, Nathan Stanmore, Ava Griggs, Paul Steadman and David Anderson. Runners and riders in this heat number 3. So we're underway. Out in front at the moment is Simon Husbeth. So car number 3 of Simon Husbeth opening out with a 24.3, but Martin Lee jumps to the top of the time in 23.95 is his opening lap. That all blue machine looking racy so far. As we follow him down the main straight into the hairpin just before coming over the timing loop, and he's going to be a 24.0, so a little bit slower on that one.
So, a couple of laps in, the running order, 2, 1, 3, 6 and 7.
2 laps in, Trevor Follington out in front, Martin Lee in the 2, Simon Husbeth in the 3, Trodden, Griggs, Tyus, Stanwell, Steadman and Anderson. They are your 9 drivers after a minute and 20 seconds. So checking in with the YouTube comments very quickly. There's not really anything. Don't forget, if you're enjoying all the coverage here at Bury, or Bury, depending where you're from, there is lots and lots more to come today. Obviously all the finals. We might, it's only a might, see a four-wheel drive champion crowned. I said four-wheel drive champion. Definitely said 4. In the comments, somebody tell me if I said 4 or 2. Definitely said 4. But there's lots and more coming from here. Also, don't forget we have got the EFRA 1/10 European Track Championships, the touring cars over in Luxembourg. Frank, Matt and James out covering that one for us. I think it's Specker on at the moment, so who took that first one? Quite low took the first one in mod. Yeah. So they are, looking interesting there. But back here in Bury, Josh Holdsworth taking the first one in the top the heat number 12. Honestly, you spend too much time on the camera and you forget how your tongue works. I only jumped down here because I needed to stretch my back out and Tom needed some lunch. It's getting a little bit chilly here today. It was lovely and warm yesterday. It's a little bit breezy and a little bit chilly here today. So I'm taking a bit of a breather whilst we can. Don't forget, if you want to see more great RC Racing TV content or coverage, you can join us as a RC TV hero. Helps us bring content like this to you guys around the world here on YouTube and on our social media pages. And a massive thank you to our sponsors: TKR Graphics, Kyosho, Andy Models, Rudog, Yokomo, X-Ray, Schumacher, TMG Speed, MB Models, Team Associated, Futaba and Rubix. Trying to read them off the top of the screen, and the adverts on the screen keep popping up because somebody's lost the remote to it. So 4 minutes into this one, as we watch the cars come round, Trevor Follington is out in front at the moment still. So Simon Husbeth is one second back from him at the moment. Martin Lee's also very fast, but I think he's had a few issues, but all looking relatively around the same pace. Top three all averaging 20, 22, 23 seconds. It's all about on par. It's Trevor Follerton out in front. That gap to Simon Hotspur is now just 0.5 of a second, so half a second back. With 15 seconds to go on the main clock as we follow him round the track. And they've just gone in front of us, down the steps. Somebody's over, I'm not sure who that is, down to the main straight. There you go, so as we watch them cross the line, there goes Simon Hotspur, who's going to talk to the top of the time charts for now. And it's not quite enough from Simon Hotspur because it's going to be Trevor Follington taking this one. Gap back's going to be a 0.28 of a second, so very, very close from Simon from that one. As we head into heat number 4, so 13 in 5.8. Fairly solid run from Trevor there. A bit more untidy for his last lap of 24.3, but still looking fast so far.
Right, you want to go and do your installation lap, you come off the start area,
into
turn left,
heat
right way
number
down the track.
4. There's lots of drivers around on their installation lap.
James Gibbs.
Yeah.
James Gibbs, yeah?
Yeah, not checked in about Castle.
He's not checked in. Do you want him to go over the loop?
Yeah, didn't count you when you crossed the line.
We'll come across then.
It has now, there you go.
Right.
There we go, just waiting for race control to check a couple of cars as they were going over the loops. And the installation lap is just to check that everybody is here and everybody's transponder is working. As we wait for it to flip over on our screen, tell you who's running in this one. As Tom looks gazingly at his fruit smoothie. It does look very good, I'll give you that. The nod of approval. It was good. So out in this one, Paul Griggs, Neil Kenyon, James Gibbs, Colin McCaffrey, Mark Christopher, Jonathan Pluke, the Miklos Sabados, Philip Swinton and Neil Lewis. They are your drivers in this one as Paul leads us off. Down onto the back straight, round onto the top corner, back in front of us. And his opening lap is going to be a 23.3. But Neil Kenyon jumps briefly to the top of the timing charts, and now James Gibbs does. Not much separating the drivers out on this opening lap.
Oh, someone's lost a wheel.
Oh, somebody's lost a wheel. That is going to be... Oh, it's the Miklos, car number 5, who was very much three-wheel on his wagon, and that is going to cost him dearly. He was running down in 8th at the time, but he's a bit of an issue. I don't know where his wheel's gone, that's the problem. It's not with his car. Definitely disappeared somewhere off elsewhere on the track, so we're going to try and pick up car number 7 as we go round. Sorry, we've not got moving camera at the moment because I'm currently on commentary while Tom has a bit of a breather. Using it to the loo, so yeah, it's been a long weekend here at Bury, so thank you very much to everybody who has joined us. It is really greatly appreciated. So still Neil Kenyon out in front at the moment. Get back to Jonathan Pluke. It's a 1.6 seconds with 2 minutes down on the nearly 2 minutes down on the master clock. As we follow everybody round. Watch the cars go down in front of us. in commentary corner. Trying to spot the car number 7 somewhere. I think he's just coming down in front of us. The purple, white and green car of Neil Kenyon. Round over the out of the middle section, down into the drop, into the steps, and switch back into the main straight, round over the moguls down in front of us, and that's going to be a 23.3. It's not his fastest lap of the race, but still not too bad. It's enough to keep his gap out the front. Jonathan Pluke, a 23.5, so that gap's now out at just under 2 seconds. So Neil doing exactly what he needs to do. As we follow everybody round, and still somebody's hit a fence somewhere. Another clunk, which is never good that time around there. Neil Kenyon 22.7, Jonathan Pluke 23.0. That's now that gap now at 2.2. It's going to be Colin McCaffrey taking up the 3. And everybody jumps around on the stagger. So yeah, Kenyon, Pluke, McCaffrey, Griggs, Gibbs, Swinton, Christopher, Lewis, and Zabados retired after a couple of laps, losing a wheel. We'll grill Miklos about that one later. Not a problemo.
7, 4, 6, 1 and 3 with 1 to go.
Heat number 4 of four-wheel drive qualifying. It's very, very windy here today at Bury. Fantastic turnout once again. Don't forget, we have still got one more round of two-wheel drive and four-wheel. Obviously the rest of four-wheel drive, but then we head to Batley on August Bank Holiday weekend. If anybody fancies coming along, feel free to come join us and watch us physically in person, or join us on the live stream. As Mr. Cockrell tries to make as much noise as possible. There we go. So it's still Neil Kenyon out in front. He must have had an issue somewhere, because Jonathan Pluke, that gap's now down to 0.2. So we're going to come round, and Neil Kenyon is going to cross the line, and he is done. So let's have a look. Paul Griggs crossed the line. Jonathan Pluke not quite fast enough. It's going to be a 0.2 gap. So it's going to be Neil Kenyon that takes this one. Jonathan Pluke, Colin McCaffrey, Paul Griggs, James Gibbs are going to be your top 5, as we're still waiting on Phil Swinton and Neil Lewis to finish. And we are now joined by Tom Cockrell.
So that's a wrap of group number 4. Neil Kenyon going to take that one from Jonathan Pluke, Colin McCaffrey, Paul Griggs, James Gibbs, Mark Christopher, Philip Swinton, Neil Lewis and Miklos Zabadas. You go and get yourself some lunch, Cam, before you get back on it. You've not had a break.
I most definitely will. Thank you very much.
I mock Cam, but he doesn't work very hard. But then he also doesn't give himself a break. I don't know what he's doing. But he does support Chesterfield. Is it Chesterfield?
No.
Who was
Mansfield.
it? Mansfield, sorry. I mean, Mats.
How dare you?
If you choose that, then you're not really giving yourself a break in life, are you? Tune in at 4 o'clock for Mansfield game. You want to see disappointment played out on a football field? Right. Heat number 5 is gridding up. Heat 5 gridding up. 35 seconds.
Do we have a restart from Russia? Yes, please.
Put them extra things on it, it was fucking awful.
So Jack Mills-White, Keith Helsley, Ben Ellis, Phil Campbell, Peter Hastings, Lee Stokes, Michael Helsley, Joshua Anderson and Chris Bowden are your drivers. So we're rocking and rolling with group number 5, heat number 5, round number 2 of qualifying. And Jack Mills-White going to lead this one off, followed by Ben Ellis. I think from memory in the first round, Jack Mills-White was quick. Lee Stokes laying down a good opening lap with a 23.1, as does Michael Helsley, and Jack Mills-White 22.9. So those of you watching along online, we'll get moving Cam back in just a moment. Cam's just gone off to get some lunch, so give him about 10-15 minutes and we'll be back with full coverage shortly. So Jack Mills-White opening up on an improved pace after 2. So he's got 22.6 was his second lap, so he's put 2 good laps in. And looking at improved pace, as is most of the field. Joshua Anderson did not start. Keith Helsley is not improving after a 27 lap time last time by. Other than that, everybody else is improving in this one, including Phil Campbell. So Jack Mills-White is your leader. He's looking at going 14.5.17. Zach Edwards sits top of the timesheets. He went 14.5.10, so good run from him. Jack Mills-White looking at going 5.16. Peter Hastings 5.20 and Michael Helsley looking at going to 5.21. So 5 laps on the board, 2 minutes down and 3 to go, 2 down and 3 to go. Jack Mills-White, you lead 1 second in front of Peter Hastings and 8 tenths down to Ben Ellis and Phil Campbell. So not a lot separating these lot. Mills-White, Hastings, Ellis and Campbell going in 2 through 5 in the top 10 as it stands. Michael Helsley and Lee Stokes not quite on 14 lap runs but not far off. You guys going 10 and 11. Chris Bowden and Keith Helsley run 7 and 8 in this. And you two also not quite on for the elusive 14 lap runs. So Jack Mills-White is your long-time leader. Last time by 22.54 for you, Jack. And your lead is about 3 seconds. In fact, it's exactly 2.9 seconds over Ben Ellis. So running order 4, 6, 9, 2, 3, 8. 1 and 5. 4, 6, 9, 2, 3, 8, 1 and 5 is your running order. And it is Jack Mills-White in the 4 car. I think I want to say pinky purple. But it looks to be left hand side, just coming out of interview now as he comes around the sweeper and going to come down the straightaway. So he comes into turn number 1, or into the bank corner should I say, through the mogul section, and then we'll see him come back into view as he drops down over the start finish line, and that is 9 laps on the board. That one being a 22.1 for Jack. So decent lap as he comes down the step downs. He's going to come round the sweeping corner and then bring it back to the straightaway. This will be his 10th time down the straight of a predicted 14. So he is on this one as he comes across the line. We see him crossing the line. 21.99 last time by for Jack Mills-White. So that is the quickest lap that he has done, and it is not the quickest lap of this race. Peter Hastings last time by with a 21.8. So he is laying it down in this one. And we'll just cut to this camera as we see there comes Jack Mills-White in the 4 car coming through view, and then he'll just appear. And this one coming around the sweeper into the tabletop. 11 laps on the board for Jack. He's got this one and 2 more. Is our guess as he comes down the straightaway. So Jack Mills-White now leading Peter Hastings and Phil Campbell. So Jack's got about a 4-second lead, 4.5 second lead over Michael Helsley, Peter Hastings, Phil Campbell, Ben Ellis, Lee Stokes, Keith Helsley and Chris Bowden. And your first 4, so Mills-White, Helsley, Hastings and Campbell all on for 14 lap runs. As we come into the final 15 seconds, please listen for your numbers, drivers. So there goes your race leader just coming into view now on the left hand side, coming into the middle of the screen. This is his 14th and final lap. He's looking at going 5:14 pace as we watch him sweep round into the top left corner. He's going to come off the banking. Oh, he's over. Race leader's over. He had a 5-second lead, but that's going to be a bit of a disaster for him. So he's going to come back into view, and then as he disappears off here, we'll just cut as he crosses the line. Jack Mills-White, disastrous last lap, but he's done a 27.9. He might still take it, waiting for 2 and 3 to finish. So Jack Mills-White, error on the last lap, a 27.9. He's still going to take it home, 0.8 of a second in front of Michael Housley and Peter Hastings going at 2.34. Phil Campbell, I don't really know what to say to you. You were on 14 lap pace the whole way and it fell at the end. Going to go in at 8. And Ben Ellis, you're going to go in at 10th. And you have Keith Housley, Chris Bowden, Lee Stokes rounding out that heat number 5. Heat 6 is up next. Group number 6 is up next. And Will Skidmore going to lead this one away. So 30 seconds till the start of group number 6. So 10 seconds. Skidmore was rapid in round 1. Let me see if I can find his score. He went 12th in round number 1. So we'll be looking to improve on that. So there goes Skidmore, Richard Miller, Phil Shannon, Matthew Hodges, Stephen Harley, Scott Wyman, Craig Lomax, David Burton, Dylan Richardson and Charlie Rhodes. So race leader comes down the straightaway around the race leader dropping off the corner tabletop. So Will Skidmore going to lead this one out as he comes round in front of the BM sign and heads towards a step down. Will Skidmore opening lap 21.1. You've opened on 15 lap pace. So we know Skidmore is rapid in round number 1. He went 12th in round. And we'll look to get him his best possible time in round number 2 as well. So Skidmore lap 2, 21.43. Still on target for that 15 lap average. So he's going to come round. Down the straightaway he goes into turn number 1, and then he comes round into view here as he drops down off the corner tabletop and into the middle of the track. And that time by Skidmore 21.3, so you're averaging 21.28 and looking at 5.19 pace. Charlie Rhodes, you running second with a 5.08, and then we've got Dylan Richardson, Wyman, Burton, Lomax, Hodges and Shannon. So work together, drivers. There's a lot of quick drivers out there, and you are all mixed up together on track. 21.49 for Skidmore for the 4th time round. Next best lap is going to be a 21.6 from Scott Wyman. So Wyman dropping into the 21s, nicely done. But your race leader is going to come down the straightaway now, and then he's going to switch around in front of race control as he crosses the line and comes into view through the switchbacks. So he comes over the tabletop, and he's going to be coming in amongst traffic shortly. 21.6 for you that time, Will. Your slowest lap to date, but still plenty quick, and you're still on 5.21 pace. So average is 21.41 as he drops down into the middle of the track now through the switchbacks. So William Skidmore, the blue, yellow and black machine, going to be coming up on what looked to be the 7 car of Stephen Harley. So thank you, Stephen. Marshall in the middle. So Will Skidmore down the straight. Last time by Will, 21.49. That's going in the right direction. And it looks like it's going to be the 8 car, or 6 car, sorry. So Phil Shannon, middle of the track. So 2 cars coming down the step down now. You've got the race leader behind you. So onto the straightaway. There we go. So all yellow car, you'll be next for our leader, if and when he gets there. So the all yellow car will be next for our race leader. That time by for Will, 21.5, just dropping off 15 lap pace, Will. So I appreciate you're in traffic. Traffic's doing my best. Thank you, all yellow car. So down the straight, everyone but Phil Shannon in this is improving. So every driver except Phil Shannon putting on an improved time with 3 minutes and 11 on the master clock. You've got 1 minute and 40 to go. Someone's over. It's not our leader. So race leader last time by 21.5. Your touch and go, Will. I think you're 0.03 a lap off 15 lap pace. So car 10 is next. Matthew Hodges, you've got the race leader bearing down on you. Thank you. Then it looks like it might be Craig Lomax, you next. So race leaders left hand side of the track coming down the step downs. And last time by 21.59 for you, Skidmore. Craig Lomax, you run in second. Thank you, Craig. So 9 car is going to be next. And then it looks like Wyman, and that will clear us off. So Richard Miller, you are next for our race leader. He's through. So Wyman, you'll be next. With 1 minute to go. Skidmore, you are less than half a second off the 15 lap run. And you've now got nothing but racetrack. So we're watching William Skidmore as he comes across the start finish line now. And then drives into the middle of the track. The blue, yellow and grey machine coming over the second BM bunny hop. And drives to the left-hand side through the step down. Last time by 21.6 for Skidmore. 30 seconds on the master clock. It's going to be this and possibly a couple more for you, Will. See what you can do as we've got clear traffic now coming around off the drop down. This time by it's going to be a 21.53. So estimated to go 14 laps. This might be your last lap, Will. Charlie Rhodes, you run second. Then we've got Wyman, Lomax, Richardson, Hodges, Miller, Harley, Shannon and Burton. As we come into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So Skidmore going to come across the line now as time expires, and he is going to get caught at the line. 14.50.9. As the other drivers will go through and start their 14th lap. So it is Skidmore who's going to take this one. Rhodes, Wyman, Lomax and Richardson all through for additional 14 laps. So let's see as they come round. Here comes Wyman into shot. He's going to drop down first. Oh, he's finished on his roof. Disaster. He's not finished. That cost him 23.4. So Craig Lomax. No, Charlie Rhodes going to take it from Craig Lomax. So William Skidmore. So William Skidmore going to take that one, 14.50.9, just getting caught at the line for a 15-lap run. Charlie Rhodes going to finish second, going at 3. Then Lomax, Wyman go 4 and 5. Dylan Richardson, you go in at 8. Then Matthew Hodges, Richard Miller, Stephen Harley, David Burton and Phil Shannon.
Did he get across the line when he crashed?
No, it cost him 23.4 his last lap. I think what you call it is amateur hour.
It is amateur hour, yeah. In fact, remind him of that, mate. Just goes back to the marshal point.
So, Mr. Wyman, I've just had a discussion with Matt Dodd, and we both agree that was amateur hour, at best.
Watch me be worse now.
Cam, you've just moved me camera. Yeah, but because you're not on moving cam. So that's a wrap of heat number 6. 30 seconds till the start of heat 7. 30 seconds to the start of heat 7. Scott Wyman, what were you doing? It didn't count. It cost you. Matt Dodd finds it hilarious. So do I.
Last corner.
It's not even corner. It passed the corner. Yeah. He So Reece Drofer, Chris Pattinson, Ollie Frost, Cameron Wells, Manny Panesar, William Fisher, Peter Craig, Scott Follington, Evie Thames and Graham Lyle are your drivers for group number 7. So group number 7 rocking and rolling. First lap's going on the board, and it's a 21.9 for Reese Driver, 22.1 for Patterson Wells, 22.2 for Lyle. So lots of quick drivers out there, lots of quick laps opening up. And we'll put it on this camera view for now. And they're all coming around on 2 wheels around this corner tabletop. I don't know if the grip's come up as the temperature's gone down or people are just throwing it at it harder. So Oliver Frost going to lead after 2 from Chris Pattinson and Manny Panesar. This is group 7 of 12, round number 2 of 4 of qualifying. So Reese Trafer lead last time by 6/100ths of a second over Chris Pattinson, Ollie Frost and Manny Panesar. Front 4 separated by 3/4 of a second at most. So 3, 9, 10 and 1. 3, 9, 10 and 1. I think they all set off near the start of the grid. So someone's over. It's not one of our leaders. Manny Panesar goes through. So he's behind Cameron Wells on track. But Cameron Wells on track is quick. He's just had an early error. So what have we got? Our race leader should be in the all white. But it looks like that was a 5 of Graham Lyle. So yeah, Reese Trafer's coming up on the 5 car of Graham Lyle. So please give him space even when he gets there. And then also coming down the drop down, the 9 car, the white and blue car with a dash of pink. He runs in second. So I'll try and pick up that. I think it's a 6 car. Thank you, 6 car. That's Scott Follington. Great driving. So those are the leaders coming through. So Reese Trafer found himself a bit of clear track, 21.7 last time by Chris Patterson, 21.6, Ollie Frost 21.8. Gap between the 3 of you is 0.6 of a second. Then Manny Panesar about a second behind that. Then 2 tenths covers Cameron Wells, William Fisher. So what, top 6 is going to be covered by about 3 seconds, 2 and a bit seconds covering the top 6. Here in group number 7 with 3 minutes down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. So Reese Trafer is coming around now over corner tabletop and will come into view on screen through the switchbacks. The all white machine is your leader coming off the bunny hop and then drives to the left hand side of the track. So 21.5 last time by for Reese, 21.5 for Patterson. 22.0 Ollie Frost, and these guys looking at going 2, 3 and 4 overall. You're on about 07, 08 pace, so you're some way off Will Skidmore's benchmark of a 14.50. With 3 minutes and 30 on the master clock, 3:30 down, you're going to have 1:30 to go. Graham Lyle, be aware, second place is behind you on track. Scott Follington, third place is behind you. Just be aware, drivers are not quite there yet, but if they do get there, please give them space, give them room. As they come through the moguls. Oh no, disaster. Graham Lyle making an error. So you've got third place behind you, Graham. He's not there yet, but if he does get there, please take it, give him space. Meanwhile, race leader comes down the straightaway. There, so the all-white car still leading this one. Reese Trafer extending his lead to 1 second. 1.0 is the lead. Chris Patterson just getting a little bit of rough through the moguls. So he's going to come through. That time by was a 22.2, so gap extends to 1.3. And we are at 4 minutes and 20 seconds down. So running order 3, 9, 10, 1, 8, 7, 2, 4, 6 and 5. Most drivers on to improve on their round 1 time. 23.65 for Reese that time by. That's not good going. So Ollie Frost going to move up to the 2 spot, 0.6 off the lead. So Ollie Frost just 0.6 off the lead. So Chris Patterson, be aware, that's Ollie behind you on track, I believe. So you are running 2 and 3. Just work together, 9 and 10 car. With 10 seconds remaining, Ollie's made an error. Disaster for Ollie. So he's going to fall behind Scott Follington. Thank you, Scott. Coming to finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So with that error for Ollie Frost, Chris Patterson going to move to a 2 spot. Ollie Frost going to drop to 3. Then we've got Peter Craig, Will Fisher, Manny Panesar. But we'll see as they all come into finishing times. We'll see as they cross the line. Reese Trafer is finished with a 14.509. He's going to go second overall. Chris Pattinson going to finish a 10.8, and he is identical time to Zach Edwards. So they sit third overall. Ollie Frost going to go in at 5th. William Fisher 6th. Manny Panesar goes in at 7th. and just a couple more to finish. So that's a wrap of that one. Reece Trafford going to take that with a 14.59.2. Chris Pattinson going to finish second. Ollie Frost third. Then Fisher, Panesar, Craig, Thames, Wells, Follington and Lyle. The full closing order. That's a wrap of group number 7. Group number 8 is up next. Group 8 is coming up next in 1 minute, drivers. 1 minute.
And marshals change, please. Marshals change.
Okay, group number 8 is on track. 1:30 down, 3:30 to go. Charlie Simmons going to lead Gareth Stanton, Roger Tugwood, Matthew Dodd. Dodd will not crash on the last lap, I'm sure. Alex Pyatt, Andy Manning, Ruben Russell, Ben Elliott, Chris Foster and James Pritchard. James Pritchard does not finish. His car is out already. So Charlie Simmons is your leader. He's on camera, left-hand side of the track, coming around the sweeper onto the straightaway he goes. He leads 2.1 in front of Gareth Stanton. Simmons, you're looking at 06 pace, which is good enough for second overall. Stanton, you're looking at 5:12, which would put you 6th overall. Tugwood 5:14. Matt Dodd 5:15, put you in the top 10. So Simmons still leading this one. Last time by 22.0. 2:30 down and 2:30 to go. Running order 6, 5, 10, 4, 7, 1, 3, 8 and 2. It all changes. So 6, 5, 10, 2, 4, 7, 1, 3 and 8. Top 6 all on for improved times. So top 6 all on for improved times. Ruben Russell, you're about 4 seconds off the lead as you jump up the order with a 21.9 last time by for Ruben. So good lap for you. Jumping up to the 5 spot. Andy Manning, you in 6, Matt Dodd 7, Ben Elliott 8, Chris Foster in 9. So it is Charlie Simmons still leading, and his lead is what, about 1.5 over Gareth Stanton? No, 2.5 over Gareth Stanton. So it is Charlie Simmons, Gareth Stanton. Now Ruben Russell jumping up to a 3 spot, 21.79 last time by for Ruben. But Charlie Simmons coming off the corner tabletop and driving through the middle of the track is your leader. Last time by for Charlie, a 24.2. That's not good, so Stanton could have a sniff of the lead here. Let's see as he comes by. There's a quarter of a second in it. 21.99 last time by for Stanton. So 9 laps on the board. Charlie Simmons going to come round now to put 10 on the board. As he crosses the line this time, it's a 21.54. That's more like it. Ruben Russell going to go by the line with a 22.2. Stanton another 21.9. Gap extends to 0.6 of a second. And Ruben Russell, you're about 3.5 behind that, now running a relatively comfortable third place position. Simmons, you're on 08 pace. Stanton, you're on 09, looking at going 2 and 3 in round. Russell, Tugwood and Manning all going into the top 10 with 14 lap runs. Pyatt and Elliott also looking at 14 lap runs. Chris Foster, as are you. So the whole field, apart from James Pritchard, looking at 14 lap runs. As I say that, I look up and Chris Foster's made an error, so he may no longer be. Meanwhile, Charlie Simmons goes through 12 laps on the board, 21.8 last time by. Let's see what Stanton can do. 21.8 for Stanton. So 0.7 is the gap between those two. Russell, 21.5. Good lap for you. So Ruben Russell making moves up the order here. So 15 seconds to go, drivers. Closing order going to be 6-5-1. 10, 2, 7, 3, 4 and 8. Please listen for your numbers as we watch Charlie Simmons come down the step down. Left hand side of the track going to come round the sweeper and into the main straight. Time has expired. This is his 14th and final lap. He's not going to meet traffic, thankfully, as he sweeps round, comes over the corner tabletop and crosses the line. He closes out with a 21.6 to go 14.506.8. Ruben Russell, going to come across the line, close with a 21.8. Gareth Stanton closes with a 21.6. So Stanton going to go 5.07. Russell's going to go 5.11 pace. Then we've got Roger Tugwood going to finish with a 5.14. Alex Pyatt is on for a good run. Let's see what he does. He jumps up to 4th overall. 4th in heat, 9th overall. So Charlie Simmons going to take the win in that one from Gareth Stanton, Ruben Russell, Alex Pyatt, Roger Tugwood, Andy Manning, Ben Elliott, Matthew Dodd, Chris Foster and James Pritchard. Chris Foster getting caught at the line. Everyone else on 14 lap runs as heat number 9 heads up onto the rostrum. Simmons, you go in at 2, Stanton goes in at 3, Ruben Russell, you go 7th, Pyatt 8, Tugwood 9, Pyatt 9, Tugwood 10 and Manning in 11 as it stands going into group number 9. 1 minute, drivers, 1 minute. So just take a moment. We'll be back with you in about 45 seconds for group number 9 of qualifying.
Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change.
Callum Tarafa, Reese Ward, Stephen Brown, Kevin Hodkinson, Andy Woods, Hattie Thames, Ben Stevenson, David Scott, Harry Saunders and Tristram Neal are your runners and riders. And as we flick to moving camp, we pick up the 4 car of Callum Tarafa, followed by the 10 of Reese Ward. So Callum, good run in round number 1, and he's opened up with a 21.6. So some of these guys, I think, threatened 15 lap runs last time by, but none of them quite made it happen. So let's see what they can do in round number 2 of qualifying. Not sure if the track's getting better or worse as the temperature drops. You might be able to hear the wind picked up by our ambient mic. But yeah, track is, I think, changed slightly as the temperature drops, the sun's gone in. Oh, someone's over. That's our leader over. So we'll follow on with Reese Ward, the blue and orange machine. He will be your new race leader after 2. So unfortunate there for Callum, just catching the bot dot on the inside up on 2 wheels and couldn't get it down. So that's going to allow Reese Ward to the point. So Reese Ward sweeping round, going to pass. That's the very same bot dot that Callum crashed on. For Callum it was a 25.11 lap time, so he's lost what, 3 seconds at least, maybe 3.5. Meanwhile Reese Ward is looking at going 14.504 pace. Stephen Brown, you run in second. So Reese Ward is leading heat number 9, 1 minute and 40 gone to 3 minutes and 20 to go. So 3:20 to go, Reese Ward leading. Callum Trafer went set off first but had an error at the start of the straight, so he's going to rue that error. So it is going to be 10.31.58, or all changes. David Scott, he had a very rapid car in race round 1 but couldn't quite bring it home with a big error halfway through the run. So running order 10.31.859, 4.276, something like that. It all changed again as we go through. So give eyes out to the 5 car coming through from the back of the grid. So yellow car coming through from the back. He is rapid, so try and give him space. But on camera we've got Reese Ward. He's on for an improved time and he's looking at going 5.05 pace. So it's Reese Ward being chased down by Stephen Brown, Andy Woods, Hattie Thames, Tristram Neal, Callum Trafer, David Scott, Ben Stevenson, Kevin Hodkinson and Harry Saunders. As I say that about David Scott coming through, he posts a 23.8 lap time, which is going in the wrong direction. So Reese Ward goes through 21.82 last time by for Reese. Steve Brown, you're just half a second behind. So Reese Ward on 04 pace, Stephen Brown on 05 pace. So very close between you two. And then looks like Callum Trafer working his way back up the order, but it's going to be Andy Woods next. Then Callum runs in 4. Ben Stevenson, Kevin Hodkinson. Tristram Neal jumping up to a 4 spot. So Trish from the back of the grid. So I think that's the all-white Schumacher machine for Trish. So also give caution to him because he is running quick from the back. But it is Reese Ward who's leading this one. And Reese Ward looking pretty good for round number 2. He's been clean so far. Last time by, gap extends at the front to 0.5 of a second. 21.7 for Reese. Stephen Brown 21.9, so the gap extends further to 0.6 of a second. Sounds like a lot, but it's really not. So your race leader coming down the straightaway now, and I think he's got Trish Neal in front for company. Tristram Neal running a solid run, 4th place in this heat as it stands. So it is Ward, Brown, Woods, Neal, Trafer, Hodkinson, Scott, Stevenson, Thames and Saunders is the running order as we come into the final 45 seconds. About half a field are improving, so Brown, Ward, Woods, Scott, Neal and Saunders all on improved times, and there's been a change of lead at the front. Stephen Brown leads Reese Ward by 0.04 of a second, and just like that Cam Felton picks up Stephen Brown on camera as he comes down the step down, and he's going to come down onto the straightaway now. Thank you Trish Neal, you're on a great run Trish, so try to get that tow rope out and follow him round as we come into the final 15 seconds. Stephen Brown, you drop off the lead by 1/10.5, so Reese Ward 21.42 to Stephen Brown's 21.63. Hands that lead back to Reese Ward. As we come into finishing times, drivers, listen for your numbers. So Reese Ward is going to close this one out, crosses the line with a 22.04. So Stephen Brown going to take it at the death by half a second. Expecting Andy Woods next. There he goes, and quite a few drivers through for 14 laps here. So as they all pile through, see what they do. So Reese Ward is done, Andy Woods done, David Scott done, Hattie Thames, Ben Stevenson still waiting on Trish Neal and Harry Saunders. And there they go. So Stephen Brown going to take that one on the very last lap, half a second in front of Reese Ward to go in at 2 and 3. Andy Woods, you going at 6, finishing 3rd in heat. Then you had David Scott, Hattie Thames, Ben Stevenson, Callum Trafer and Tristram Neal and Kevin Hodkinson followed by Harry Saunders. All drivers on 14 laps in this one. Next up is going to be heat number 10. Heat 10, you are next.
Marshall's change, please.
So, group number 10 gridding up. Round 1 saw Johnny Skidmore go 9th in round. Lewis Hopkins went 10th. Ryan Clark 19. Matt Thompson's going to want to do better than he did in round 1, that's for sure. So 10 seconds, we'll watch these guys leave the grid, and then we'll follow whoever's quick. So everyone away and counting, we're going to open up with Johnny Skidmore on camera. And he's going to open up with a 21.1, so 15 lap pace from the off for some of these guys. Lewis Hopkins 21.0, Ollie Natras 21.4. So drivers, work together out there. You've got a lot going on. Matt Thompson 24.7, so you're going to need 2 from 2 from rounds 3 and 4. No pressure, but you've done it to yourself. So Johnny Skidmore backs up his with a 21.0. Lewis Hopkins 21.3. Lots and lots of fast laps out there, drivers. So work together, give each other space. You know if someone's quicker if they've caught you. And you also know who you are racing and who's going quick. So Skidmore, Hopkins, Druitt, McFadden, Natras, May, Robinson, Clark, Thompson and Dale. Not a lot to split these drivers, and 7 of you on for improved times compared to round number 1. So Johnny Skidmore, you lead half a second in front of Lewis Hopkins. Then you've got Matt Druitt, 3/4 of a second behind Matt. Oliver Natras, half a second behind Matt. So what, 1.5, nearly 2 seconds separating the top 4. And Skidmore, you're looking at going 5.14 pace. Lewis Hopkins going 5.18. Just have a quick look. The round 1 TQ time was a 13.7. So you're about a half a second off fastest time of the day, Johnny. Lewis Hopkins, you've dropped to 1.1 behind, but still looking at going 15.518. Best lap we've seen out there is a 20.8 from Johnny Skidmore. So Johnny Skidmore on camera coming down the straightaway. He's going to be coming into traffic shortly. Looks like someone crashing out the way as he comes into the moguls. And crosses time and scoring. That time by for Skidmore, 20.72. So he's starting to bring the heat here in group number. Starting to bring the heat here in group number 10, round number 2 of qualifying. As someone makes an error, it's not our leader. So our race leader is coming onto the straightaway now. And as he comes down, he's going to go past another crashing car. Matt Thompson, I think you might be next for our leader. So Johnny Skidmore leading this one, and he's looking at going 5.15 pace. 1 second in front of Lewis Hopkins currently. Ola Natras, you're 2.6 behind Matt. Then we've got Ryan Clark, Matt Druitt, Colin May, Matt Thompson, Tommy Dale, Leon Robinson and Isaac McFadden. So look up and try and find our race leader on track as he comes over Bury Bump. And he is coming left hand side of the track. 20.7 last time by for you, Skidmore. Matt Thompson 21.2. So Johnny Skidmore coming into the mogul section. His car looking nice and neat. Comes off the corner tabletop. That time by 21.1 for Skidmore. and a 21.1 for Thompson. So we come off the front side tabletop, going to go into a staircase, and then they're around the left-hand side of the track, and it's going to get cosy at the end of the straight. So all these cars coming across the start-finish line now. Be aware the race leader is behind you on track. 8 car, you will be first. Tommy Dale, race leader there. Thank you. Next is going to be the 10 car of Colin May. Be aware. Matt Thompson's behind you on track, and behind that is Johnny Skidmore with 1 minute to go. Skidmore's looking at 5:15 pace. Hopkins, you're going 5:17. Ollie Natras, you've just fallen off 15 lap pace. So 10 car race leader is behind you on track. Thank you. Matt Thompson, race leader, is behind you on track. And then we've got the all blue X-ray machine, but you're a couple of laps ahead. And that's a crash for a free car. So Lewis Hopkins going to be on his roof. He had 4 seconds over Ollie Natras, so you might not lose a spot here. So Skidmore crosses the line. That was a 20.7 in traffic. Thank you, all that traffic. Great driving. So thank you to all those cars. Great driving. So 15 seconds remaining on the master clock. Your closing order going to be 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 4, 10, 8, 9 and 2. So Skidmore and Hopkins. Hopkins still looking to go 15 laps, just about. Ollie Natras is about half a second off it, so he's going to need a stellar lap if he wants to go through for the extra lap. But we're watching Johnny Skidmore as he comes round on his 15th and final lap. Down the straight he goes, and he's going to come into turn 1. Probably not going to catch traffic on this one, thankfully, and he's going to cross the line and close out with a 5:15.5. Lewis Hopkins going to go through for 15. Ollie Natras, poor last lap, going to get caught at the line. So just waiting for Liam Robinson to finish, and there we go. So Johnny Skidmore going to take that one and set new target time for round 15, 5:15.5. Lewis Hopkins going to go through for 15. Will Skidmore, your time will hold for third. Ollie Natras, you going at 4. Matt Druitt in at 5. Ryan Clark in at 6. Matt Thompson, you recovered to 9. Then we had Colin May, Liam Robinson, Tommy Dale and Isaac McFadden. 1 minute and 20 seconds, drivers. So 1 minute and 20 seconds for group number 11. We'll be back with you shortly. So 1 minute and 20, and well, 1 minute now, and we'll be back with group number 11. So there goes Josh Holdsworth to round 1 TQ, Thomas Phipps, Luke Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Charlie Saunders, Mark Anthony Jones, Stuart Marn, Eugene Galley and Seth Shillito Everest are your drivers. So everyone away and counting, and it's going to be Josh Holdsworth leading round Thomas Phipps. Thomas Phipps had the quickest individual lap. Josh Holdsworth had the quickest 5-minute time. Thomas Phipps opening up with a 21.2. That is not the way to go about it. Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin both opening up with 20.8. Holdsworth 20.9. Mark Anthony Jones 21.4. Saunders 21.7. 21.8s for Everest and Galley, Nash and Marn in the 22s. Lap 2 going on the board, 20.3. Thomas Phipps going to jump top of the board. Josh Holdsworth 20.1, Lee Martin 21.4. So half a second separating the front 4. And then there's about 8 tenths back to Charlie Saunders. So it's going to be fast, it's going to be rapid out there. 4 fast cars in this one, any one of them could TQ it. So we've got Holdsworth and Phipps, then we've got Holdsworth and Martin. So Thomas Phipps is on camera. Last time by 20.87. He leads half a second in front of Lee Martin. 20.7 last time by. Holdsworths have just dropped off slightly. Luke Holdsworth, you're fourth and you're 1.1 off the lead. Josh and Thomas work together, so 2 and 1 cars. That time by 20.9 for Thomas, 21.6 for Josh, and Josh has done the right thing. Thomas now leads on track. Meanwhile, behind them, Luke Holdsworth and Lee Martin, plenty of space. Lee Martin, you're 7 tenths off the lead, running in second. Luke Holdsworth, 3 tenths behind that. Josh, you're 2 tenths behind that. But Thomas Phipps got nothing but racetrack. Fastest lap, a 20.3, 20.9 last time by. Josh Holdsworth is over. Lee Martin and Luke Holdsworth going to go through on track. Lee Martin, you dropped to 9 tenths off the lead. Thomas Phipps, you are touch and go with Johnny Skidmore's time that's posted. So Thomas Phipps, you are there or thereabouts. Lee Martin, you predicted to go 2 seconds behind that. So Thomas Phipps, last time by 20.9. Lee Martin, 20.7. Gap reduces, it's under 3/4 of a second. So these guys now looking at going 1 and 2. Luke Holdsworth, you're looking at going 4. Saunders 6. Mark Anthony Jones 9. Galley 11. Marn 14. Aaron Nash 16. And it looks like we might have lost Josh Holdsworth in that. No, Josh is still going. Just one error has put him all the way to the back of the grid. Lee Martin, 20.5, closing it up. I think a little bit of maths earlier. Lee Martin needs to TQ and win this national to take the championship to potentially take the championship to the deciding round. So Luke Holdsworth, you've got second place with you. And I think you're going to have to yield. 20.7 for Lee Martin that time round. Thank you, Luke. Gap is down to 1/10 of a second. Thomas Phipps and Lee Martin, 4 and 1 car are your leaders. So 4 still leads. He's at the end of the straight. Lee Martin, start of the straight. So Thomas Phipps, green and white machine. Lee Martin, white, blue and orange. 20.9 for Thomas. Lee Martin in traffic, 20.5. Tops the timesheets with 3:20 down and 1:40 to go. So Lee Martin now leading this one. Thomas Phipps coming onto the straight. Lee Martin, 20.5 last time by, was his best lap of the race. So as he comes through the mogul section, going to sweep round up and down the corner tabletop, cross the line, this time by 20.6. He is turning up the heat, looking to go top of the tree in this qualifying round so far. Thomas Phipps, you run in second. Luke Holdsworth third. Then we've got Mark Anthony Jones, Charlie Saunders, Stuart Marn, Eugene Galley. It's all changes as they come through. So running order: Martin, Phipps, Luke, Anthony Jones, Galley, Saunders, Josh, Marn, Nash, Shillito, Everest. With 1 minute to go, drivers. 1 minute to go. Lee Martin extends his lead to 1.1. He's going to be coming up on traffic shortly. Thomas Phipps also in traffic. Eugene Galley recovering in front of race leaders. One more, sorry, Eugene. I know you're on a good run. So red and white car, you've got second place with you. So red and white car coming into the step down. You've got second place with you. And then Lee Martin's coming through. So you're going to have to go again. 2 cars start the straight. There's one. Thank you very much, Lee. Last time by 21.0 going in the wrong direction. So 8 car, I think it is. I'll see. White, yellow and orange car. You've got the race leader coming through into the tabletop. Thank you, those cars. That time by Lee Martin, 20.9. Thomas Phipps, 21.0 in traffic. So Lee Martin still going for new fastest time of the day pace. Thomas Phipps just 1.1 behind on track as we come into closing times, drivers. Listen for your numbers. So Thomas Phipps, Lee Martin starting their last lap. Thomas Phipps closed the gap to just half a second with a 20.5 last time by. It's going to be a 1 lap shootout with as they're on their 15th and final lap. So Lee Martin down the straight. The gap looks to have extended. Thomas Phipps going to come across the line. He closes out with a 20.6. Lee Martin going to come across the line. And it's a 21.3. Thomas Phipps going to take it on the last lap by 1/10 of a second. So that's a wrap off Heat 11. Last lap, Thomas Phipps going to take it by 1/10 of a second over Lee Martin. They're going to go in at 1 and 2. New target time, 5:13.39. Luke Holdsworth, Josh Holdsworth going to go in at 4 and 5. Charlie Saunders goes in at 7. Mark Anthony Jones in at 8. And Stuart Marn goes in at 10. Then we had Aaron Nash, Seth Shillito Everest and Eugene Galley. Skidmore, you stay 3. Lewis Hopkins 6. And William Skidmore, you are 9th. Going into the 12th and final heat of that qualifying round.
30 seconds, drivers. 30 seconds.
You've been through scrutineering, Charlie. Just hold for a second, please. Hold for a second. Race control.
Yeah, the pause.
So, 10 seconds, I think. We're going to start on fixed cam, and then we'll jump to whoever's leading. I think this one will be the Tom and Benny show. Tom and Benny? Benny and Tom. Tommy and Ben. There we go. Get there in the end. So group number 12 is up next, and we'll be looking for a round 2 TQ time. So there goes Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Jamie Hall, Hudson Knight, Ewan Tumulty, Callum Ackroyd Bench, William Venables, Jacob Tomlinson and Archie Bowman. This time his transponder works. So all drivers away and counting. Tommy Hall going to lead around Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Jamie Hall, Hudson Knight, Ewan Tumulty, Callum Ackroyd Bench, William Venables, Jacob Tomlinson and Archie Bowman. Just be aware, drivers, the 5 car coming through from the back, the green and white car at the back will be quick. So green and white at the back will be quick. Tommy Hall opens up with a 20.8. Ben Smith opens up 21.2. Pole 21.4. Hall 21.4. Archie Bowman 21.6. Tommy Hall backs it up with a 21.3. Daniel Pole goes 20.8. So 600ths between those. And absolutely nothing to split between some of these drivers. And it looks like Ben Smith might have had an error on this lap. Last lap was a 21.7, not great. This lap for Ben Smith is going to be 21.9, so 2 average laps. Daniel Pole going to go to the point. He is 20.5 last time by, so he leads half a second in front of Tommy Hall. So we'll pick up Daniel Pole on track as he comes through turn number 1. He's got Ben Smith behind him on track. And last time by it was a 21.1 from Tommy Hall. And it's going to be a 20.1 from Daniel Pole. So Daniel Pole, you're there or thereabouts on TQ time. There or thereabouts on Thomas Phipps's TQ time. Just 1/10 of a second separated Phipps and Martin. And we are at 2 minutes down and 3 to go. 2 down, 3 to go. Daniel Pole, you lead Tommy Hall by 1 second. 20.5 last time by. 20.5 last time by. That's going in the right direction. 21.1 for Tommy Hall, 21.0 for Ben Smith, 21.1 for Jamie Hall. So this heat just not laying down the lap times we saw from heat number 11. But Daniel Pole is doing his best. Oh, he's hit the bot dot, going to go up on 2 wheels. It was a 20.7 last time by. And that had just about put him onto TQ pace. So Daniel Pole, you're there or thereabouts, but that bobble's just going to cost you. So 20.7 last time by. He's going to come over moguls, round the sweeper, up and down, up on 2 wheels there. Crossing the line, it's a 21.5. That is going in the wrong direction. So Daniel Pole, less laps like that and more like the 20.5 you did before, please. Tommy Hall, you're running second. Ben Smith, you're in third. Jamie Hall, you're 500ths of a second behind Ben Smith. Then we've got a couple of seconds back to Archie Bowman. Archie having a good run. Looks to be on 15 or just off 15 lap pace. Marshall in the middle, and I think that was Daniel Pole getting marshalled. Maybe. Let me just check as he comes round next time. It was 21.0 last time by for Daniel Pole. And Tommy Hall is in traffic. And then Daniel Pole's going to be coming around now. It was a Daniel Pole error. So we've got Tommy Hall on screen now. He is going to be the new leader. And Tommy Hall, you are only on for 5.15 pace, looking 4th in round. So that is, it's going to be an X-ray 1, 2, 3, I think. So Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Jamie Hall, Daniel Pole, Archie Bowman with 3:30 down and 1:30 to go. So Tommy Hall now leads 1.5 in front of Ben Smith. Daniel Pole is 1 second behind that after his error, but he has the quickest lap of this heat. Jamie Hall, you run third, you're 300ths behind it. Then comes Hudson Knight. So Hudson, I think he had an error on lap 1. He seems to be recovering from that and working his way up with 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go here in heat number 12. Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Jamie Hall looking to go 4, 5, 6 and 7 in round. So running order is 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 7, 9 and 10. All moves around as they come through. All very close between these drivers. So Tommy Hall with 30 seconds to go, 3-0 on the master clock. You lead 1.9 in front of Daniel Pohl. Last lap for Tommy Hall was a 28.8. His best is a 25.3. And someone's over. Caution as all your cars are in traffic. Hudson Knight, you've got the race leader behind you on track, so be aware. Hudson Knight, race leader behind you on track. As we come into final 10 seconds, drivers, please listen for your numbers. Tommy Hall going to lead us round, and he starts his 15th and final lap now. And he is on track behind Hudson Knight, but Hudson's probably not going to need to yield in the remaining 3/4 of a lap, but Tommy has to go. But Tommy doesn't look like he's going to make any impact. He could possibly get Johnny Skidmore here. We'll see as he crosses the line. Comes across the line for Tommy Hall, and he's going to miss out on Skidmore by 0.2 of a second. So that's going to be a shame for them. So heat number 12 done and dusted. Tommy Hall going to take that, but only goes 4th in round. Daniel Pohl 5, Ben Smith 6 and Jamie Hall 10. So Thomas Phipps going to take that round, 1/10 of a second in front of Lee Martin. Johnny Skidmore going to go 3rd in round. Then you've got Tommy Hall, Daniel Pohl, Ben Smith 4, 5, 6, Luke Holdsworth, Josh Holdsworth, Lewis Hopkins and Jamie Hall, the full finishing order. We're going to be back with Heat 1, round number 3 in just a couple of minutes.
Bobble there from Mike Orlowski. Sure, traction roll there yesterday.
Marshals, can you get 2 points so I can off the track? Right, go out for your outlaps, guys.
So, sorry about that quick intermission. We were just watching the Euros A main, which, if you're interested, Mikola Olowski just took from Simon Lau to Lucas Urban after Coelho crashed on lap number 1, I think. So I'm joined in the booth, we call it a booth, joined by Thomas Phipps, round 2 TQ man and quickest time of the day. How was it out there, Thomas?
It's good, it's good, it's good. My car is really, really good, working well. The track feels really fun to drive. It's very, very grippy, very tippy. The car can get quite nervous. So we went on second run on tyres, then it was a lot easier to drive. So we might be looking at different tyre strategies compared to normal.
Okay, and how are you finding, like, does the car, the temperature dropped a lot for that, the sun's literally just come back out. Do you think there's a difference in the track when the sun's in versus out, or?
Yeah, I think looking at it, the sun, when it's out, there's more sand coming up. You can see it on the track on the line, there's a lot of sand on the line. You can't really feel it yet, I don't think. Because, I mean, the Astra's that grippy.
Yeah.
Like, you can't feel the sand that much. I think it's more noticeable in two-wheel.
Right. So what's the strategy going into round 3 of qualifying?
Don't crash.
Any changes to the car?
Probably not, no.
Bolt on new tyres, or is it?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know.
You don't know now?
No, maybe third one on tyres.
That's a brave choice.
Very brave.
Very brave choice. And it feels like your heat's quicker than the top heat. You've got 4 of you in that heat that are all quick. Is that a good thing, or is it causing you a bit more trouble because you're all super close?
I think it's a good thing because obviously you've kind of got a notice on the track of where, like, you've got gaps you can see, you know, where if you push more one lap you can see if you kind of pushed more from the car behind, because you know you're all on for TQ there or thereabouts. So I think it's better, and all of us are kind of very consistent as well, so it's quite good to just see the gap on the track rather than kind of have like rapid people, then they crash, then catch back up again and then crash. So, yeah, it makes it a bit easier, I think, having that.
And then in that one you came out the gates quick, you tightened up mid-race, is it fair to say? Leroy caught you,
yeah,
and then you pulled away from him the last couple of laps.
Yeah, I seem to have a trend of starting very fast and then kind of realising I'm doing well and then tense up massively, and then yeah, somehow in that one I kind of managed to break it, and I think I realised that once we got in traffic Lee might get held up, so I thought, right, if I'm going to do it I'm going to have to do it now whilst I've got clean track.
I always blame the commentator for that.
Of course.
Alright, thanks for joining us, Thomas. Good luck
Perfect.
for round number 4 of qualifying. So that's Thomas joining us in the booth. Just having a quick word with TQ man. I said round 4, I meant round 3. We're not quite at the end of the day yet. Don't wish away a good day's racing. So quick look back at the track. Sahid, 4 minutes 30 down. You are leading this one by 6 seconds over Ross Everill, Jack Flynn, Rich Savage, Shahid Khalik, Matt Martin, Michael Taylor, Louis Stevenson and Andrew Rennick is the full run order as we come into final 10 seconds. So the one car dominating this one as he has all day. And how's he doing overall? Hassan, he's had a 50 and a 63, so top 50 in round number 1. He'll be looking to repeat that, if not go better, through rounds 3 and 4. Coming into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers.
Swap over marshals, please.
So we are 3:50 down, 3 minutes and 50 down in heat number 2, qualifying round number 3. Zach Edwards, Andy Bulmer, Scott Martin, Sam Leslie, Mark Mitchell, Tommy Clark, Andrew Grayson, Zach Trodden and Jesse Russell is the running order. So Zach Edwards leading this one. He had a stellar round in round number 2. Zach Edwards went 31st in round 2. And in round number 3, he's looking to go 14.5.15 pace. So cracking effort for him again in this one. So heat 2 coming into finishing times. Listen for your numbers, drivers. Zach Edwards out on his 14th and final lap, and he's going to go through with a 14.5.13. So cracking effort from Zach Edwards. Andy Bulmer going to finish in second with a 5.05. Scott Martin going to go 5.07. So just waiting for Andrew Gasson to finish. There we go. So that's a wrap of group number 2 of qualifying. Round number 3. Zach Edwards going to go top of the timesheets, 14.5.13. Great effort from him. And we've got Andy Bulmer, Scott Martin, Sam Leslie, Tommy Clark, Andrew Grayson, Mark Mitchell, Jesse Russell and Zach Trodden is full finishing order. 1 minute and 15 seconds to the start of group number 3. So group 3 is next. 1 minute and 15 seconds. So this is group number 3. Group number 3 rocking and rolling. Your drivers, Trevor Follington, Simon Hudspeth, Paul Trodden, Martin Lear, Ava Griggs, Robert Tyers, Paul Steadman, Nathan Stanmore and David Anderson. Paul Trodden opening up with a 23.85. Good opening lap from him. Martin Lear 24.1. Follington 24.2. Ava 24.2. So after 2, Trevor Follington, 23.3 last time by. That's a good lap from him. So he's going to start moving up the order. So it is Trevor Follington leading this one from Paul Martin Lear and Paul Trodden. So Follington, Lear, Trodden, 2, 1 and 6. 2, 1 and 6, 9, 5, 7, 4, 3 and 8 is the running order. Follington leads 2.1 in front of Lear, then half a second back to Trodden. They're looking at going 4, 10 and 11 in round as it stands. So Follington looking at 13.506, so good pace from him. Last time by was a 23.6 for Follington as he comes down the straightaway into the bank corner. And then he's going to sweep round over moguls. Can't quite see the depth of the moguls or the 3D nature of them from this camera view. But trust me, they are catching a lot of people out today. So Follington leads 23.4 last time by. Martin Lear 2.9 is the gap now. Paul Trodden 23.4, your best lap last time by, closes that gap to 0.2 of a second. So 2.16, 9.3, 5, 7, 4 and 8. Full running order at 2.50 down and 2.10 to go. So it is Follington, Lear, Trodden, Hudspeth, Tyus, Stedman, Griggs, Stanmore and Anderson. And Trevor Follington coming around now as he crosses the line. And that was a 23.8 for Trevor Follington. 8 laps going on the board of a predicted 13, predicted 13. And he's looking at going 5.07. Lear and Trodden also on 13 lap runs, looking to affect the top 10 as it stands after 3 heats. And we are at 3.40 down, 1 minute and 20 to go. So it is Follington, Lear, both on improved times. Paul Trodden not improving, but he is running third in this one from Simon Hudspeth and Robert Tyers. So Trevor Follington comes round the sweep corner into the moguls, and he's going to be coming up on the traffic of a 5 car, it looked like, Paul Stedman. So Paul Stedman, you will have the race leader with you very, very shortly. And then Martin Lear in the old blue car goes by race control. So race leader is on the straightaway now, coming up on the back of the 5 car of Paul. And then on the corner tabletop, Paul does the right thing and allows our leader Trevor Follington through. So 11 laps complete for our leader. Going to go this lap and one more. It was a 23.9 last time by. 23.2, best lap of the race, goes to Paul Trodden that time by. So he closes to within 1/10 of a second of Martin Lear. And with 15 seconds to go, your close down order, 2.16, 3.97, 5, 4 and 8. So Trevor Follington is going to come over Bury Bunny Hop, drop down the staircase, and then he's going to hang a sweeping left into the end of, start of the straight. Around the end of the straight he goes, and then he's going to go through the switchback, climb up the hill and down across the start finish line, and he will close out with a 23.9 and a 13.508.19. Martin Lear, a bad last lap, so that's going to allow Paul Trodden to finish in second, and Trodden closes with a 5.11.4. Martin Lear a 5.12.1. So just Ava Griggs to finish, and there she goes. So Trevor Follington going to take that one with 13.508 to go 5th overall. Paul Trodden, you finish second with a 5.11. Then Martin Lear at 5.12. You 3 drivers all improving. Then we had Hudspeth, and then Tyus, another improver. Then we had Griggs, Stedman, Stanmore and Anderson. That's a wrap of group number 3. Group number 4, you are next. Group 4 is up next. Just like to take a moment to thank our sponsors for enabling us to bring you this live stream on RC Racing TV. So a big thank you to TKR Graphics, Team Associated, KR Show, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher Racing, Yokomo, X-Ray, Futaba and Rude Bits. 50 seconds to the start of group number 4. 50 seconds to the start of group number 4, and then we will get going. So we'll watch these guys pull away, and then we'll move to moving cam. There goes Neil Kenyon, Jonathan Pluke, Paul Griggs, James Gibbs, Colin McCaffrey, Mark Christopher, Philip Swinton, Miklos Sabadas and Neil Lewis. Those are your drivers, and all away and counting. Neil Kenyon going to lead this one off. Oh, he just gets it wrong through the moguls. That's going to allow Jonathan Pluke to close in. Jonathan in the all silver car now. It used to be blue and white. So Jonathan Pluke going to lead this one. No, James Gibbs going to lead this one. 22.7 opening lap. And lots of quick opening laps in this one. So Jonathan Pluke going to lead this one after 2, so we'll try and pick him up. Here's the old silver car in the number 4, and he's coming round in front of race control now. So he's behind Neil Kenyon on track, but he is the leader, and he's looking at going 14 lap run. It will just be the second 14 lap run of this one. Paul Griggs runs in second, then James Gibbs, Neil Kenyon, Miklos Sabadas. I think he drove the wheels off it in round number 1, or round number 2 even. Then we've got Mark Christopher, Colin McCaffrey, Neil Lewis and Philip Swinton. The full running order. So someone's over. Marshals are there. So your race leader is going to be coming onto the straightaway now. Looks like he's got past Neil Kenyon. Either got past or one of them's had an error. And it was a 22.7 for Jonathan Pluke. It was a 28.9 for Neil Kenyon. So Neil Kenyon dropping right down the order now. So Jonathan Pluke leading this one with Paul Griggs and James Gibbs. All 3 of them on 14 lap runs. Then Miklos Sabadas in the 4th position, running in the 5 car. He's looking at going 13.505. So half race distance, running order 4.31, 7.59, 6.2 and 8. So 3.15 down. Jonathan Pluke is still leading this one. 8 tenths of a second, sorry, in front of James Gibbs, and then Paul Griggs 1.2 behind Matt. So 2 seconds separating the front 3, and all 3 of those on for 14 lap runs. Miklos, you're looking at a 13.506. Neil Kenyon, you're recovering to a 5.08. Neil Lewis, you're on an improved time. Then we've got Mark Christopher, Colin McCaffrey, and Philip Swinton. So Pluke, Gibbs and Griggs. Griggs last time by 23.2. You're just going to fall off the 14 lap pace, 13.50.1. So a couple of clear laps and you should be able to get back onto that elusive 14 lap pace for you. So Jonathan Pluke last time by 23.45. James Gibbs 24.1, so also going to fall off. So these guys just falling away as we come into a final minute. 50 seconds on the master clock. Still 5 improvers. Pluke, Gibbs, Griggs, Zabadas and Lewis are all improving. Neil Kenyon, you are running in 4th. Then Christopher McCaffrey and Swinton. And with the last laps going through, 22.8 for Gibbs, you are touch and go for a 14 lapper. Paul Griggs, you're about half a second off it. With 20 seconds remaining, closing order going to be closing order is going to be 4.31, 7.59, 2.6 and 8. Drivers, please listen for your numbers. as Jonathan Pluke goes through. 22.6 last time by. James Gibbs 22.7. He is on 14 lap pace once again. And Paul Griggs 23.2, just falling away from it. He's going to need a sub 23 second lap. It's possible, but he's going to need one on his last lap if he wants to do a 14 lap run, and he hasn't. So Paul Griggs caught at the line, but we're watching Jonathan Pluke as he comes down the straight, and he will be setting a decent 14 lap run as he crosses the line this time by. So there he goes. So just waiting for a couple of cars to finish. Here comes James Gibbs. So Jonathan Pluke going to take that one, 14.5.19. James Gibbs going to go 14.5.23. They go 2 and 3 in round. Paul Griggs, you going at 4th with a 13.50.9. Neil Kenyon, you recover to 7th overall with a 5.06. Miklos, you going at 10th with a 5.09. And we had Mark Christopher, Neil Lewis, Colin McCaffrey and Philip Swinton. Heat 5, you are next. Group 5, you are next. And I'll be back with you in just a minute. So, group number 5, 250 down, 210 to go. Jack Mills-White is leading this one from Keith Housley, Michael Housley, Ben Ellis, Phil Campbell. Phil, you're not on for that promised 14-lap run. You're leaving it late for round 4 from 4. Chris Bowden, you run 7, Josh Anderson 8, and Peter Hastings in the 9. 6 of you on for improved times. Mills-White, Helsley's, Ellis, Stokes and Anderson all on for improved times. And Jack Mills-White, you are looking at going 5:13. Keith, you're looking at going 5:17. Michael, 5:19. Ben Ellis, 5:20. All 14-lap runs for you. And then Lee Stokes, you're about 5 seconds back. So you're going to be looking at about an 07, 08, 13, 5:07, 5:08. So we are 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. 4, 1, 2, 6, 3, 9, 8, 5 and 7 is or was the running order. All changes. Joshua Anderson, you're now on for improved time, as is Chris Bowden. So just Peter Hastings and Phil Campbell not improving. Lee Stokes, you improved to a 5:06 pace, which puts you 11th overall in the round as it stands. Although with 1 minute still to go, anything can change. Keith Housley going to go to the point. Jack Mills-White having an error. Caution on the straightaway is clear. So Jack Mills-White, 25-second lap, going to drop him down the order. He's now looking at 5:17 pace. Just 1/10 of a second separating the 4 and 1 car last time by the line. Ben Ellis going to move into the 3 spot. So Michael Housley, 27.97, going to drop down the order. So unfortunate for him. So 25 seconds to go on the master clock. And the closing order going to be 4:16, 2:73, 8, 5 and 9. So Jack Mills is leading this one and he is on his 13th lap. He will come round shortly. We'll try and pick him up as he comes into here. And there he is. So there goes Jack Mills-White. And he comes into the main shot through the switchback over the hump now. So this is his 14th and final lap. He's looking at going 5:17 pace. He's got about a 10th of a second, or had about a 10th of a second over Keith Housley, but he's done a 27-second lap. So he's going to drop down the order as well now. So it's going to be Jack Mills-White going to bring this one home. And he finishes on his roof, showing Wyman how it's done. So Jack Mills-White finishes with a 22.4 to go 5:16 pace. So heat 5 done and dusted. Jack Mills-White going to go second overall with a 5:16. Keith Housley going to go 5:22. Michael Housley going at 7th with a 5:01. Then Ben Ellis, Joshua Anderson go 9 and 10. And we had Lee Stokes, Chris Bowden, Phil Campbell and Peter Hastings. That's a wrap of group number 5. Group 6 is up next. Group number 6 is up next.
Simon, do you have a Matt Hodges on the roster? Yeah. Matt Hodges, just want to go over the loop, please? Yes, please. Where are you? I'm just going to back up through. Thank you. Want to play it through? Is that okay? Yep. Lovely, thank you.
So group number 6, 10 seconds from setting off. Will Skidmore going to lead these guys round, and William Skidmore has had some good runs. Let's just have a quick look. He's had a 12 and a 13, so he's going to look to go a little bit better. See if he can get a push towards the A final. So there goes Skidmore, there goes Charlie Rhodes, Craig Lomax, Scott Wyman, Dylan Richardson, Matthew Hodges, Richard Miller, Stephen Harley, Phil Shannon and David Burton. So this is group number 6 rocking and rolling. William Skidmore going to lead these guys and girls off, and Skidmore, he's had 12 and a 13 in round, so he's going to be looking for a top 10 score, and to do that he has opened up with a 20.8. So Skidmore opening up on 15 lap pace. So he is rocking and rolling as he comes over the mogul section for the second time. Going to drop down off the corner tabletop. And he is coming through. He's looking fast, looking racy. Dare I say, I think he's got new boots on Matt Wagon. 21.4 second time round for you, Skidmore. Still on 15 lap pace and an improved time. In fact, everyone's on for improved times pretty much, except Wyman and Lomax, but that's just after 2. So your race leader is coming in around in front of race control now through the switchbacks, and then he's going to come into a tabletop. So Skidmore 21.3 last time by, going in the right direction. Charlie Rhodes, you did a 22.8 for an average lap of a 22.6. So Skidmore, Richardson, Rhodes, Harley, Miller, Lomax, Wyman, Burton and Shannon is the full running order. All of you looking to go into the top 20. So Skidmore is going to come into traffic now. So coming down the step down, drivers, you've got fast car with you. Yellow and blue car is looking to put in a 15 lap run. So it's going to be the 8 car, I think, next. So coming off the corner tabletop. Thank you, 8 car. Great driving, you three. Fantastic driving. So Skidmore in traffic, you did a 21.1. So 21.1 for Skidmore in traffic. That is pretty good. That is pretty good going. So Will Skidmore is setting a very, very good time out there now. Estimated to go 5.17 pace. That's just a handful of seconds off the fastest time we've seen so far today. So Skidmore is round in front of the Bury Hop, and then he's going to drop down the staircase, sweep left, and then he'll be coming onto the straightaway shortly. Last time by 20.7, and he is coming up, I think, on the Wyman machine. So Scott Wyman, be aware, on track. No, ignore me. Now Wyman on track. The car behind you is Will Skidmore, and Skidmore 21.4 last time by, 21.1 average. You're on 5.16 pace, which I think was good enough for top 5 in the last round. So William Skidmore is setting a time and a half here. Although through the mogul sections, just getting a double bounce, coming out a little bit fast. 22.2 last time by for Skidmore, going in the wrong direction, but still plenty of time to make amends. We're 3 minutes down and 2 to go. 3 down and 2 to go. So Will Skidmore coming down the straightaway now. He's got 10-second lead over Charlie Rhodes, then Dylan Richardson. Half a second separates you two. Then we've got Craig Lomax, Richard Miller, Scott Wyman jumping up. So Richard Miller, Wyman, Lomax, Burton, Shannon, Harley and Hodges with 1 minute and 40 to go. Your race leader comes off the staircase and now he's on the back of Wyman. Thank you, Wyman. I think Craig Lomax, you're going to be next as he comes through the moguls. Nicely done that time by Skidmore. 21.4 in traffic. Good lap. And you're looking at a 5.18 pace, Will. So he's chasing down Craig Lomax on track, who just gives him that corner. Nicely done. And now Skidmore's got nothing but racetrack for probably the remainder of this race. You may have what looks to be the 2 car of Dylan Richardson, but we'll see. With 1 minute to go as you cross the line, that was a 21.3. You're still on 5.18 pace. So Will Skidmore looking to go 5.18 with 1 minute to go. And improvers, you've got Skidmore, Richardson, Rhodes, Burton, Miller and Shannon all on for personal best times. As Skidmore crosses the line this time by 21.2. That's 12 laps on the board. You're going to go this and 2 more, Will. This and 2 more. Richardson and Rhodes, you're looking at 5.15 pace for yours. And then we've got Miller, Lomax, scratch out, Burton jumps up. Dave Burton, you're looking at going 14 laps. Richard Miller, you're going to get caught at the line. Currently 13.50 is your prediction. So your race leader is coming around the centre of the track towards the staircase down with 15 seconds to go. Your closing order, 3, 2, 6, 1, 9, 5, 4, 8, 7 and 10. Dylan Richardson, be aware, race leader behind you on track if he gets there. So as we come into finishing times, drivers, the master clock expires and they're all now racing to complete their time. We're watching Will Skidmore as he closes up on Dylan Richardson. Last time by was 21.2. Richardson's gonna have to let him go. Disaster for him on the last lap, but Skidmore round the end of the straight he goes through the sweeper into the mogul section. Nice and neat through there. And he's going to come in, drop down and cross the line, and that's going to be a 15.519.8. Dylan Richardson still going to take second in the race as it stands. So that's a wrap for group number 6. Will Skidmore You go 15.519.8, new target time for the round. Dylan Richardson, you finish second to go third overall. Charlie Rhodes, you going at 4. Craig Lomax, you going at 7. Richard Miller, you go in at 11. And we had Phil Shannon, David Burton, Scott Wyman, Stephen Harley, and Matthew Hodges. That rounds out group number 6. Group number 7, you are next. Group number 7 is up next. And we've got about a minute till the start of that. So I'm just going to take a quick drink and back with you in just a moment.
Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change.
So coming into countdown, we will watch them away from grid cam. Your drivers for group number 7 are Rhys Trafford, Chris Pattinson, Oliver Frost, Cameron Wells, Will Fisher, Manny Panesar, Peter Craig, Evie Thames, Scott Follington and Graham Lyle. So group number 7 all away and counting. And we have on camera Rhys Trafford, who's been the head of this one. He's got a 17 and a 28. So he's going to want something a bit more like a 17 than a 28 after this one. And a couple of cars crashing as they come off the corner tabletop. A lot of cars setting off on new boots. So those of you watching online, the rules of the series this year is 2 sets of tyres for qualifying. So most drivers go new in rounds 1 and 3. Obviously not always the same, but that was what they went for. And Rhys Trafford's had a horrendous lap. So he looks like he's had 2 crashes in this one. Certainly one that I saw of a Marshall. So Rhys was second after 2. We'll see what happens after 3. William Fisher was leader after 2. Chris Pattinson had a bad lap as well. Rhys's lap was a 25.6. So it is going to be Will Fisher in the 8 car. So white and blue car. Ollie Frost, you've got the leader behind you. I think that's Ollie Frost, the orange and white. So coming down the straight, Graham Lyle in the 5 car coming from the back of the grid. So be aware of a 5 car as well coming from the back of the grid. He is running in second. Try and pick him up on track. I think he is, not sure there. He's the orange car, so middle of the track now. So the 5 car in the middle of the track, the orange and white car is your second place driver, but it is William Fisher. We've got him on screen. So there we go. Will Fisher gets through Ollie Frost, and then he's not through, round I should say. Then he's got nothing but racetrack in front of him now. So last time by for Fisher, 21.62 in traffic. That was your best lap. Graham Lyle goes by. You're 2.7 in arrears. Rhys Trafford, you run in third. Will Fisher, you are looking at 14.506. Good enough to go second overall in the round so far. Lyle, Truarfa, Frost, you're looking at 5.14, 5.15s, and Manny Panesar a 5.60. Chris Pattinson, you're recovering from a poor opening lap. So running order with 2.30 down, 2.30 to go. 8.35, 10.19, 7.6, 4 and 2. So Rhys Trafford is your second place driver. We've got on screen William Fisher. He is your leader. Last time by, oh, he's over. Marshall's there as quickly as possible. Frost is going to go through. He had a 3.7 second lead. He's probably still going to be leading it, but not by much. Last time by, done a 21.39 hot lap of a race. Rhys goes through with a 22.0. Let's see what it is as Will Fisher comes through. As we pick back up Rhys Trafford, who could be the new leader, we will see. And he isn't. Will Fisher still leads by 1.3. So Fisher with a 24.55 last time by. Still your leader, but he's back behind Ollie Frost on track, which is a bit of a disaster for Ollie, because every time they have to swap positions, that's a little bit of time lost. So Will Fisher leading this one, still looking at going 5.09 pace, which will put him second. Rhys Trafford, you're looking at 5.11, so 1.4 is the gap between you two, or was the gap last time round as he crossed the line to put 9 laps on the board. This time by Rhys, 21.28 to a 22.2 for William Fisher. So Will Fisher, just 0.6 of a second is your lead over Rhys Trafford. Then 2 seconds back, you've got Ollie Frost. I think Ollie's going to have to yield at some point to Fisher in the remaining minute. Graham Lyle, you run 2 seconds off these front drivers, so good run for you. You're looking at a 14-lap 5.16 pace. So 5 car, the orange number 5 car is on a very good run. Please give him space. And he is on the right-hand side of the track. So 7 car, I think. Peter Craig, you'll be next for our 4th place car. So Peter, just be aware, if the orange car behind you gets there, give him space. As Rhys Trafford cutting through traffic as he comes through the drop down. And he's now leading 7/100ths of a second in front of William Fisher with 15 seconds to go. The closing order is going to be 3, 8, 10, 9, 5, 7, 4, 6, 2 and 1. Please listen for your numbers. So Rhys Trafford coming good, 21.6 last time by. Let's see what William Fisher can do. 21.9, so the gap extends to 0.4 of a second. Ollie Frost now running in third, 2 seconds back. And we've got Chris Patterson and Graham Lyle. We need Graham Lyle across the line. He should be starting his 14th and final lap now. He does, and he runs in front of Chris Pattinson. So Rhys Trafford's finished with a 21.77 to go 5.08 pace. William Fisher finishes to go 5.09. Ollie Frost goes 5.11. So those going at 2, 3 and 4. Waiting for Lyle, Times and Follington. So just waiting for Lyle, Thames and Follington. There goes Lyle, there goes Thames. And there goes Follington. So Rhys Trafford going to take that one, recovering to go 14.508 pace. Will Fisher, you go second in the heat, third overall, 14.509. Ollie Frost, you go fourth overall. Graham Lyle, you go in at 9. Chris Pattinson goes in at 10. Then we had Evie Thames, Scott Follington, Peter Craig, Cameron Wells and Manny Panesar rounding out the closing order of heat number 7. Heat number 8, you are next. Heat number 8 is up next.
Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change.
So group number 8 starting. Charlie Simmons going to lead away. Gareth Stanton. Stance. Rumour has it Stance put in a good score. Gareth Stanton 49 and 24. So he needs more like a 24, less like a 49. So all the way and counting for group number 8, Charlie Simmons, Gareth Stanton, Ruben Russell, Alex Pyatt, Roger Tugwood, Ben Elliott, Andy Manning, Matthew Dodge, Chris Foster and James Pritchard are all your runners and riders. And we have on camera Charlie Simmons opening up on an improved time. He's not looking at 15 laps, but he is looking to go second overall with an 04.9 after 2. 21.73 last time by. Alex Pyatt also running quick. In fact, everyone's running quick, let's be fair. So there's less than, what, 43, 57. So 2 seconds separating nearly everyone except Gareth Stanton. Stanton's already lost 6 seconds. So despite saying he needs more runs like his second one, he's driving like his first. So Simmons from Ruben Russell, 2.1 is the gap between them. Alex Pyatt, you're a tenth behind that. Charlie Simmons, 21.45 last time by. He could be knocking on the door of a 15-lap run if he continues in this direction. Oh, he's going to need to drop a few 20-second laps to do that. 21.82 last time round is not the direction you need to go. But a 14.503 is still very, very good. Ruben Russell, you're looking at a 5.12, Pyatt a 5.13, Andy Manning a 5.15. So lots of good times going on out there. As I look up, someone's over, and that over looked like it was a James Pritchard. So James Pritchard is not having a fun day out there. Can I say this is his local national? Might be Southport. So look up Ruben Russell, I think just getting marshalled, so that's a disaster for him. So Charlie Simmons going to come across the line, and he goes by with a 21.6. Let's see as the others come through. That's James Pritchard's car on its roof, I'm guessing. So another terrible result for James. DNF last time, DNF this time. It's going to be an early bath for Mr. Pritchard. So yeah, Ruben Russell last time by 23.1. Quick marshal, but not the way he needs to be going. Charlie Simmons 21.58. Still looking at 03 pace. Alex Pyatt, you're down to 5.12. Russell 5.14. Ben Elliott 5.14. So 6.21. Let's all just get them all through. Stanton recovering well from his earlier error. But running order 6.27, 1.34, 10.5 and 8 with 3 minutes down and 2 to go. 5 drivers improving. They are Simmons, Pyatt, Manning, Elliott and Dodd. So Andy Manning having a good run this time. He's looking at a top 10 time as it stands, currently on 5.13 pace. Neck and neck with Ben Elliott. Quickest lap out there is going to go to Charlie Simmons with a 21.45. Gareth Stanton 21.7. As is Alex Pyatt. Then 21.9s for Ruben Russell, Ben Elliott. Andy Manning's got a 21.8. And Stanton that time by 21.82. So Stanton's moving up the order. He's really going to rue losing that 6 seconds on lap number 1. So we're watching Charlie Simmons as he comes over the front side tabletop. White, blue and yellow car. Left hand side of the track. He's going to drive onto the straightaway now. With 1 minute to go, he's got 10 laps on the board. He comes through the mogul section, climbs up and down the corner tabletop, crosses the line. So that's 11 on the board for Charlie, 21.87 last time by. He's going to go this and 2 more, and he's looking at going 14.503 pace. So your race leader comes down the straight. He's been chased down by Alex Pyatt. The gap between them is 6 seconds. Ruben Russell, you're 0.7 behind Alex Pyatt. Ben Elliott, you're 0.4 behind that. Andy Manning, you're 0.8 behind that. Matt Dodd, Gareth Stanton, you're split by less than a tenth of a second. With 30 seconds to go, 3-0 on the master clock. Your closing order is 6-2-1, 5-3-7, 4-10 and 8. Please listen for your numbers, drivers. So Charlie Simmons, 22-0 last time by as he starts his final lap. 13 on the board. He is on lap number 14. Comes down the staircase. Nicely done. No errors in this one so far. He's on for an improved time. And he looks like he's going to go 5.03-ish as he comes round up and down the corner tabletop. And there he goes, crossing the line. Closes with a 21.3 to go 14.503.37. Alex Pyatt we're expecting through next as he comes into view in the all-white car. He crosses the line. And he closes out with a 22.2, just pipping Ruben Russell, both of them on 5.11s. Gareth Stanton going to close on a 5.14.8, Andy Manning 14.5, Ben Elliott 13.3. Then we've got Dodd and Tugwood. So that's a wrap of group number 8. Charlie Simmons going to go second overall, taking that heat with a 14.503. Alex Pyatt, Ruben Russell, you're going at 5 and 6 with 5.11s. Ben Elliott, you going at 9 with a 5.13. Manning and Stanton both do 14. So Stanton, good run, bar the first lap. Then you had Matt Dodd, Roger Tugwood, Chris Foster. And that's a wrap of group number 8. Next up is going to be group number 9. Group 9 is up next. And we will just give these guys a warm-up. So whilst these guys are warming up, I'm just going to take a quick break, and we're back with you in just a moment for starts of heat number 9.
Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change. Come on, Marshalls.
Round 3 will start in 30 seconds. Start order 4, 3, 10, 1, 2, 8, 9, 5, 7, 6. 10 seconds. Clear the grid.
So off and away we go with heat number 9. All drivers away and counting. And your drivers are Callum Truarfer, Stephen Brown, Reese Ward, Andy Woods, Kevin Hodkinson, Hattie Thames, Ben Stevenson, David Scott, Tristram Neal and Harry Saunders. So Reese Ward open up quickest after 1. But we've got Callum Truarfer on camera. So very quick drivers at the front of this one. Truarfer, Brown, Hodkinson and Ward. All very quick, so give each other space, drivers. And I think there's a lot of new tyres out there, which is giving some fast opening laps. And maybe some scrappy lap 2 and 3. Joined by Johnny Skidmore. How was round 2, Johnny? How was round 2? Is that good, bad, rubbish? Good for you. How's round 3 going to be? First, obviously. Well, with you, it's usually first or 21st. So, Stephen Brown leading a 100th of a second in front of Callum Truarfer. Kevin Hodkinson running in third, just 400ths behind that. So 1 minute 50 down. Stephen Brown, Callum Truarfer, 0.2 of a second separates you. Kevin Hodkinson, a second separates Brown, Truarfer, Hodkinson and Ward. Andy Woods, you're 2 seconds behind that. So absolutely nothing to split these guys. Brown, Hodkinson and Stevenson on for improved time. Stevenson and Wood, you're separated by 100th of a second. Saunders and Scott, you're separated by 300ths of a second. So lots of quick drives in this. Remember, give each other space, work together. And we are following Stephen Brown on track. So that is the 3 car. Usual Stephen Brown colours of yellow and silver. Up on 2 wheels as he comes around the corner tabletop, backs off just right and saves it. And he's now got a 3-second lead over Reese Ward. No, 1.8 second lead over Kevin Hodkinson. So couple of errors that time by from Reese Ward and Callum Truarfer. So Stephen Brown now going to lead this one from Kevin Hodkinson and Reese Ward, and it's about 3.5 seconds between the 3 of them. Stephen Brown, you're a couple of seconds off the elusive 15 lap pace. You're looking to go 5:02 and second overall. Hodkinson, Woods, Ward and Truarfer, you are all on 5:07s, so absolutely nothing to split you for Kevin, Andy, Reese and Callum. At the end of this run, 1 second will separate the 4 of you on predicted as we come into the final minute and 30. 1:30 to go. It is Stephen Brown, Callum Truarfer, Kevin Hodkinson, Andy Woods, Reese Ward, Ben Stevenson, David Scott, Harry Saunders, Hattie Thames and Tristram Neal is the full running order. So Stephen Brown's still looking at going 0-2 pace, but look up, and the Marshal is collecting his car, and it was a 24.8 for Stephen Brown. So Truartha, Woods, Hodkinson and Brown now all going to be split by not a lot. Reese Ward had a bad lap, 24.4 as well. So less than half a second separating Callum, Andy, Kevin and Stephen. With 1 minute to go, it's going to be all to play for as we come into the final 3 laps. As they cross the line, they're putting 11 laps on the board, and they've got 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go. Kevin Hodkinson, 24.3, so he's going to fall by the wayside. So it's now going to be Callum, Andy and Stephen, 4, 1 and 3 cars separated by 8 tenths of a second. It's 21.6 from Callum for his 12th lap. So 20.88 for Steve Brown, 400ths of a second. Andy Woods, you're 8 tenths behind that. So the 4 and 3 cars separated by just 400ths of a second as they come round to start their 14th and final lap. There goes Callum Truartha, 21.1. Stephen Brown, 22.2. So the gap is 1 second. As we come into finishing times, drivers, listen for your numbers as we close out this one, heat number 9, with Callum Truartha on camera. He's going to come round. Master clock expires. He sweeps round, up and down the corner tabletop, crosses the line. He's going to close out with a 21.7. Let's see what Steve Brown can do. He should be coming round shortly. He's been through, sorry, missed him, 21.0. It's going to be Callum Truartha taking this one. Half a second in front of Stephen Brown. Andy Wood's going to finish in 3rd. Then Kevin Hodkinson, as they all filter through now, doing what they can. Just got Harry Saunders and Tristram Neal to finish. There goes Trish, there goes Harry. So that's a wrap of group number 9. Callum Truartha going to take that one from Stephen Brown and Andy Woods. They go in at 3, 4 and 5. Kevin Hodkinson, you go in at 7. David Scott goes in at 9. Then we had Ben Stevenson, Harry Saunders, Hattie Tames, Reese Ward and Tristram Neal. That's a wrap of group number 9. Group number 10 coming up next. 1 minute and 20 for Group 10. We'll take a quick break whilst they're on warm-up. So 35 seconds till the start of this one. 35 seconds. So drivers for this one, leading off, Johnny Skidmore, Lewis Hopkins, Oliver Natras, Matt Druitt, Ryan Clark, Matt Thompson, Tommy Dale, Colin May, Isaac McFadden and Liam Robinson. So Matt Thompson needs 2 from 2 for this one. And I think we should start following Ollie Natras for a little bit. So the all pink car, great camera work, Cam. Smooth as butter. So all the way and counting in heat number 10, and Janice and Richard watching out online. We are following Ollie Natras in the pink car. So he comes round the sweeper and onto the straight, and Ollie Natras opened up quickest. Johnny Skidmore opened up with a 21.4. It's not the way to go about a 15-lap run, but he'll make amends. 21.1 second time round. Lewis Hopkins 21.4. So all very close between these lot. And with lots of new tyres on the wagons, the cars will be edgy to start with. As they bed in, pace will change for different people at different times. So here's Ollie Natras on camera. He was running 3rd after 2. And Matt Druitt is running quick at the back of this one. So the 7 car coming through from the back. Give him space. because he is running quick as we come into 1 minute and 30 down. We'll stick with Ollie Nattrass for the completion of this one and one more. So it's Skidmore, Hopkins, Druitt, Nattrass, half a second separating the front four. McFadden, you're a tenth behind Matt, then 3/4 of a second to Tommy Dale. So Oliver Nattrass up on 2 wheels. He's sending it as he comes down the staircase. And then he's going to sweep round the left-hand corner. Down the straight he comes. Johnny Skidmore led by 3 tenths last time by. So as Ollie Nattrass comes across the line now, we'll see what the order is. It's Skidmore from Hopkins from Druitt. And then we'll try and pick up Skidmore. So he's half a second in the lead, and he's looking at going 15.517. So your fastest man on track, Johnny Skidmore, best lap of a 20.6. He's just getting into the rhythm now of his new boots on his wagon, and he's going to come round that time by 21.1. So he is looking at going 5.17 pace. Hopkins going to go 5.18. Druitt, McFadden, Nattrass, Clark all looking to affect the top 10 as it stands, and all of them very close to 15 lap runs. But it is Johnny Skidmore on camera. He's going to come across the line now. Lewis Hopkins for company on track. There is just, 21.5 from Skidmore. So Lewis Hopkins, Johnny Skidmore, identical times, looking to go 5.17.9 for the pair of them. So identical times last time by. Matt Druitt, you're 1.5 behind that. And then you've got 0.6 behind that is Ollie Nattrass. So all very, very close out there. This time round, Skidmore 21.2, Hopkins 21.1. So Lewis Hopkins going to take it up. As I say that, he just has a bobble coming off the tabletop. So it's still going to be Skidmore, I think. We'll see what Lewis does as he closes this out this lap. We'll follow him for a couple. Meanwhile, the yellow car, Liam Robinson, I believe, you have a fast-charging Johnny Skidmore with you. Matt Thompson, you don't need me to say anything, but I don't think you're making a double A this weekend. So Johnny Skidmore coming onto the straightaway now. The only driver, well, him and Matt Thompson are the only drivers not improving in this one. Lewis Hopkins, you run second, 0.1 of a second off the lead. Liam Robinson, you're going to have second place with you very shortly. Matt Thompson, you're going to have the leader with you very shortly. So 3 minutes and 40 down, 1 minute and 20 to go. So Johnny Skidmore still leading this one, looking at going 5.16 pace. Lewis Hopkins, you're half a second off it. Then we've got Druitt, Nattrass, Clark, McFadden, Dale, May, Robinson and Thompson. Most of you down to Dale, so top 7 affecting the top 10. So Johnny Skidmore is your leader, and he's still behind Matt Thompson on track. So Matt Thompson, 21.3 last time by. Johnny Skidmore, 20.7, turning up the heat. 5.16 now is your predicted. So the sun shines out for this round. Last time round it was a lot cooler. Shade was out last time. So white car end of the straight, leaders with you. Thank you. Lewis Hopkins is on the gearbox of Liam Robinson. Thank you, Liam. So Lewis Hopkins, 23.45 last time by. He's going to fall off it. So it's going to be Johnny Skidmore. Hopkins, Druitt, you are Nattrass. You are on for 15 lap runs coming into the final 10 seconds. Closing order, 137, 568, 10, 9, 4 and 2. So Johnny Skidmore, we are watching as he comes through the middle of the track, throwing everything at it. He's on 5.17 pace, and he's going to come down the staircase now. Hang a right, then sweep left. He'll come down the main straight. This is his 15th and final lap. Druitt, Nattrass caught up the line, so only 2 15-lappers in this. Johnny Skidmore going to come across the line now, and he finishes with a 5.16.9. Lewis Hopkins going to go 15 laps. Liam Robinson going to finish out this one. So that looks to be a wrap. Isaac McFadden, no waiting for Isaac. So Johnny Skidmore going to take that one with a 5.16.9. Lewis Hopkins, you're going to go third overall with a 5.20. And then we've got Matt Druitt, you go fourth. Oliver Nattrass 5. Both of you caught 5.0.x. Ryan Clark, you going at 6. Good run for you. Charlie Simmons, you stay 7. Tommy Dale, you go in at 8. Then we had a recovering Matt Thompson, Colin May, Liam Robinson, and Isaac McFadden. So that's a wrap of group number 11. That's a wrap of group number 10. Group 11 up next in 1 minute. 1 minute, drivers. 1 minute. So Group 11 warming up, and we'll get these underway very, very shortly. So group number 11 rocking and rolling. Thomas Phipps going to lead off. Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Mark Anthony Jones, Stuart Mann, Aaron Nash, Seth Shillito Everest and Eugene Galley. Lee Martin opens up with a 20.5. Thomas Phipps 20.6. They put half a second on the field on lap number 1 alone. And they are looking at very, very fast 15 lappers. Second time round, Lee Martin 20.4, Phipps 20.8. So Lee Martin, Thomas Phipps and Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Stuart Mann, Eugene Galley, Seth Shillito Everest, Aaron Nash and Mark Anthony Jones was a full run order. And Lee Martin is laying down a heater. Let's see as three go on the board. 20.6 for a pair of them. So it's half a second in the favour of Lee Martin. And he's starting to cruise up on the gearbox of Thomas Phipps. So as they come down the straightaway now, Thomas Phipps is your leader on track. Lee Martin is your leader on the computer. Luke Holdsworth runs in third. Looks like Josh Holdsworth 21.8. It's not a big error, but it's an error enough to knock him down a few spots. So Martin, Phipps, Luke, Josh and Charlie Saunders, usual top 5 in this one. That time by 20.9 for Lee Martin, 21.2 for Thomas Phipps. So Lee Martin, every single lap has been sub 21 seconds. Thomas Phipps does a sensible thing. Lets Leroy go. Leroy that time by a 20.4, new hot lap of the race. Thomas Phipps 21.4, so he's now 1.8 behind Leroy. And Leroy in a bit of a class of his own in this one. Luke Holdsworth is 0.09 behind Thomas Phipps, so there's a battle on for second. Josh Holdsworth, you're just 2 tenths behind that. You three are looking about a second up the road on Johnny Skidmore. So you've still got work to do. Oh, Leroy up on 2 wheels. A bit of an awkward bounce, going to get away with it. And he's coming up on traffic now. So 2 cars coming around the end of the straight. You've got Lee Martin with you. And Thomas Phipps is fast flowing behind him. So Lee Martin's looking to do new fastest time of the day, I believe. Let me just look. Yeah, Thomas Phipps 5:13 is the current fastest time. Lee Martin with that error, a 21.05 and looking to go 5:10 pace. So it'll be 5:10 pace for Lee Martin through the moguls. Just has another little bobble. But Thomas Phipps behind him on track, can't really do anything about it. But it's Josh Holdsworth now running second. So Josh Holdsworth moved himself up to a 2 spot. Scratch that with that 21.6 last time by. It's going to be Phipps back to the 2. Then we've got Luke Holdsworth and Josh Holdsworth. 4 tenths of a second separating those three. And Lee Martin 21.1 last time by. So Lee Martin through the middle section of the track. Thomas Phipps looking quick this time now through this phase of the race. We saw it last time. He started alright. He gets quick in the middle towards the end. So Leroy now got a mirror full of Thomas Phipps. He's experienced enough to know what to do. 20.7 for Lee Martin last time by. Thomas Phipps is running second in the heat. 1.7 behind. The gap is for stagger. Josh Holdsworth, you're 0.6 behind that. Luke Holdsworth, you've dropped 2.2 off that. So Luke Holdsworth dropping down the order in the overall. Thomas Phipps and Josh Holdsworth, you're still about a second up on Johnny Skidmore's time. Lee Martin, you're looking at 5:11 pace. That would be a new fastest time of the day heading into the 4th round of qualifying. With 4 minutes on the door, 1 minute to go, 1 minute remaining. This is lap number 12 for our leaders of a predicted 15. So it's still Martin and Phipps on track coming round. Oh, Lee Martin just having to check up instead of hitting the pipe. And that time by a 21.01 for Lee Martin. Still a best lap of a 20.4. And everyone except Aaron Nash in the 22nd lap times. So Lee Martin, this is lap 13, so you've got this and 2 more with 4 minutes 30 on the clock. Josh Holdsworth moves up to the 2 spot. He's just 3/10 of a second ahead of Thomas Phipps now. So Phipps 21.7 last time by, not the way to go about it. 21.0 backs it up with. So Lee Martin on lap 14. Thomas Phipps 1 second behind Josh Holdsworth now. So Josh Holdsworth looking to go second in round. And Lee Martin through the mogul section, going to come round, drop off the corner tabletop up on 2 wheels. He starts lap number 15. The pace is dropping off. He's now on a 12, so 5:12 predicted. Can he keep a new fastest time of the day? White car coming onto the straightaway. Leader is behind you and on for a new fastest time. Do not be a factor as they come through the mogul section. Coming across the line now. Lee Martin going to take this one, a 15:5:12.98, new fastest time of the day. Josh Holdsworth going to come in home in second, go second. Thomas Phipps going to come in third, go third. Johnny Skidmore, you hold 4. Luke Holdsworth 5. Charlie Saunders, you going at 6. Will Skidmore 7. Stuart Marn, you going at 11. Seth Shillito Everest, you go in at 13. That's a wrap of group number 11, and that is a time set for group number 12 coming up next. Group 12 will be up next.
Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change.
So group number 12 rocking and rolling. Group 12 rocking and rolling. And it's going to be Tommy Hall that leads around Daniel Pole and Ben Smith. And Ben Smith opening up quick. Tommy Hall, Ben Smith both opening up with 20.9s. Daniel Pole 20.0. Jamie Hall 20.0. Archie Bowman 21.3. So very fast opening laps for some of these guys out there. So on camera, we've got Tommy Hall. Jamie Hall just having a tumble. That's going to cost him 22.09, Jamie. 0.35 of a second separates Tommy Hall, Ben Smith and Daniel Pole in that order. Tommy Hall, 20.6 last time by. You are there or thereabouts for TQ. Tommy Hall there or thereabouts for TQ, as is Ben Smith. Someone's over. It's not one of our lead trio. So Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Daniel Pole. Daniel Pole 21.7 going to fall by the wayside. So Tommy Hall and Ben Smith are there or thereabouts for a TQ run. Daniel Pole, you're going 15 laps. Jamie Hall, you're 14.50. Ackroyd Bench 06. Archie Bowman 5.08. So Tommy Hall comes off the staircase and will come down the straightaway now. Still leading Ben Smith by just half a second. And then it's a second back to Daniel Pole. So Leroy opened up on 5.07 pace. Tommy, you're on 5.10 pace. And your best lap, Tommy, last time by a 20.4. Ben Smith, you're 8 tenths in arrears now. So Ben Smith 8 tenths in arrears. Jamie Hall 1.5 in arrears of that. So Daniel Pohl 21.92, another bad lap for you. He's going to demote you, down to the 4th place. So Tommy, Ben, Jamie and Daniel is your running order. Tommy, Ben, Jamie and Daniel is your running order. And Ben Smith just pegging that gap, 0.8 of a second once again. Both doing a 20.59 last time by. And Tommy Hall extending to 5:10 pace. So an average lap of a 20.7 for Tommy Hall, as his car just picking up a wheel as he comes through the sweeping corner. So he comes down the straightaway now. So here comes Tommy Hall crossing the line. That time by 20.57. Waiting for Ben Smith, 20.59. So the gap remains 1 second. Jamie Hall just having a little bit of a champion's bobble. So Daniel Pohl is now up to a 3 spot. He's on for a 15-lap run. Jamie Hall, you're off at 14.501. Tommy Hall up on 2 wheels. So 20.6 for Tommy, 20.9 for Ben Smith. So the gap is going to be 1.4 seconds with 3:20 down and 1:40 to go. 3:20 down, 1:40 to go. So Tommy Hall comes through the mogul section, and then he's going to come round and through the switchbacks. So Tommy Hall looking at about 5:10 pace. Ben Smith, you're looking at 5:12. So all very, very close out there. 1.3 the gap last time by, both level pegged with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Tommy Hall, thank you. I was going to say coming up on traffic, but the back marker moved out of the way. So Ben Smith going to come across the line now. And there goes Ben Smith. That time by for Ben, 20.6. Closes the gap in by a 10th, 20.7 for Tommy Hall. Going in the wrong direction for your average. But Tommy Hall coming down the straight, still looking at a 5:10. So Tommy Hall crosses the line now. That time by 20.97. Edging towards a 5:11 now. So Tommy Hall coming round the sweepers onto the straightaway. Down the straight he goes. So 30 seconds to go. The running order is Hall, Smith, Pohl, Jamie, Archie Bowman, Callum Ackroyd Bench, William Venables, Jacob Tomlinson, Ewan Tumulty and Hudson Knight. And Tommy Hall is in amongst traffic. So can't quite see who's coming up onto, but car coming down the straight. If you're not Tommy Hall, then you've got him behind you. Please give him space. So Ben Smith is still running second. Close the gap to within half a second. So as we start their 15th and final lap now, 0.1 of a second is the gap. So Tommy to Ben, just 0.1 of a second. Please give him space out there if you're in amongst it with the leaders. Tommy Hall's got nothing but racetrack. Ben Smith coming down the straightaway now. It's 21.0 last time by for Tommy. Crosses the line and closes with a 20.7. Ben Smith coming by. He's going to close with a 20.8. Tommy Hall going to take it. 0.2 of a second over Ben Smith. Daniel Pohl, you finish third. And in round, it's going to be Tommy Hall taking the TQ. Ben Smith going to finish in second. Lee Martin goes third in round. Josh Holdsworth 4. Daniel Pohl 5. Thomas Phipps 6. Johnny Skidmore 7. Luke Holdsworth 8. Charlie Saunders 9. Jamie Hall 10. And William Skidmore going to take the 11. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute and 10 seconds till the start of round number 4 of qualifying, heat number 1. Rubbish.
I know, mate.
So this is group number 1 all away and counting, and we're going to check in with Hassan Saeed in the 1 car, blue and white machine. He's had some stellar round scores. Let's just have a look. He's had a 50, a 63 and a 63. So I think he was hoping to make top 60, so he's going to need a good score in this one. But he's opened up with a 23.3 opening lap. That's not the way to do it, but Jack Flynn opening up with a 23.02. So Jack Flynn looking for a 14-lap run, and Hassan goes through with a 22.3. So Hassan in the 1 car now is your leader. Turquoise and blue, number 1, down the straight. He leads 1/10 of a second in front of Jack Flynn. But last time by, he put in the quickest lap by quite some margin. Let's see what he does second time round. It's going to be another 22.3. So Hassan Saeed is putting in some quick laps here, and he's going to come up on the back of traffic already. So down the straightaway, the turquoise and blue car is your leader. So yellow and pink, number 9. I think that is Michael Taylor. Thank you, Michael. Next is going to be the all-yellow car. So the all-yellow look like number 4 of Matt Martin. So be aware, Matt, a fast-charging race leader is behind you. 22.6 last time by for Saeed. He's got through. So 22.6. Andrew Rennick, you run in second, 1.5 seconds in arrears. Jack Flynn, you're 200ths of a second behind that. So Hassan is now through and got clear traffic. He's looking at a 5.16 pace. Rennick, we're looking at a 14-lap run, now down to 13.501. Jack Flynn 3/10 behind Matt. 22.36 for Hassan last time round. He's up on 2 wheels, gets it down, saves it. And he's going to come through the switchback section now. And then he's going to go over the tabletop and down the short chute straight into the staircase, dropping down. And then he will start down the straight for the 7th time, just bouncing off a couple of pipes this time. Rich Savage going to move up to the 2 spot. So he's also looking at 13.501 now. So Hassan last time by 22.1, this time 22.5. So still a good lap, despite those couple of little bobbles. Still getting good lap time out of that car. So 2.50 down and 2.10 to go. Hassan Saeed is looking to improve on his personal best, as is Jack Flynn, Andrew Rennick, Shahid Khalik and Matt Martin, all of them on for improved times. As your race leader comes through the switchbacks, 22.38 last time by, 22.49 average. So it's good going for our leader. In the turquoise and blue, number 1. He's going to come down the straight, just hits the bot dot coming onto the straight, runs wide rather than going over, so lucky in some ways. Nicely through the moguls. And then crossing the start-finish line with 1 minute and 30 to go. That was a 22.4. So that opening lap of a 23 is a bit of a blotch on his record. Other than that, they've pretty much all been 22-second laps for Hassan. Rich Savage, you run in second, 10 seconds behind. Ross Everall, you run third. Then we've got Jack Flynn, Andrew Rennick jumping up there, as is Shahid. So pretty close behind him, but coming into traffic now. So 9 car, you're going to be first. Yellow and pink car for our leader. Thank you. Then we've got the cars coming onto the straightaway now. The leader is with you. Please do not be a factor. So coming into the bank corner, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Great driving. So your race leader coming round with 4 minutes on the master clock. He crosses the line. 21.36. Oh, he's just going to get caught up. So red car in front of you is the leader. Just be aware. So he had done a 21.66 and a 21.36. This lap might cost him a couple of tenths as he comes down the straight. Looks to have cleared the traffic now. So the traffic just crashing in front of him. Unfortunate, but no one's fault. He's going to cross the line, and that lap is a 23.94. So it's going to knock him back a couple of seconds on predicted, but still with 2 laps left to go. Hassan, you've got 2 laps to go. Head down, and you can close this one out fast. Rich Savage, you run in second. Ross Everall. So closing order, 183, 562, 4, 9, and 7. So Hassan Shahid going to cross the line now. 22.94 that time by. Goes the inside of a crashed car over the tabletop. And then he's going to come round down the staircase. Time has expired. These guys will be finishing their personal clocks. So down the straight goes Hassan Shahid into turn number 1. And then he's going to come through into the final corner, drop off the corner tabletop, cross the line, and that's going to close out with a 22.4 for a 14 in 5.15. Great run from Hassan. Ross Everall going to finish it in second, Rich Savage third, Andrew Rennick 4, Jack Flynn 5, Matt Martin 6, Shahid Khalik 7, Louis Stevenson 8, Michael Taylor. That's a wrap of group number 1. Group number 2 will be next. Group number 2 will be up next. So that's a wrap of group number 1. Hassan Saheed going to go 14 in a 5.15, cracking time for him. Then Ross Everall, Rich Savage, Andrew Rennick, Jack Flynn, Matt Martin, Shahid Khalik, Michael Taylor, Louis Stevenson is your full top 9 after 1. Next up, group number 2 in 1 minute. Tommy Hall, if you can hear me. Tommy Hall, can you come and see me? I am. Can we do camera?
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
I was going to do Tommy after this. Because Zach Edwards has been stellar, but we've not covered him once. Sorry. So, group number 2 warming up. Oh, about to go. There goes Zach Edwards, Scott Martin, Andy Bulmer, Mark Mitchell, Sam Leslie, Tommy Clark, Andrew Grayson, Zach Trodden and Jesse Russell. So this is heat number 2 rocking and rolling, and we are going to follow Zach Edwards round. So Zach's done some stellar runs. Just check his round scores. Pressed 1 too many times. Zach Edwards has a 31 and a 37, so he's looking at a very good result here. So we'll follow him round. Just whilst we are, we've got Tommy Hall joining us in the booth. Tommy, how was that one?
Significantly better.
What did you change?
The chassis.
The chassis.
So
minor changes.
Yeah, just a few little tweaks, you know.
At least you're throwing the kitchen sink at it.
Yeah. No, it was quite significantly better, I think.
What was different?
Longer
Right,
chassis.
okay.
So I think, obviously, when you can see the cars out there, it's not a surprise that a longer chassis is better.
And were you on new tyres?
Yes, new tyres. Yeah.
Leroy went third run.
Really?
Yeah. Opened up rapid on like 5:07 pace.
Yeah.
And then just fell.
Oh, I came
badly.
over here and I looked, and his average was 20.5.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, what are we gonna do? Like,
Yeah.
what the hell?
And then he just fell by the wayside as the front tyres wore out.
So he'll be fast in that last round, though, won't he? He'll be pretty hard to beat, I'm sure. So, damn it, you just ruined my mood. I thought I had that in the bag. Jesus.
You did. You smashed it. Now you got to go and put a longer chassis up.
An even longer one.
Yeah, just like cut and shut 2 together. And
I like it. That sounds like a good plan.
So car better, just easier to drive, or?
I mean, yeah, I'll be honest. I went out in the warm lap. I turned to Jamie and went, oh, I'm finished. Like, it has no steering. It felt so slow in the 180s. I'm like, but it was so much better through this high-speed stuff. Yeah, I heard you read out the lap times. I was like, oh, it's not so bad.
It looks like your laps weren't ultimate quick, but you were super consistent, more consistent than anyone else had been, like around 20.5, 20.6, 20.7, rather than the 20.4, 21.4, 20.4.
No, exactly. There's a little bit of pace to find, especially in the slow speed stuff. There's a little bit of pace to find, but I'm sure we'll find it. We've got a good group of guys, so we'll work
Jamie
on
changed
that.
chassis as well?
He did.
So you're just stealing his ideas?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Are you going to do what he did yesterday and take everyone out?
I think I might, yeah. That's the game plan anyway, yeah.
Excellent. Any changes for round 4?
I'll do something. I don't know what yet,
something.
but I'll definitely change something, because I think now I know Lee was on third run. There's definitely lap time to find, I think. So
A new tyres quicker?
I think so.
Round 2 was quicker than round 1?
I know. A lot of people like second run, but for me, I think
Okay.
it always feels nice.
Well,
so.
sorry to ruin your mood, Tommy.
Killing me.
Right, that's Tommy joining us. I'll let you go and change something. Maybe change someone else's car. Change Leroy's.
Yeah, maybe.
There you go. Just
Well,
shorten his
that's a good
wheelbase.
Yes,
there you
good
go.
idea.
Great
Good
idea.
idea.
All right, thanks for joining us, Tommy.
Thank you.
Good luck for round number 4. So it's always good to get a bit of insight from these guys on what's happening out there. But we'll turn our attention back to the track. 3:15 down, 1:45 to go. Zach Edwards leading this one. Average lap of a 22.1. Last time by was his best was a 21.6. He's looking to go 14.5.10. So another driver in an early heat that is putting stellar lap times in. Oh, he's just run into a back marker but gets away with it. So race leader coming down the straight. Scott Martin running well in this one. He's looking at going 13.5.01. So he's a fraction off 14 lap pace. So Zach Edwards coming round through the centre section now. And he is coming around the sweeper over the tabletop. Last time by 22.2 with that error, so not bad. I think he might have had a bad lap early doors, judging by his average lap, but still looking at 5:10 pace for Zach Edwards. Meanwhile, Scott Martin runs in 2. He's on for an improved time, a fraction off a 14 lap run. And then we've got Sam Leslie, Andy Bulmer, Tommy Clark, Mark Mitchell, Jesse Russell, Zach Trodden and Andrew Gasson is the full running order with 40 seconds to go. So Zach Edwards last time by a 25.2. That's not the way to go about it. So Zach Edwards still looking at a 5:14 pace, but not going to be as quick as he could have been. Backs it up with a 21.6. And Scott Martin, with your last lap, you are on a 14 lap run with 20 seconds to go. So 20 seconds on the master clock. Closing order 4, 5, 8, 6, 2, 7, 3, 1 and 9. As we watch Zach Edwards come round and start his 14th and final lap now. He's looking at 5:12 pace, which will put him a spot ahead of Asan Asid from lap 1. But Scott Martin looking to go third in round with a 14.520, so good result for him. He is through for his 14th lap by a good couple of seconds. So we're watching Zach Edwards as he comes round and will drop down the corner tabletop, cross the line, and he closes out with a 14.512. Scott Martin should be through soon. Here he comes. He's going to cross the line and he closes out with a 22.4 for a 14.520. Just waiting for Jesse Russell. I think this must be Jesse coming through now for an improved time. So that's a wrap of heat number 2. Zach Edwards going to take it 14.512, goes top of a tree. Asan Sahid stays second. Scott Martin going to go through with a 14 lap 5:20 to go third. Then Sam Leslie, Andy Bulmer, Mark Mitchell, Tommy Clark, Jesse Russell, Zach Trodden and Andrew Gasson. Heat number 3 is next. Group 3 is next. And I'm just going to take a quick break and we're back in just a moment.
Masters, change over, please. Just change over and you do it extremely quickly. Thank you.
Right, someone move. When you're standing there, someone move. It's not in the same phase. You shouldn't be moving, guys, once you're settled.
2 minutes into heat number 3, round number 4 of qualifying, and it's Paul Trodden leading Simon Hudspeth, Martin Lear, Ava Griggs, Trevor Follington, Paul Steadman, David Anderson and Nathan Stanmore. Paul Trodden's lead 3/4 of a second over Hudspeth. Ben Lear is 0.2 behind that. And we've got 2.7 gap to Robert Tyers. Paul Trodden, Simon Hudspeth and Martin Lear all on for improved times, as is Paul Steadman. So, welcome back to the live stream. Paul Trodden is leading this one from Simon Hudspeth, Martin Lear, Robert Tyers and Ava Griggs. Paul Trodden, Martin Lear now 1.5 between them. Ava Griggs just 100th of a second behind Simon Hudspeth. So running order at 3 minutes down, 2 to go. You've got 613, 79, 25, 4 and 8 is the full running order. So 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Paul Trodden, Martin Lear, Simon Hudspeth, Ava Griggs is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. And they are looking, Paul Trodden's looking at 13.508, Martin Lear 13.511. So it is Paul Trodden still leading this one, 2.1 in front of Martin Lear. He's got a 23.5 last time by, 23.3 is his best lap. That was a 23.6 for you, Paul. So we've got on camera purple and yellow number 6 car as he drives away from the rostrum, coming down the staircase. And then he's going to hang a long sweeping left into a hairpin right. Down the straightaway he goes. 2.5 is his lead as he comes over the moguls. And then he's going to go up and down the corner. Tabletop with 4:30 on the master clock. 4:30 down. We've got 30 seconds to go. The closing order is going to be 613, 792, 54 and 8. Please listen for your numbers, drivers. So Paul Trodden coming down the straightaway. This is lap number 12 he is on of a predicted 13. So he's going to cross the line now. 24.2 and a 23.9 last time by is going to drop him just down a couple of spots in the overall. But this is his 13th and final lap as he comes down the staircase. Going to sweep round into the hairpin now, and then down the straight he goes. Going to come round the corner tabletop and across the line now. Paul Trodden going to close out with a 23.3 to go 13 in a 5:08.9, just missing out on Ross Everall's 5:08.5. Martin Lear, Simon Hudspeth going to go 5:11s. Then we've got Ava Griggs and Trevor Follington. Scratch out Robert Tyers jumping up the order. So David Anderson crossing the line to close out heat number 3. Paul Trodden going to take the win. Going to go 13.508. Then Martin Lear, Simon Hudspeth, Ava Griggs, Robert Tyers, Trevor Follington, Paul Steadman, Nathan Stanmore and David Anderson. Your full finishing order. So that is a wrap of group number 3. Group number 4 is coming up next. Group 4 is coming up next. So 20 seconds, drivers, 20 seconds. We'll start on grid cam for this one, and then we'll move to roving cam once we've got started. So your drivers for group number 4. Jonathan Pluke, James Gibbs, Paul Griggs, Neil Kenyon, Colin McCaffrey, Mark Christopher, Miklos Sabadas, Neil Lewis and Philip Swinton. So all off and running, and we're going to pick up the all-silver car of Jonathan Pluke. So he's coming round and he's going to drop down off the corner tabletop and put one lap on the board. Jonathan Pluke opening up with a 22.9, Paul Griggs 22.7. James Gibbs going to be a 23.2. Then Colin McCaffrey, Neil Kenyon, Mark Christopher, Miklos Sabadas, Neil Lewis, Philip Swinton is the full order after one. It is just one lap though, and plenty more need to be done like that. Probably 14 laps for most of these. I'd be surprised. No, 13 or 14 laps. Some will be in the 13s. Many will hope to be in the 14s. Jonathan Pluke is opening up on 14 lap pace, as is Neil Kenyon and James Gibbs after 2. So Pluke, Kenyon and Gibbs. Poor. Pluke's got a half-second lead, and then there is 3 drivers within a tenth of a second. That spreads out after lap number 2. So Pluke's lead is down to 0.4 over James Gibbs. And then we've got Neil Kenyon and Paul Griggs. Phil Campbell, Paul, are you going to give us a 14-lap run?
As I'm always trying.
There is no try. There's do or do not. You got what? You got what, sorry? Yeah. Oh, so Phil Campbell promises me a 14-lap run. That's what I heard. Meanwhile, in Heat 4, Neil Kenyon, James Gibbs both on 14-lap runs. Jonathan Pluke's had a big error in there somewhere, so that's a disaster for him. So Neil Kenyon in the 7 car going to take it up, and we've got Kenyon on camera, I believe. No, he's going to find him. Cam's going to find the cameraman. So there we go, Neil Kenyon in the 7 car. Started 4th or 5th on the grid for this one, and as he comes across, I think there goes Kenyon. So 22.9 last time by, so good lap for Neil Kenyon. Only him and James Gibbs on for 14 lap runs. Paul Griggs, you're on a 13.50.0. So all very close in this one with 2 minutes 40 down, 2:20 to go. We're running order 7.31, 6.45, 2.8 and 9. Only Neil Lewis and Jonathan Pluke not improving on their previous best times. So that would suggest the track is hot. Everyone's getting quicker as we move through the day. Although the venue is cold, the sun's gone behind a cloud and I am freezing. So coming into the final 2 minutes with 3 minutes complete, it's still Neil Kenyon, 0.6 of a second in front of James Gibbs, 2/10 then to Paul Griggs. Jonathan Pluke, you running 4, then Colin McCaffrey, Miklos Sabadas, Mark Christopher, Philip Swinton and Neil Lewis. So Jonathan Pluke goes through 23.1 that time by James Gibbs and Neil Kenyon. Both do a 23.1 as well. So it's 6/10 of a second lead for Neil Kenyon, then a 10th of a second separating Gibbs, Griggs and Pluke. So not a lot between them. With 3 minutes and 45 seconds done, we've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. So Neil Kenyon, James Gibbs, Paul Griggs, Jonathan Pluke, Colin McCaffrey, Miklos Sabadas, Mark Christopher, Philip Swinton and Neil Lewis, your full running order. 50 seconds to go, drivers. 50 seconds to go. Neil Kenyon, you are still on for a 14-lap run. Gibbs and Griggs, you are on identical split times, and it's a 13.500. That time by Gibbs, 200ths of a second quicker, and you, all 3 of you are now on 14-lap runs. Colin McCaffrey, you're looking at 13.501. Zabadas 13.502, and Pluke a 5.04. With 25 seconds to go, your running order is going to be 7.31, 6.54, 2.8 and 9. Please listen for your numbers, drivers. So as we come into finishing times, Neil Kenyon going to close this one out, most likely. 3/10 was his lead last time by, so it's still all to play for. as we come into the closure of this one. So these guys have come round to finish their last laps. So that's a wrap of group number 4, was it? Group number 4, James Gibbs going to take that one at the death from Neil Kenyon and Paul Griggs. Yeah, I'm going to watch it. So this is group number 5 warming up. Group 5 warming up. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
What's that, you mean? Oh, race control, come back to whoa, whoa, race, stop, don't go, don't go, don't go. Someone has to 1 minute.
Aren't you lucky? You are lucky.
Right, Marshall 2, that's your first warning. Yeah, it's you, it's going to back you up, being on your phone.
I wonder who that was, Mrs. Tate. Don't for me when it says that. Just you wait till you pass here.
For anyone that cares, European Championship Touring Car A3's on.
Oh. It's fixed now. Are we all ready? All ready, yeah? Right, ready when you are, Chris. I'll commentate on this one, Tom. You watch that.
So this is group number 5, rocking and rolling. Jack Mills-White leading them off.
So group number 5, Michael Halsley going to open up quickest. Jack Mills-White having an error on lap number 1.
Right, so 6, 3, 1, 2 and 8. 2 laps in. Right, that's... Come on, you should be driving into your team, mate. Oh. You need to get round it. Yeah, no talking on the rostrum. Everyone into car 9.
So, group number 5, rocking and rolling. Group number 5, rocking and rolling. Keith Halsley leading Ben Ellis, Michael Halsley, Peter Hastings, Jack Mills-White, Joshua Anderson, Lee Stokes, Chris Bowden. Phil Campbell is not delivering that 14-lap run as promised, unfortunately. And for anyone that's interested, Bruno Coelho is European champion for touring cars. We've got a request to follow Miklos from Aiden RC. Have we missed Miklos? We'll get to him. We'll get to that, Aiden. So, group number 5, Keith. Hey? I think so. So coming into the final minute, running order 1, 2, 3, 7, 6, 4, 8, 5 and 9. Car 1 is your leader. Oh, Aidan, it was ages ago. I've just not been keeping up with the chat. Sorry, Aidan. I apologise profusely. I've not been quite on it today. So, Keith Halsley, Michael Halsey, Peter Hastings, Joshua Anderson, all on for improved times. None of them affecting Zach Edwards' 14.5.12, but they are looking to go second for Keith, 4th for Michael. With 15 seconds to go. Closing order going to be 1, 3, 2, 7, 6, 4, 8, 5 and 9. Please listen for your numbers. So Keith Halsey, Peter Hastings, Michael Halsey, Joshua Anderson, Ben Ellis is your closing order. We are following the one car of Michael Halsey as he crosses the line to start his 14th and final lap. And he's just predicted to go 0.1 of a second slower than Hassan Saeed in the second spot. So Keith going to want a 22.4 or better. Aiden RC, 1 week in Japan gets you a career in media. I didn't do any commentary that week, my friend. But I won't lie, I have lived on that result for a long, long time. But I think that's fair. So Keith Halsey going to take that one. Keith Halsey taking a win with a 5.16.1. So Zach Edwards, Hassan Saeed going to stay 1 and 2. Keith goes in at 3. Peter Hastings goes in at 7. Joshua Anderson goes in at 11. Then Michael Halsey, Ben Ellis, Jack Mills-White, Lee Stokes, Chris Bowden and Phil Campbell. That's a wrap of group number 5. Group 6 going to be up next. So apologies on the live stream for small intermission there. We just had technical trouble where I wanted to watch the A final of the European Championships. If you didn't catch it, head over to RCTV Racing and you can watch the full live stream of all the finals over there. And some brilliant finals there have been. But meanwhile, we are now back in Bury with hoop number 6 coming up. Heat 6 going to come up, and drivers in this one. Skidmore's gone 12, 13, 11. He's going to need a top 5 or 6 time if he wants to make the A final. So Skidmore's going to be wanting something here. Will Skidmore, fastest in this group by quite some way. Oh, he has been so far. With 30 seconds, we will get underway with group number 6 very, very shortly. So your drivers for group number 6 as they lead away: Will Skidmore, Dylan Richardson, Charlie Rhodes, Craig Lomax, Scott Wyman, Richard Miller, Matthew Hodges, Phil Shannon, David Burton and Stephen Harley. So we are going to pick up the free car of William Skidmore. And he is going to open up, I assume, quickest 20.95 Skidmore. What a lap. So William Skidmore opens up with a 20.95. So Skidmore cracking opening lap there. Dylan Richardson going to go 22.1s. Wyman 22.2. Rhodes 22.3. 22.5 for Lomax. Burton 22.7. So all eyes going to be on the free machine of William Skidmore. 21.1 second time round. So averaging 21.0. And that looks to be 15 in a 5.15 pace so far. So down the straight he goes. Popping a little wheelie as he goes. And he's going to be coming round into traffic very, very shortly. So Harley, Hodges and Burton, be aware. The race leader is coming, as he has most rounds. Yellow, grey and blue car. Number 3 on his car. And he's coming onto the straightaway now. So end of the straight. Thank you very much, that man. I think that might have been Stephen Harley. And next up, Dave Burton. You will know what to do. Will Skidmore is approaching at a serious race or not. Thank you very much. 21.3 in traffic, Will. So, and a 20.9 is your best. Average lap is a 21.1, and you're looking at 5.16 pace. Dylan Richardson, you're looking at 5.09. Charlie Rhodes, 5.14. Lomax, Miller and Wyman looking at 5.17s. And that time in clear track, Skidmore, 21.2. 5.17 predicted. So top 7, Skidmore, Richardson, Rhodes, Lomax, Miller, Wyman and Shannon, all looking to improve on their previous personal bests. So as they come round, Will Skidmore, oh, he's going to go up the inside of a crashing car. That's unfortunate for, looked to be the 8 car of Phil Shannon. So Will Skidmore, that time by 21.3, still averaging a 21.1, but maybe just not showing these sub 21 second lap times we've seen before. So as he comes round the sweeper, going to come into the corner tabletop, up and down, up on 2 wheels, gets away with it just about. And then he's going to drive over the corner table, over the front side tabletop into the staircase as he drops down. And then he's got to come down the straightaway for the 8th time. 21.43 last time by. So he's just starting to edge away from where he wants to be. Dylan Richardson, you're 7 seconds behind. Charlie Rhodes, you are 1 behind that. And then Wyman, you're going to be first. It's going to be Wyman, then Miller for our leader. There goes Wyman. Thank you very much. Next, it's going to be Mr. Miller at the end of the straight, I believe, in the 9 car. So blue and orange car coming across the start-finish line now is your leader. 21.0 and a 21.1, the last 2 Skidmore. So pulling back the fast laps, bringing your average back down to a 21.1 average. So going in the right direction for you. As he comes down the straightaway, looks like he's going to have one more car for traffic. Looks to be the 10 car, Matthew Hodges. I think you're going to be next for our leader with 3.30 down and 1.30 to go. Skidmore has cleared that one, and it is another 21.1, Will. So you've turned up the wick a little bit, and you're now consistently 21.1s you're delivering with an average of a 21.1. So Dylan Richardson still runs in 2. Charlie Rhodes, Craig Lomax, Richard Miller, Stephen Harley, Scott Wyman, David Burton, Phil Shannon and Matthew Hodges coming up on the yellow and white car, Black Wing. So yellow, white car, Black Wing coming on to the start-finish straight. Race leader is behind you. There's another 21.1 last time by, Will. So lap times are consistent and quick. Oh, just rides a pipe, gets away with it. Going to cost you 2 temps. It was a 21.4, so not bad. Get your head down, collect your thoughts, and go again as catches a car coming down the step downs. You are still looking at 5.17 pace, Will, as you come down the straightaway. 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the master clock. You've got 30 seconds to go, and he's going to go up the inside of that car, cross the line. That was a 21.7 for Will Skidmore, so he's just going to drop off 5.17 pace, looking at 5.18. Rhodes, Richardson, Lomax, Miller, Harley, Shannon, Burton and Hodges for full running order. As we come into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. Blue car, number 4. Just be aware you might get caught, Dave. So just be aware, Dave, you might get caught by the leader behind you. Bruno. Not easy, but no. Bruno from Simon. Olowski dropped out, so I don't think he'll make podium. Oh, I didn't drop out, just I don't know. Simon Lauter. Then Lucas Urban, I think, would have rounded out the podium. So that's a wrap of group number 6. Will Skidmore, Stephen Harley to finish. There goes Stephen. That's a wrap of group number 6. William Skidmore going to go top of a tree with a 15.518. Good run, Will. Charlie Rhodes going to finish second. Dylan Richardson, Craig Lomax, Richard Miller, Stephen Harley, Phil Shannon, Scott Wyman, David Burton and Matthew Hodges. Heat 7 going to be up next in 1 minute. Heat 7 up next in 1 minute. Just checking with Aidan in the chat. When am I next on YouTube? I don't do YouTube anymore. I've got a face for radio, me, or a face for podcasts. It should be now, shouldn't it? Get with the 21st century. So I don't think I'll be doing any more YouTube videos, and I don't think we need to go and see the ones I've done previously. So yeah, that's me. Don't think we'll see any more. Anyone else got any questions or comments? Drop them in the chat. I will do what I can to answer them. Just get them dropped in the chat. I'll do what I can to answer them. As Heat 7 looks to be gridding up next. Heat 7 looks to be gridding up next. Jamie Banks, I hope you're not laughing at me, mate. At least I haven't got an accent for TV. So Group 7, 5 seconds out, about to get started. And your drivers for Group 7 going to be Rhys Traffer, William Fisher, Chris Pattinson, Oliver Frost, Cameron Wells, Manny Panesar, Graham Lyle, Peter Craig, Evie Thames and Scott Follington. So off and away we go for heat number 7. Rhys Traffer going to lead these ones round. I don't know what we're talking about now. So I meant RC Racing TV. When are next on YouTube? I'm not sure I know what the question is, Aidan. How's Spain? I'm not in Spain, unless you mean Ashley or Jamie Banks. When am I coming out of retirement? I think my racing days are behind me. Unlike James Pritchard, who stood next to me, I don't have comebacks. I've retired once and done. Pritchard's done about 65. He's done 4. He loves retiring that much. He's retired from every race today. Hey. So yeah, I don't think I'll be racing again. I might participate one day in e-buggy. E-buggy's good fun. You couldn't break the cars in e-buggy. Well, you might. It's good. It looks good fun. Just make a tracks. It's same. It's just like a big temp scale. So yeah, no more racing for me. I don't think. Unless someone wants to sponsor me to race with Caterham. How many times have you said that? Breaking news, James Pritchard's retiring from RC Racing at the end of this year. Next year, sorry. When he turns 40. Am I doing any more RC Racing TV this year? I don't think so. I've got a pretty light schedule RC TV. I don't know. I don't think I can do Batley. But everyone's asked me today. I don't think Skeldon can do it either, so I don't know who is. So there will be someone at Batley. Well, you say that. The next comment, get Pritchard on as a co-commentator. There you go, get that bad boy on. So, guest commentator James Pritchard, tell us what's happening out there.
Rhys Traffer looks like he's on a very good run. I wouldn't mind having a bit of that pace myself, but that was about 20 years ago, so there's still a chance of that. But fair play to him, his car looks very good, he's driving it well, and I think this will be a very good run because I've not seen him make an error yet, so I don't want a golden finger him, mate.
He's estimated a 14.502, personal best.
That's pretty good, mate, we all like a personal best.
21.0, best lap. Yeah. Is he going to crack the 20s?
I reckon you'll get a 20.99, which is very reasonable, which is what I pay at the supermarket, to be fair.
Depends what you're paying for, to be honest.
But yeah, he's looking clean, looking fast, so I think this will be a 21 or 22 in round, in my opinion.
Ooh. Well, last lap was a 22.0. What's he done? His round scores to date, he's had a 17, a 27 and a 28.
I reckon it'll be.
So he needs a top 20, really.
I reckon it'll be around the 21. I reckon.
Let's see what round scores you've had, eh, James?
Oh, no,
I'll just keep scrolling down.
I think
you are last.
I am, yeah.
Last of the last. Yeah. You've got a 112,
yeah.
a 113, and a 112.
Yeah,
that's a cracking effort.
I've done 4 laps all day, mate. So.
No, that's a lie, because your best run was 7 laps.
Oh, 7, sorry.
7 laps in 1 run.
Well, I'll beat that 7 this time.
I don't know if you will, to be honest.
Yeah. I'll try my best. I'll go and try and finish a race rather than pull it off. But yeah, looking at Reese, to be fair, he's just got past 2 lap cars and he's got
another one to go.
Another one now, but I think.
I've got a question for you. Should we do seeded practice at Nationals? Because there's been some heats where drivers are struggling.
I'd say yes, because sometimes you get a lot of fast drivers that might have missed a round.
Yeah.
And then they come to the next meeting and they've seeded quite low down, like young Isaac sometimes has had it. I think Ryan's had it because he's missed a couple of meetings. So I think it should go on.
Hassan Saheed out of Heat 1 is currently 8th. Zach Edwards out of Heat 2's 4th.
Yeah.
Skidmore on Heat 6 has put in a 15-lap run.
I do agree with that, to be fair, because whenever I've done meetings where there is seeding, it does work quite well.
Does it make the racing cleaner or not when everyone's together? Obviously, if you're not in the heat, let's just clarify that.
To be fair, I enjoy seeding. I do. Well, whenever I've done races abroad.
Is that because it's only 3 laps long and you might get 3 laps in?
I can just about manage 3. But yeah, I do think it's a good idea, to be fair. So yeah, it might be something to look at next year.
There you go. There's the proposals from us. All right, we better let you go because you you don't need to race, do you?
I'll go and see if I can
come down halfway through.
I'll go and see if I can finish your running. If I don't, I'll come and join you back on here.
Excellent. Right, cheers, James. 7 to beat for Mr. Pritchard. I don't think we'll see it. Only way is up. There's a spirit. So let's. Am I doing any more RCTV? No. I think most of the RCTV stuff's done this year. Oh, Skelding's off to Vegas. I think Skelding wins that one, doesn't he? Do you want to swap, Adam? You go and do Batley and I'll go and do Vegas. I think that would work. Yeah, I don't know what RCTV are covering this year, but it's not already done. I think we've just done the last Euros. Bruno Coelho taking the win. Probably MKGP's my next event if they ask for me back. I can't do votes on YouTube, but drop in the comments, MKGP, should we change the format so that every race is a race and we do line starts?
Round 6.
Yeah.
And then we've got ETS in Andernach, start of September.
Yeah, but ETS in Andernach, A, isn't in the UK, B, isn't 10th off-road, and C, no, the question was, what am I doing next?
Oh, nothing because you're part-time.
Well, yeah, there we go. Cam's just reminding me RCTV have loads of events. They'll be at the Worlds as well, won't they, Cam? In some way. Matt, I thought Matt was going. RCTV News, get the scoop. That body shell's a scoop, isn't it? It's an ugly scoop at that as well. Yeah. So, yeah, should we have MKGP line starts every race a race? That's the question I'm putting to the chat. If so, everyone email Brett Castle and tell him, Brett Castle, because they're posh down there, and tell him we want line start races, proper races. I'll lose my voice after about 2 rounds because I'll be screaming, but it'll be great fun. So group number 8, rocking and rolling. Charlie Simmons going to lead off. Gareth Stanton, Ruben Russell, Alex Pyatt, Ben Elliott, Andy Manning, Roger Tugwood, Matthew Dodd, Chris Foster and James Pritchard. Now no pressure, James, but you have a 7-lap run to beat. And Charlie Simmons is looking at going 15 laps. Ruben Russell, good opening lap for you. Gareth Stanton, 22.5, not your worst opening lap. So Ashley Patterson, the problem with Reedy Race format at MKGP is, how do you explain to the crowd that the blue car is happy to finish behind the white car because the blue car was quicker 2 days ago when we were racing different cars, therefore he doesn't need to win this race. So I agree with the every race is a race format of Reedy Race, but it's also really complicated to explain to a crowd that has never seen RC cars. which is why I want to go to line starts. Every race is a race. Maybe like a ladder system, so you bump up and down every race. I don't know. But ideas on a postcard. Let's think of a good format that's exciting for the crowd. So 130 down, 330 to go. Charlie Simmons leading Gareth Stanton. Stanton on an improved personal best. In fact, everybody except Alex Pyatt and Andy Manning is on for an improved personal best. James Pritchard, you are looking good. You've done 3 laps. Still going. Let's see if he can get to 8. That would be a miracle for him today. So Charlie Simmons still leading. He's dropped off an improved time, but he is running in the lead 1 second in front of Gareth Stanton. And these guys heavily affecting the top 10. Stanton looking at going 4th, Simmons in 3, Russell looking at going 6, Andy Manning looking at going 9. So running order 651, 784, 9, 2, 10 and 3. 651, 784, 9, 2, 10 and 3. Pritchard isn't last. That is a miracle at 230 down and 230 to go. So Simmons leads Stanton, leads Russell, then Andy Manning, 2.2 separating the top 3. So that's a 6, 5 and 1 cars. Let's try and drop back on camera and we'll pick up the 5 car if we can. We've watched Charlie Simmons for a lot of this race in the previous rounds, generally because he's been top of a tree. But we're going to follow Gareth Stanton for a little while. He's got white wheels on his wagon, probably why he's improving. So he is rocking around. Generally runs Team Associated. I'm going to guess it still is. It looks like it from the shape of a sticker. So he comes over the front side tabletop now. Switch back and then he's going to come down the step down. So James Pritchard working his way up to the 5 spot in this one and actually going, well, 11th in round as it stands. But this is your 8th lap, James, complete. So congratulations on the new personal best of completing 8 laps in a single 5-minute run. So Charlie Simmons still leading Gareth Stanton. 1.6 is the gap. Ruben Russell now running in 3rd and Ruben looking at 6th overall. So very close out front. Simmons and Stanton looking at going 04 and 06 respectively. Russell going 09. Andy Manning going 12. And with that celebration, James Pritchard, you are just a smidge off a top 10 time. 4 minutes down and 1 to go. 4 minutes down, 1 to go. The crowd goes wild for you online, Pritchard. And with that lap, a 21.58, your fastest lap of this event, you go up into the 4th spot. Now looking at 9th in round. So Charlie Simmons, Gareth Stanton, Andy Manning, Alex Pyatt, Ruben Russell, Ben Elliott, James Pritchard, Chris Foster. So Pritchard comes through triggering the loop. So we'll try and pick up the 9 car if we can on camera for the final 30 seconds. I think he's left on side of the track coming down the step down. Should be blue and yellow of sorts. I think that's a 9 car. So the 9 car is rapid in this. He's running in the 3 spot all the way from last on the grid. So Matt Dodd, be aware, quick car behind you, and he is an animal. So he'll probably give you about 2.5 corners before he takes you out. So coming into final 10 seconds, closing order, 659, 271, 410, 8 and 3. Please listen for your numbers, drivers. So as we come into finishing times, Pritchard on camera. He's going to cross the line now and start his final lap. Is he? No. And he's put it on his roof. It was going so well. He was looking at a 5.11 going 8th in round, and then he stuffed it. I don't know whether to shake my head or to just smile and laugh. He'll be well annoyed now, won't he? Well, he's done twice as many laps in this run than he's done all day, so that's a good start. So after all is said and done, Charlie Simmons going to take that one, goes 3rd overall. Gareth Stanton goes 5th overall, much needed run for Stance. Ruben Russell goes in at 8, Andy Manning goes in at 10. Roger Tugwood, Matt Dodd, James Pritchard, Chris Foster, Ben Elliott and Alex Pyatt. Going to be the closed down order for Matt. Heat number 9, you are next. Heat 9, you are next.
please. Marshall's change.
So, group number 5.
Rocking and roll. Group number 9, sorry, rocking and rolling. 1 minute in. And David Scott has opened up quick. So, yellow number 5. Look out for him. And if we can pick him up on camera cam, coming down the step down next for yellow number 5. He's coming to end of a straight now. Can you hear me, Cam? He's looking. Coming across the start-finish line into the first tabletop is the yellow number 5. But we are on Callum Trafer. As David Scott that time has a little error. So it is going to be Callum that leads. 1 second in front of Andy Woods. Hattie Thames, David Scott, Reese Ward, Kevin Hodkinson, Ben Stevenson, Harry Saunders and Tristram Neal is the full running order. And Callum Trafer putting in a good run. He's looking at going 5:01 pace. No one hitting the 15 lap runs just yet. Just Will Skidmore from group number 6. Although everyone except Stephen Brown and Reese Ward improving on their personal bests in this one. So the track is looking pretty fast. The track's looking pretty fast in this one. So Callum Trafer is rocking round. So 250 down and 210 to go. And I've just started a new game where I give a headset to someone and they have to come and tell me how the day goes. So James Pritchard had done 7 laps all day. How's your day going, Matt?
Well, I reckon it might be 8 or 9. Not as well as yesterday, Tom, as you pointed out.
What happened yesterday, Matt?
Yesterday were good.
What happened?
I made the A final.
Oh,
Yeah,
fantastic.
yeah.
Brilliant result. What happened today, Matt?
I'm staring down the barrel of a C final.
I don't know how you're that high.
Well, that's me and you. Me and you both.
If you could get past lap 1 and not crash, you might have been all right.
Every lap 1.
It literally
Skidmore's
has been.
lapping me at 2 minutes, and I see him coming, and then, well, I keep saying pace all race.
You used to just sit in front of him and hold him up, don't you? That's team for you.
I'm towing him, that's what I'm telling him.
You are towing him.
These 3 and these 4s, I'm towing him.
So without you, he'd be nowhere.
Exactly, I'm
well.
out him.
Well, good luck for the next race.
Thank you.
I'd like to see you a
secure
clean first lap, and hopefully you pole in the day.
Thank you, mate.
So Matt Thompson giving us a rundown on his day to date, which was not great. So Callum Trafer leading Stephen Brown, David Scott, Andy Woods, Hattie Thames, Ben Stevenson, Harry Saunders, all U7 improving, as is Tristram Neal. And importantly, Callum Trafer 0.7 of a second off a 15 lap run, so he's on camera coming around through the moguls. And he's going to drop down to complete lap number 10. That was a 21.48, and he's going to be about half a second off that estimated time. So he's going to just have to find himself a couple attempts over the next few laps. He's got 2 and a bit laps to do it maybe. So as he comes round over moguls, this will be completing lap number 13, and he crosses the line with exactly 21.6 seconds remaining. Sorry, 20.6 seconds remaining, so unlikely to get through is my guess. He would have to do his best lap by some considerable margin. So Callum Trafford going to come round now and just rub a pipe. As we come into finishing times, drivers, listen for your numbers. So Callum Trafford is going to be caught at the line, 14 in a 5.0.9. David Scott going to finish in a 5.1.97. 1 second behind. Then Stephen Brown going to finish in third. Andy Woods. And as it all filter through now, they are completing. Oh, disaster for someone. Can't see what it is. Pink and green car. That was, don't know who that was, but that was a disaster for them. So that's a wrap of heat number 9. Callum Trafford going to finish 14.500.98. Goes second overall. David Scott going to go in at third overall. Stephen Brown goes in at 6, Andy Woods 7, Hattie Thames 10, Ben Stevenson 11. That's a wrap of heat number 9. Heat number 10 coming up next. Heat 10 is coming up next. So group number 10 is gridding up. Johnny Skidmore will lead off this crowd, and Skidmore's got a 3 and I think a 7. Currently sitting, 3 and a 7, currently sitting 6th on the grid, so he'll want to do something different. He'll want to move himself up the grid order a little bit. So we'll see what he can pull out the bag. Lewis Hopkins also on the bubble. So he's got a 10 and a 9, so he'll want to do something about that. As we come into the grid, call out drivers as they start, and then we'll pick up Johnny Skidmore. So there goes Johnny. Lewis Hopkins, Matt Druitt, Oliver Natras, Ryan Clark, Tommy Dale, Matt Thompson, Colin May, Liam Robinson and Isaac McFadden are your drivers. And we're going to start off following Johnny Skidmore as he comes round to complete lap number 1. It's going to be Johnny Skidmore opening up with a 21.03. That puts him straight onto 15 lap pace. And then Oliver Natras going to open up second quickest with a 21.3. Druitt going to go 21.5. Colin May 21.5. Isaac McFadden from the back of the grid 21.00. So careful out there. The car coming through from the back of the grid. The 10 car is the quickest after 1. Skidmore lap 2 20.8. 5.13 pace for you. And then Druitt goes through 21.2. He's looking at 5.21 pace. Isaac McFadden lap 2, 21.55. So Skidmore to the top of the tree by about half a second after 2. And Matt Thompson, 22.2 last time by. And you opened with a 21.8. So not the worst start you've had, but you are last. So Skidmore is on the right-hand side of the track, coming off the corner tabletop, going to cross the line. That time by 20.66, 5.12 is estimated. So he's going in the right direction. He's bringing it down. Hopkins 20.1, Druitt 20.7, Natras 21.2. So you guys, well, everyone down to Hopkins and Druitt predicted 15 lap runs. Druitt, you're also on a 15 lap run. So Skidmore last time by 20.9. You're starting to normalise around 5.12 pace. So Skidmore on the left hand side of the track going to be coming down the straightaway now on camera as he comes through the sweeper into the mogul section. Nicely through that and going to cross the line. Looks good. It's a 20.84. So good lap from Skidmore. Matt Thompson last time by 21.2. And everyone pretty much in the 21s last time by, except Hopkins and Skidmore both putting in a 20.8. So Skidmore looking at going 1. Hopkins, you're going 5.18 pace. Druitt 5.21. Natras 5.21. Ryan Clark, you're going 5.00. So Johnny Skidmore coming up into traffic now. So yellow and black machine, thank you very much. And the light blue machine at the end of the straight, you're going to be next. Can't see your number from here. It looks like an 8. So that'll be Tommy Dale. You'll be next for our leader. And then I think the yellow, pink and black machine, you'll be next. So 20.6 for Skidmore. Thank you very much. Great driving, you two. Don't men take each other out on the step down. So Johnny Skidmore down the straight. 20.6 first lap in traffic. Let's see what this one is. As he comes round, it's looked clean. He's still on for 5.12 pace. That one, 20.7 in traffic. Nicely done for Johnny Skidmore. Lewis Hopkins, you run in second. Ryan Clark is running in third. Oliver Natras 4. And then we've got Matt Druitt, Matt Thompson, Isaac McFadden, Colin May, Liam Robinson and Tommy Dale. So 10 car, you will be next for our leader if and when he gets there. With 3 minutes 30 down, 1:30 to go. Johnny Skidmore's leading this one. 20.44 last time by, Johnny. You're edging towards a 5.11. 3 wheels on the wagon in the middle of a track, so that's going to be DNF for him. So Johnny Skidmore coming around the end of the straight and closing up on the back of the 10 car now. So that is going to be Colin May. When he gets there, please, Colin. 21.1 for Skidmore, going in the wrong direction. You want less of those and more of the one before. You're 20.44, so he's by the 10 car. Matt Thompson, throw out the tow rope and pull Johnny round for the remaining 1 minute as Skidmore is behind you on track. So Thompson goes by. That was a 23.6 for Matt Thompson. Johnny Skidmore, 20.97. You're about 12.5 is your estimated time, with 40 seconds to go. 40 seconds on the master clock. Running order going to be 1, 3, 6, 5, 7, 4, 10 and 8. So that's 1, 3, 6, 5, 7, 4, 10 and 8 is your running order. And Johnny Skidmore going to go through 21.1 last time by, 13 laps on the board. And he's got nothing but racetrack for the remainder of this run. So Skidmore, Hopkins going to go 1 and 2. Clark and Natras on for 15 lap runs. As we're coming into finishing times, drivers, please listen for your numbers. So Johnny Skidmore looking to go a 5:12.8. Not quite fastest time of the day. Tommy Hall is still going to remain with that honour. But it is going to be quickest time of the round if he can keep it clean around to the end of this lap. Through the moguls he goes. Sweeps round, up and down the corner tabletop, crosses the line, closes out with his fastest lap, a 20.39, to put in a 5:12.4. Waiting for everyone else to come through. So waiting for a couple more to finish. Ollie Natras, Ryan Clark. There goes one. Ryan Clark nearly puts on his roof as he crosses the line. But it's going to be Johnny Skidmore taking that one with a 15.512.4. Lewis Hopkins going to go into second with a 5:17.5. Skidmore, you stay third. Then we've got Natras and Clark going in at 4 and 5. Callum Traar for 6. David Scott 7. Matt Drew at 8. Reece Traar for 9. And Charlie Simmons is going to be 10. Going into the penultimate heat. Heat 11 is coming up next. Heat 11 will be next. So this is Heat 11 about to get underway. We will follow off our runners and riders, and then we will pick up, well, the fast four in this one. So Lee Martin, Thomas Phipps, Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, Mark Anthony Jones, Stuart Mahon, Seth Shillito Everest, Aaron Nash and Eugene Galley. So all eyes on Lee Martin, one of our potential TQ drivers. So Lee Martin has a 2 and a quick 1 will put him top of the tree. So Lee Martin opens up 20.77. TQ battle still on the line. Tommy Hall has a 0 and a 2, quickest 0. Lee Martin has a 2. Thomas Phipps has a 0. Josh Holdsworth has a 0. Johnny Skidmore cannot TQ now. 0 and a 3 will not do it. So all to play for, and Lee Martin 20.6, lap number 2. He is on for TQ pace. Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders, all improved times. Thomas Phipps 21.19, backing up a 21.29. So he's still second on track, but you've got Josh Holdsworth behind you, Thomas. So just be aware, if he gets there, you will have to yield. Lee Martin 20.8, lap number 3. And you are looking at 5:10 pace, which would be a new fastest time. So as he comes around the back corner through the moguls. And now he's going to come across the line. This time by 20.51 for Lee Martin. Josh Holdsworth goes through with 20.6. The lead for Lee Martin is half a second. Thomas Phipps, you run in third. You're 1.2 off the lead. Then Luke Holdsworth, you're a quarter of a second back. So you guys all looking at 15 lap runs, 5:13 for Holdsworth. Josh Holdsworth looking at a 5:11. Thomas Phipps 5:13. Luke Holdsworth 5:15. Lee Martin 20.6 last time by. You're looking at an 09 pace. So Lee Martin coming down the straightaway. All eyes on him. Potential TQ man, as is Thomas Phipps. Thomas Phipps has a 0 in round number 2, I believe, from memory. I think Josh Holdsworth has a round as well. So yeah, 3 of your round TQ 2 of your round TQ drivers in this one, but it's Lee Martin that heads them. 20.88 last time by. So Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth separated by just 0.2 of a second. And it was Josh Holdsworth that took round number 1. So he's also looking for a potential TQ run. So Lee Martin, 2 tenths in front of Josh Holdsworth. Thomas Phipps, you run third. Luke Holdsworth's had a crash, drop down the order. So 1.1 seconds separating the front 3. And it is Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth, Thomas Phipps. So 20.5 for Lee, 20.5 for Josh, 20.6 for Phipps. And they are looking at 5:10, 5:10 and 5:11 pace with just 2 minutes to go. 3 minutes down, 2 to go. So traffic starting to be a factor for Lee Martin. And Thomas Phipps, be aware, second place man is behind you. Lee Martin, 20.6, pulls out a half-second lead. Although now in traffic, that was a 20.9 to a 20.5 for Josh Holdsworth. The gap is back to 2 tenths of a second. So Aaron Nash, you've got a race leader behind you. Thomas Phipps, you've got a race leader behind you. If he gets there, Eugene Galley, you're just stuck in the middle of it, I'm afraid. Thank you. Probably one more, Eugene, when he gets there. Josh is also on a rapid run. Thank you, Eugene. Apologies. So Aaron Nash, be aware, 2 fast cars behind you on track. Last time by, 20.6 for Lee and Josh. Both of them on for 5:10 pace. Thomas Phipps, you're about 3/4 of a second off, looking at 5:11 pace. 1 minute and 15 to go. 1 minute and 15 on the master clock. Lee Martin goes through. 21.1 for Lee, 20.75 for Josh. They both fall onto 5:11s. Thomas Phipps is over. So now it's Lee Martin versus Josh Holdsworth. 2 tenths of a second in the favour of Josh Holdsworth. Aaron Nash, race leader behind you on track, coming into the end of the straight. Please do not be a factor. Josh Holdsworth just got a bit understeery coming onto the straight. That's going to cost him a 10 for 2. It's a 20.1 for Lee Martin. It's a 20.7 for Holdsworth. Gap extends 6 tenths of a second in the favour of Josh Holdsworth. He's laying down new fastest time of the day. He's already got a TQ in round. He's looking to do another 5:10 pace for him. 5:11 for Lee. So Lee Martin in the 1, Josh Holdsworth in the 2. Running 2, then 1. Gap between them extends to 0.7 of a second. Josh Holdsworth at a 5:10 pace. Lee Martin 5:11. Charlie Saunders running third, running fast, looking at a 5:15. Thomas Phipps looking at a 5:16. Mark Anthony Jones going 15 laps, 5:19. Then you've got Mahon, Shillito Everest, Luke Holdsworth, Eugene Galley and Aaron Nash. As we come into finishing times, drivers, listen for your numbers. So we've got Josh Holdsworth on screen as he's chasing down Lee Martin on track. Down the step-ups they go. Gap last time round was 1 second in the favour of Josh Holdsworth. He did a 20.4 last time by. He's going to come round to close out his round 4 of qualifying. And he's going to do it with a new fastest time of the day, a 5:10.97. Lee Martin going to finish second with an 11.6. So just waiting for a couple more drivers to finish. Mark Anthony Jones, Seth Shillett-Everest and Stuart Mahon crossing the line. So that's going to be a wrap of heat number 11. Josh Holdsworth going to take the win with a 5:10.97 hot time of the day. As it stands, Lee Martin going to finish second, go second. Johnny Skidmore, you stay third. Charlie Saunders, great run for you, going fourth in round. Thomas Phipps, you're 5. Mark Anthony Jones, you're 8. Stuart Mahon, 10. Seth Shillett-Everest, you are 11. Heat 12 is up next. Heat number 12 is up next.
You alright, Steve? Yeah, not bad yourself.
Marshall's change, please. Marshall's change.
Round 4 will start in 30 seconds. Start order 2, 1, 3, 4, 6, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So group number 12 about to kick off, and TQ battle is still wide open. As Ben Smith, what's Ben Smith? Ben Smith's got a 2, so he can do it by TQ in this round. We'll watch them all leave the grid. There goes Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Daniel Pole, Jamie Hall, Hudson Knight, Archie Bowman, Ewan Tumulty, Callum Ackroyd Bench, Jacob Tomlinson and William Venables. So all to play for here in heat number 12. TQ is yet to be determined. See the EPD? That's that.
Yeah.
It's great, new feature. So Tommy Hall, Ben Smith opening up with 20s, as does Archie Bowman. So 20.59. It hasn't. So Tommy Hall, Ben Smith, Archie Bowman, Daniel Pole, Jamie Hall, Hudson Knight, Jacob Tomlinson, Ewan Tumulty, William Venables, Callum Ackroyd Bench is your openers. So Tommy Hall is looking fast, 20.6 lap number 2, average of a 20.64. Ben Smith, you are half a second behind. Daniel Pole, a 10th behind that. Daniel Pole's got a pair of 5s. He'll want to move himself up the grid. Tommy Hall is looking to go TQ, and currently, Tommy, you are on 0.10 pace, 10.5. So Josh Holdsworth's just done his 5.10. Tommy Hall is now got to lay one down. Ben Smith, you're looking at 12 pace. Daniel Pole also 5.12. Gap between Hall and Pole is 0.3 of a second. Then 0.2 back to Ben Smith. Then Jamie Hall, 0.75 of a second behind that. So Tommy Hall, 20.68 average, 20.6 best, 20.6 last time by. So very consistent run from Tommy. 20.53 that time by from Tommy, going in the right direction. 20.54 Ben Smith, gap between them 0.4 of a second. Daniel Pole, you are 1/10 in front of Ben. So half a second separating Tommy, Daniel and Ben after 5 laps. So pick up Tommy Hall on track as he's coming now into traffic. So blue and white car. Didn't catch the number. I think it's going to be Jacob Tomlinson or Ewan. Thank you. And you're going to have another one behind you in the form of Ben Smith when he gets there. Venables, you are next for our leader. Last time by, 20.7 for Tommy Hall. Venables, please don't be a factor. So then it's going to be the other blue and white car. So 9 is going to be Jacob Tomlinson. You've got Ben Smith behind you. Thank you, William Venables. Ewan Tumulty, I think you're going to be next for our leader as you come onto the straightaway. Leader is behind you. So 20.6 for Tommy Hall in traffic, going in the wrong direction. Daniel Pole just 1/10 behind, and then Ben Smith a 10th behind that. So it is 3 drivers, 2/10 of a second between them. So Daniel Pole, Will Venables, car behind you, thank you, he's a leader, and you've got Daniel Pole coming through as well when he gets there. So 20.3 last time by. Daniel Pole going to go to the point over Tommy Hall and Ben Smith. Daniel Pole takes the TQ in round. It will hand over all TQ to Tommy Hall as it stands. So it is going to be Tommy Hall, and the A final is taking shape. Oh, it's good at the bottom of the A final. It's going to be a factor. So Tommy Hall is now second to Daniel Pole. Daniel Pole looking at going 09. Tommy Hall 010. Ben Smith 010. Scratch that. Ben Smith 20.4 to the point. That will put him as TQ overall. So this is changing lap after lap. So Tommy Hall's got nothing but racetrack. Ben Smith nothing but racetrack. Daniel Pole's got a car between them. And 8 car, I think. 8 car, you've got drivers coming. So Callum Ackroyd, bench of 3 leaders are coming for you. And I think that's you and Tumulty. You're going to have race leader with you very shortly, and it is the race leader, Daniel Pole, to the point. 4 minutes down, 1 to go. TQ is taking shape here. Will it be Tommy Hall? Will it be Ben Smith? Will Daniel Pole take the round and give TQ to Tommy Hall, or will Josh Holdsworth time hold? 8 car, you've got leaders with you. There's 1. There's 2 more coming. Please do not be a factor. Daniel Pole leads this 3/4 of a second in front of Ben Smith. Half a second back to Tommy Hall. Hot lap of the race goes to Daniel Pole. A pair of 22.2s. So Daniel Pole is looking at 08 pace, but only 3/4 of a second in front of Ben Smith. 8 car, please. Oh, Jesus, man. Bit more than half a car's width would be great. Thank you very much. So Ben Smith just getting caught there, but Daniel Pole getting through quick. And it's going to be Daniel Pole 1.2 in front of Ben Smith now. 15 seconds on the master clock. Ben Smith, TQ man's behind you. Please be aware. Do what you need to do. 10 seconds to go. Ben Smith and Daniel Pole doing battle as they come on to the 15th and final lap. There are 3 seconds to go. Time is expiring. This is your battle for TQ. If Daniel Pole takes it, it's going to be a Tommy Hall TQ overall. If Ben Smith can pull away, it's going to be a Ben Smith TQ. As they come round, Daniel Pole is looking at 08 pace. Just got to keep it clean to the line. And he does. So Tommy Hall's going to go through. Daniel Pole going to take the win in the round. Tommy Hall going to come home in second, just 1/10 behind. Ben Smith going to finish in third. And overall, that is going to give us Tommy Hall, your TQ man today. Thomas Phipps going to start second on the grid. Josh Holdsworth going to start third. Daniel Pole moving himself up to fourth. Lee Martin going to start fifth. Ben Smith going to start sixth overall. Johnny Skidmore 7. Luke Holdsworth 8. Charlie Saunders 9. And Jamie Hall, you are 10th. Lewis Hopkins, you're going to be 11th overall. Will Skidmore 12. Mark Anthony Jones. Oliver Natras. Stuart Marn. Callum Traver. Matt Druitt. Seth Shillito. Ryan Clark and Hudson Knight. Good run, Hudson. Getting yourself a B main at the death. And I'm joined by TQ man Tommy Hall.
Hello.
Well, that was carnage. Not carnage, it was exciting.
It was fast.
Everyone
was pretty on it.
Everyone was fast.
Yeah, I was throwing my life on the line for that run, and these guys were just staying there the whole time.
Were you quite content with Daniel taking him around? Can you hear anything I'm saying?
Well, yeah. So I'm hearing Dan. I'm like, come on, Dan. So I know at least then if I throw the run, it kind of gave me the license to push harder, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Knowing that Dan was there and he could take the round and still get it for me. So
how do you think the finals are going to go? Because everyone is fast. I mean, Ben Smith was on TQ with like 3 laps to go.
He's not sick.
He's now 6th.
I mean, wow. I mean,
that seems harsh.
It does. I mean, even down to Johnny, because Johnny's on front running pace as well, and Luke. So it's going to be. Oh, Jamie snuck in. That's good. It's going to be a train. I think it's going to be probably a good. It could well be the full 10 cars just going in a train, like one error and you drop to the back.
I mean, that's not good because Jamie's at the back and we know what he's like after yesterday.
Well, exactly. You know,
he'll be launching it on lap 1.
Yeah, so no, they're going to be exciting finals. Anyone in the top few could win. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully it's me. But, I mean, they'll be exciting finals.
Any changes for final between qualifying and racing, or do you just go with what you know?
It's a good question because it got a little edgier in the finals yesterday, so I'm expecting maybe the same again today. So maybe some
Longer
slightly
wheelbase.
less front tire or something.
Longer wheelbase.
Something. We'll see. So I think I'll stick with what I've got for now, and hope for the best because I mean those guys behind are so fast. Phipps is fast on one lap. Dan's got a good.
Josh is quick.
Josh is
came
fast.
from nowhere.
They're going to be good finals. They're going to be really good finals. So I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck for finals.
Thank you. Thanks.
So finals will kick off in about 25 minutes, I think. I don't know. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes, and we'll bring you coverage of all the finals, and it's sure to be exciting racing here at Bury Metro. For the full drive round 5 of the UK National Series, big thank you to our sponsors for allowing us to bring you this coverage. They are Yokomo, X-Ray, Rudog, Schumacher Racing, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Kyosho, MB Models, TKR Graphics, Team Associated, Rude Bits, and one that's hidden behind an advert, Futaba. Thank you very much, and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes.
Okay, here we go, trophy presentation. The team is ready to present where we need William Skidmore, Jack Mills White. Simon Hudspeth, Hassan Saeed, Daniel Poe, Oliver Natris, Reese Ward, Charlie Rhodes, Jack Mills White, Jack Flynn, Tommy Clark, Jesse Russell, and Louis Stevenson, please. Let's get you for some trophy presentations. And then after that we can continue the dramas.
And you're not.
Okay guys, can we make sure we've got the following drivers over to the rostrum? William Skidmore, Jack Mills White, Simon Hudspeth, Hassan C, Daniel Powell, Oliver Actress, Reese Ward, Charlie Rhodes, Jack Mills White, Jack Flynn, Tommy Clark, Jesse Russell and Louis Stevenson, please. So, our top F5 today, in forward drive, Hassan Saeed. A round of applause, please. She's just coming.
Are we having him in this way, like that?
She's just coming. You're fine.
Right. Get one of us on anyway. Look at that.
2 seconds, 2 seconds.
No, no. All right, okay.
Our top F4 today, Simon Hudspeth. Our top F3, Jack Mills White. And finally, our top F2, William Skidmore. We'll do our under 16s first of all. In third place, Reese Ward.
Yes, Reese.
Oliver's making fun of me.
At least he's
Reese, you can hang around to the side, please. In second place, Oliver Natris. Top under 16, Daniel Cole. Well done. Okay, our under 13s again, we'll like to get all you all together at the end. In sixth place, Louis Stevenson. Louis. In fifth place, Jesse Russell.
So go too far on that. We need you back. We need you back in the middle.
In fourth place, Tommy Clark. And in third place, Jack Flynn. Second place, Jack Mills White. Top under 13 four drive today, Charlie Rhodes.
Grab you guys all together in a second to take the photo. Okay guys, come together please. You get the tall guys at the back, so the top three at the back. You can, so if you guys, that's it, you go this side. You go to the front, on your knees, please. Not being too bossy. And you come down on your knees as well, there's a 6 of you together. Got it guys? A little bit further to the left. You're doing a good job there, Louis. Perfect. Right, face the cameras. That'll be magic. Thank you.
A big round of applause for our 6 under 13s. Right, we will be starting the hour final in about 10 minutes, Chris. And the hour final will be marshalled by the C final.
Yeah, I'll grab that end and we'll take it around the other side like this. I've got your email and I'll just add it to what you get paid for.
Brilliant, thank you.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Okay, guys, can we get the C final out to Marshall, please? They're about to kick off the R final. We need your services. A few of you might want to stay on and volunteer marshals from point 6 to 10 would be brilliant. Throwing you for 2 marshalling possible. So, with the following people: Archie Bowman, Reese Ward, Reese Tuafa, Charlie Simmons, Tommy Dow, Callum Ackwood-Brench, Matthew Thompson, Aaron Nash, and Andy Woods.
Come on, Jesse. Get the double, man. Go on, man. Get the double, man.
Your marshals are on point, 60.
Okay, drivers, can you straight to the line then, please? Head on round and straight to the line, then go slowly as you go down the track.
Slowly, slowly, slowly. Graham, nothing close.
So, welcome back to coverage of the Full Drive National here from Buggy Metro. We are about to get finals underway. Finals are about to get underway. So, L final gridding up. L final is gridding up. Your drivers for the L final are Jesse Russell, Zach Trodden, Michael Taylor, David Anderson, and Louis Stevenson. Those are your drivers. And we are about to go racing. I think we've got 2 or 3 finals. Then we'll have A final leg number 1 about 5 p.m. A final leg number 2, I'm guessing, is about 5:45, and A final leg number 3 should be about 6:30.
Hey, don't put him off. Concentrating. Who's number 8? Teresa, we've got a marshal 8. Oh no, Matt's there.
Stand by. Stand by, Simon. We'll memento for you.
You alright, Tommy?
One of the reasons having a
Might win.
conversation
Not
in
with him.
control of the review show.
Why?
I'm 7th in the
Did I?
final.
Yeah.
C final at MB. I don't remember what meeting it was, but I think I got the B final somewhere.
Are you listening to me, Cam, on football? Oh, that was a poor choice. I think we need a better windsock for the ambient mic. No, I'm just saying for next time. I keep getting wind noise. Yeah. Do you reckon it's going to rain? That would be good, wouldn't it? That'd be a good end to the day. Rain for leg 3. Just a sprinkling. Well, yeah, no, that's a fair point. This? I can't tell you because I'm on live on air.
Just doing a very
So I'm not sure, quite sure what we're waiting on. We've got some drivers, we've got some marshals, but I don't know what we're waiting on something to happen, and then we'll get racing. Doesn't sound like something I would do. I didn't hear the story, but it doesn't sound like something I would do. What did I do? I do. I do that.
I won't worry about it from the start.
But who knows?
Who knows?
Glitchy for them.
You're all making yourself look flat. Eugene, come and sort the laptop out. All the finals are done.
Steve Pearce turns up and it all goes wrong.
Yeah, exactly, Pearce.
Matt, I was going to say B finalist only to Marshall, but you're not in the B final, are you? We have, sorry to interrupt today, Mr. Commentator, we have double checked the finals. They are correct. I'm starting with what's on the track right now.
They all correct?
They are correct.
Right.
Exactly, Matt. You are supposed to be in the F final.
So we've got 5 cars in this one, yeah?
Yep, 5 cars in this one.
Right, marshals are out, 5 cars on the track.
So, I think we just had a small computer issue. It seems to be resolved now. So, we are into countdown. So a final rocking and rolling. Jesse Russell going to lead away from pole. Zach Trodden, Michael Taylor, David Anderson and Louis Stevenson. So Jesse Russell going to lead Zach Trodden in the 2 and Michael Taylor in the 3 as they come round through the tabletop to complete the first lap. It looks like the 4 cars dropping down of David Anderson. So Jesse Russell out front, down the straight goes Jesse. Then comes Zach Trodden, then the 3 car of Michael Taylor. Caution on the straightaway. Steve Brown is there, sort of. So meanwhile, out front as they come across the line, lap number 1 on the board for Jesse Russell. The lead is 1.3 seconds, then just half a second back to Zach Trodden in the 2 spot. Half second back to Michael Taylor in the 3 spot. Then we've got David Anderson, Louis Stevenson. So Jesse Russell pulling out about a half a straight length after 2. Question in the YouTube chat. Who's my money on for the win? I'm going to go left field and say Thomas Phipps is going to win this one. But I'm also going to say the finals are going to be carnage and it'll be great. So Jesse Russell leading gap has reduced just 1 second now in front of Zach Trodden, and look at the track, it is getting closer. So about a quarter of a straight length is the lead now for Jesse Russell, Zach Trodden, Michael Taylor, David Anderson, Louis Stevenson is your running order. 1 minute 20 gone, 3 minutes and 40 to go. Jesse Russell leading Zach Trodden, gap reduces once again by 2 tenths, so 8 tenths of a second is the gap. How about you, Jamie Banks? Who's your money on for the win? Let me know in the chat. Put down who you think who you think is gonna win after 3 legs today. Let me know. So Jesse Russell coming round now to complete lap number 4, and Zach Trodden not far behind, although the gap extends this time round, so the gap just over a second. Last time by, Jesse Russell's best lap 23.90, Zach Trodden 24.09, so 2 tenths quicker there for Jesse. Then Michael Taylor, you running third, you're about 4 seconds off the lead. Then David Anderson and Louis Stevenson rounding out the top 5. So Jesse Russell, black, white and pink, 1 car with yellow wheels, being chased down by the, pink and blue. Number 2 with white wheels of Zach. Gap remains 1 second exactly after 5 laps. So these two very, very level in terms of pace. Down the straightaway they go. It's back to about half a straight length is the lead over moguls. Zach Trodden looking a little bit neater, a little bit calmer through at that time. Comes across the line and identical lap times for 2 of them there. So the gap remains 1.0 seconds. Coming into the staircase, down goes Jesse Russell. Zach Trodden behind in shot, closing in everywhere he can. And down the straight, and it looks like, I'm going to say Zach's slightly closer as they come through the moguls, but then Jesse Russell crosses the line. It's a 23.5 to a 23.4, new hot lap of the race for both of them, but Zach Trodden closes in by a tenth of a second that time round. 3 minutes down and 2 to go, 3 down, 2 to go. You're 7 laps down of an estimated 12 coming down the straightaway. Jesse Russell in the 1 car being chased down by the 2 of Zach Trodden, and now it's visibly closer on track. The gap as they cross the line, it's going to be less than quarter of a second. Coming through the switchback, sweeping round left into the tabletop they go. 8 laps down, 1 minute and 30 to go. Jesse Russell, Zach Trodden, the race is on. Who's it going to be? Jesse Russell still leading this one, has done from the beginning. Zach Trodden closed right up in the last 2 laps. Last time by was a 23.4 for Zach, 21.3 for Jesse. Oh, Jesse's over, just touched the pipe onto the roof. So Zach Trodden going to go by, take the lead. So now Zach Trodden, can he hold the pressure? Can Jesse Russell close up? Last time by it was a 24.0 for Zach Trodden. The gap on track is about 0.8 of a second. It's about half a straight length. So Jesse Russell's got to get head down and catch up to Zach Trodden. Catching is one thing, passing is another. As they cross the line, the gap is 1.7. So Zach Trodden with 45 seconds on a master clock. You're probably going to go this and maybe 2 more. We'll see as he crosses the line. Yeah, it'll be this and 2 more for Zach Trodden as he comes round the end of the straight into the moguls. Jesse Russell throwing everything at it, trying to close down. Zach Trodden coming up on traffic in the form of a 3 car. So Michael Taylor, 2 leaders behind you on track. Gap reduces. So Jesse Russell slightly quicker that time round, comes launching over the tabletop, closing in a bit more, down the step down. It's going to be this one and 1 more for our leaders, this one and 1 more for our leaders. So half a straight length is the lead, but gap's reduced this time round coming into the moguls. Here comes Jesse Russell, can Zach Trodden hold on? Starting the final lap now, time is expiring, you are racing to the line. Zach Trodden coming round in front of a rostrum. Here comes Jesse Russell. Gap between them about half a second. Coming down the step down. They're going to sweep round. Hairpin right onto the straight. Nose to tail as they come down the straight. Jesse Russell throwing everything at it. 3-4 corners to go. Who's it going to be? Zach Trodden, Jesse Russell coming into the corner tabletop. Zach's going to come across the line, take the win. Jesse Russell going to finish in second. David Anderson in third. Louis Stevenson 4. And Michael Taylor going to take home the 5 spot. Cracking race there in the L final. Zach Trodden taking the win from Jesse Russell there. Absolutely brilliant race between the two of those for a full 5 minutes. Next up, we are going to have the K final. K final is up next. K final is up next. Oh, I'm not allowed to touch cars. That's called bias. Tommy, do you want to go racing? You've left your car here switched off.
Yeah.
Sorry, Adam, I only charge £10 per turning car on. I'll invoice you. K for Kings or Carnage. K for Carnage. Hey? Kate spelling. Crate. So K final up next. Neil Lewis going to be on pole. Robert Tyers second. Ava Griggs third. Tommy Clark 4. Philip Swinton 5. Shahid Khalik 6. Andrew Grayson 7. Nathan Stanmore 8. Paul Steadman 9. And Matt Martin starting in the 10 spot. What a cracking race we've just had, and I'm sure many more cracking races to come. So thank you to all those joining us online on the YouTube stream. If you've got any comments or questions, get them in the chat. I will do my best to answer them. And a big thank you to our sponsors for enabling us to bring you this coverage. TKR, Team Associated, Rude Bits, Car Show, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher Racing, Yokomo, X-Ray, and Futaba. That's it, Adam. You tell him, just pin it. Just pin it.
We have problems with not respecting the corners.
Go fast, don't crash. Mike P on the chat, am I not racing? No, I don't race anymore. I did try participating, but I wasn't very good. So now I just talk about racing. Hopefully give something back to the hobby that I got so much from. So no racing for me. I did do a bit of catering racing after my RC career, but I ran out of money. So yeah, now I just talk about toy cars, which is great fun. RCTV is amazing. I agree.
Yeah, just be able to watch it.
Yeah.
I was in Dubai last week watching the Euros.
So
By the pool, 50 degrees with a beer.
RCTV is the greatest thing around. Yeah, RCTV. If you think RCTV is great, you should become an RCTV hero. You go onto YouTube and you click join. I think it's $2.99 a month or something like that. And you get free stickers, and you get early access to RCTV content, exclusive access to some other content. So yeah, if you're loving RCTV, become an RCTV hero. That's all I can say. How's it gone? Have you loved it? It's hard. It's hard racing now. That's why I don't do it. Yeah, I went off to Caterham Racing, Mike, in 2020. So, yeah. So, yeah, still follow the Caterham scene. They're up at Knockhill today, supporting the BTCC. So I've just watched their third race of the day in our break between qualifying and finals. Worked out quite nicely. Right, K final. So grid is set, countdown is starting. This is your K final. Neil Lewis going to be leading away from pole. So there goes Neil Lewis away from pole. Oh, carnage, 2 and 3 cars catching up and catching the 4 car as well. Absolute disaster. James Pritchard gridding up for his what? James, it's the A final next, mate. I don't think you're in that one. So Neil Lewis leading this one. I think Robert Tyers was second.
2001 maybe, mate.
Maybe. Is that why you race vintage? Roll back the years. So Neil Lewis, after one, he's pulled out a whole straight length of a lead. And I think it's a 5, then 2, then 4 cars. We'll see as they cross the line. There goes Neil Lewis, Philip Swinton, Robert Tyus and Tommy Clark. So it is one. Oh, Neil's had an error. So Philip Swinton going to go to the point in the 5 car. 5 up to 1 after 2 laps. What a brilliant start there. Oh, Tommy Clark's thrown off a bank corner. That's not thinking, is it, Adam? So we've got Philip Swinton out front, followed by the 2 and the 1. 5, 2 and 1. Swinton, Tyus and Lewis. Then we've got Shahid Khalik, Matt Martin, Andrew Grayson, Tommy Clark, Nathan Stanmore, Paul Steedman and Ava Greggs. So Philip Swinton is your leader. 1/4 of a second is the lead. We don't need to tell the time. You can see it down the straight. The 5 and 1 cars, 5 and 2 cars even, very close together. Then comes the 6. So it looks like the 1 car's had another error. So the 6 car of Shahid Khalik is getting through into the 3 spot. So 5, 2 and 6, then 1. So we've got a 4 car battle now for the lead. And we're going to snake around onto the straightaway, down the straightaway. Oh, carnage! The leader gets absolutely annihilated. And that's going to be a disaster for the 2 car. So they're going to drop to 3rd and 4th. But more importantly, they're going to be a few seconds off the lead. So now it's going to be Shahid Khalik, followed by Neil Lewis as they come left-hand side of the track. Going to go down the staircase, hang a right, then sweep left with 2 minutes down and 3 to go. 2 down and 3 to go. Shahid down the straight into turn number 1. There goes Neil Lewis, poleman right behind. So Neil Lewis, part of the Batley Buggy Club, I believe, host of a 6th and final round of the UK National Series in 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time. So Shahid being chased down by Neil Lewis, and the lead last time by was just 4/10 of a second. You can see on track as it closes up, coming down the straightaway now into turn number 1. Then we're going to go over moguls, both of them running wide. Neil Lewis looking for a way past now, right on the gearbox, and coming up the inside as they come to the sweep and not going to make that one stick. So nose to tail, side by side as they come down the short chute into the staircase. It's still going to be Shahid leading Neil. Coming round onto the straight now. Down the straight they go. 250 down, 210 to go. 6 laps on the board. This is your K final. And Shahid through that section. Just going to pull out ever so slightly. The gap extends to maybe 1 second. And then Neil's over. He's on his roof. So Shahid Khalik is now going to be your leader by about 4 seconds. So it's going to be a 4-second lead as he comes onto the straight. Down the straight he goes. 3 minutes and 15 down. 1:45 to go. 1:45 remaining here in the K final. So he's coming through the switchback now. Oh, and he's made an error, got caught up on the pipe. That's going to allow Neil Lewis to close in. The gap was 2.2. It's down to about 1.5. Coming down the staircase, you can just see Neil Lewis coming into view as they come down the straightaway. So the lead is about half a straight length as they come through the mogul. So Neil Lewis, this has been a good lap for you. Crossing the line, it's going to be a 24.0 for our leader. It's going to be a 22.6. Hot lap of a race goes to Neil Lewis that time by. He is bringing the heat with 1 minute to go. So Shahid Khalik leads Neil Lewis, Robert Tyers, Matt Martin, Ava Greggs, Andrew Grayson, Tommy Clark, Philip Swinton, Paul Steadman and Nathan Stanmore. Neil Lewis throwing everything at it. 45 seconds remaining as they cross the start-finish line. He's closing in, looking to take the win. He's got a gap of 1.3 seconds, and it looks like he's closed it already. They come into the staircase, dropping down, turning right. Neil Lewis looking aggressive, throwing everything at it. Down the straightaway they go, nose to tail, 1/4 of a straight length in it. Through turn 1, into the moguls. Neil Lewis looking tight, looking sharp. Can he find a way through as they come across the line? That time by. There is going to be this lap and one more. It's going to be this and one more for our leaders. Neil Lewis right on the gearbox now, coming down the staircase, almost pushing him down the stairs. So we're going to come round onto the straightaway. Shahid running wide. Neil not there to make a move. Into the moguls they go. 5 seconds on the master clock. They're going to come across the line. Neil Lewis up the inside, starting the last lap. They are racing. They've got this lap to complete. Oh, Shahid up the inside. Want to move Neil over the top. Side by side down the short chute. And Shahid's going to lead into the staircase. They've got half a lap to go. They're the only two on for the 13th lap. This is the race to the line. Oh, and Shahid gets a lucky break there. 3 corners to go. He comes through the moguls. Just got the corner tabletop to go. Crosses the line. Your winner of the K final, Shahid Khalik. Neil Lewis going to finish in second. Robert Tyers going to finish in third. Next up, we've got a final, leg number 1.
Okay, drivers, the A final leg 1 is out next. Obviously, you'll be marshalled by the B final.
A finalists, once you are on the rostrum, can you go to the line for me, please? Hold the cars, please. Hold the cars. Hold the cars, my apologies, Rick.
Is everybody up? Is everybody up on rostrum? Yeah? Guys, this has got to be clean. Right? I'm all over it. It has to be clean. Alright? We all agreeing? We're all happy? Right, go to line then.
Want to thank those who went to the marshal for that one. Greatly appreciated. Drivers from the B final, that's driver from the B final. You should be heading towards
the dodgy last corner,
which is another Stockton, William Skidmore, Mark Anthony Jones, Oliver Natras, Stuart Barn, Callum Arthur, Matt Jewett, Seth Churchill Everest, Ryan Clark and Hudson Knight. If you guys could swap over now, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Marshals change, please. Marshals change.
So, a final, leg number 1 coming up next. Your drivers in 10th position, Jamie Hall. 9th, Charlie Saunders. 8, Luke Saunders. 7, Johnny Skidmore. 6, Ben Smith. 5, Lee Martin. 4, Daniel Paul. 3, Josh Holdsworth. 2, Thomas Phipps. And your pole man, Tommy Hall.
Seth, come to your point and kneel down. Great, are we happy? We said kneel down, Seth. Are we happy? Yes?
Yeah, on the drivers. Happy as well.
As happy as we're going to be. Let's go.
So drivers going to 10 seconds.
So, countdown begins. Oh.
Holding. Nearly.
Marshal point 5, Reece Ward, supposed to be marshalling. Marshal point 5.
Reece Ward, can we have you to Marshall, please? Point 5, back straight, next to the rude dog sign. Point 5, back straight. So, a final coming into countdown. So, Tommy Hall, clean start away from Thomas Phipps and Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Daniel Paul, Ben Smith. Regulation order, Jamie Hall's over at the back, so that's going to drop him down a few seconds. But meanwhile, regulation 1 through 9, Tommy Hall, Thomas Phipps, Josh Holdsworth, all going at it. Thomas Phipps probably had the quickest single laps Tommy Hall probably had the quickest 5-minute car, although Daniel Pole, quickest time of anyone. He's dropped back ever so slightly from Lee Martin. Josh Holdsworth over, disaster for him. So that's going to put him right down the pack to the 9 spot. So Tommy Hall got a little bit of breathing space to Thomas Phipps. Then comes Lee Martin, Daniel Pole, and Johnny Skidmore making a move on Ben Smith. So it's Skidmore up to the 5 spots. So it's 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7. Sorry, 5, 4, and 7. Lee Martin's made his way past Daniel Pole off the grid. I missed that one. So it is going to be Tommy Hall, Thomas Phipps, and Lee Martin. You're 1, 2, 3. Lee Martin, you're about 2.5 off the lead. So it is 1 second is the lead for Tommy Hall. Quite a calm start to this one. We're 1 minute in. Tommy Hall last time by 20.6. Thomas Phipps 21.0. Lee Martin 20.9. So Tommy Hall out front pulling away. Ben Smith's over, and that looked like another one over. Charlie Saunders possibly. Meanwhile, out front, Lee Martin has made his way past Tommy Hall, who's had an error. So that's going to put Thomas Phipps to the front. So it's now going to be Thomas Phipps from Lee Martin, from Daniel Pole and Tommy Hall. Tommy Hall making an error out there. So now Thomas Phipps is your race leader. 1 second, well, 0.9 of a second in front of Lee Martin, who's got Daniel Pole for company. Daniel quickest in round number 4, quickest man round this track. So it's going to be Phipps and Martin, and we're all starting to bunch up now. And then comes Johnny Skidmore in the 7 car. He's closing up. It's a 4-car freight train for the lead. Johnny Skidmore's about half a second behind that freight train. So Thomas Phipps, Lee Martin, can he hold on? Half a second is the gap. Daniel Pole is looking racy. 20.9 last time by for Pole. Quickest lap out there is Daniel Pole with a 20.6. Scratch that. Skidmore 20.55. Leroy up onto 2 wheels. That's going to allow Tommy Hall through past Daniel Pole. So it's now Phipps, Leroy, Pole, then Johnny Skidmore. 3 X-rays and 2 associated cars out front. But Thomas Phipps just pulling away from Lee Martin. Last time by, it was a 20.7 for Phipps. His lead extends to 1.1. Tommy Hall behind Lee Martin looking for a way through. He knows he needs to win this meeting to take the championship to the next round. Thomas Phipps driving away from Rostron. There goes Lee Martin. 1.2 is the gap. 20.9 last time by for Phipps. We're at 2.45 down. 2.15 to go. 2 minutes and 15 to go here in this one. Thomas Phipps. And looks like Skidmore's found his way past Daniel Pole, so he's moving forward. Skidmore, quickest lap of his final with a 20.4. He's now looking onto the gearbox of Tommy Hall. Lee Martin still running in second, but Thomas Phipps out front, extending his lead lap after lap. It's now 1.5 seconds for the 2 car over the 5. Then comes poleman Tommy Hall, Johnny Skidmore, Daniel Pole. So it's a 4-car freight train for second position. Thomas Phipps, 1.8. out front. 20.6 last time by for Thomas. Lee Martin 21.0 last time by. Tommy Hall is looking like a caged animal, trying to find a way through. Looking left, looking right. He's maybe got the pace in it to catch for front guy, but he needs to find a way past Lee Martin first. Then comes Johnny Skidmore. Then comes Daniel Pole. All 4 of them separated by less than a second, and they are 1.9 off the lead. Thomas Phipps, 1 minute and 10 to go. And Daniel Pole looking around the outside of Skidmore, can't do anything, tags him. That's going to allow Ben Smith to close in. So Thomas Phipps is coming over the front side tabletop. His lead is going to be 2.0 seconds over Lee Martin and Tommy Hall battling it out for second position. We're watching them on camera. Thomas Phipps has got about a straight length lead. Last time by it was 2 tenths in the favour of Thomas. Lee Martin just hitting a pipe. Just having to overcorrect, costing himself a 10th here and there. That time by another 10th of a second in the favour of Thomas Phipps. Can Tommy Hall find a way through? He'll want a 2 more than a 3. And he's probably a bit too far away to win it now with 30 seconds to go. Lee Martin, Tommy Hall down the straightaway. Battle for second and third. Coming through the moguls. Tommy Hall looking up the inside. He's not finding a way through. The door gets shut every time. As they cross the line, there is 20 seconds to go. Thomas Phipps may go one more. These 2 are probably racing to the line. So it's Tommy Hall and Lee Martin. They will be racing to the line as they come down the straightaway. This is your battle for second. Lee Martin's just got to keep it clean. Oh, Tommy's gone round. Is Skidmore going to get through? He doesn't, and he doesn't, and Tommy Hall doesn't. Oh, carnage at the line. But we're going to cut to Thomas Phipps. He's through on a victory lap. The 2 car Thomas Phipps got through for an extra lap. Coming down the straightaway now into the back corner, through the moguls. Time might be important later, but for now, Thomas Phipps, leg one winner. Lee Martin going to finish second on the computer, then Johnny Skidmore, Daniel Pole, Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Josh Holdsworth, Ben Smith, Jamie Hall and Charlie Saunders. Subject to confirmation. So that's A final leg number 1 complete. And Thomas Phipps going to take that one from Lee Martin. Next up, we have J final. J final is up next. What a final that was. So Thomas Phipps just managing to drive away from Lee Martin, who defended the whole race pretty much from Tommy Hall. Martin. No, Lee can't. Tommy can.
Yeah, if he wins, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You said Lee.
I didn't. I said Tommy. Has Thomas Phipps won a national?
Oh.
Can you get back to me?
Yes,
like
I think he has.
Just drop it on Messenger.
I'll ask.
Yeah. So, J final going to be up next. J final going to be up next. So your drivers for the J final are going to be Ross Everill, Simon Hudspeth, James Pritchard. James Pritchard rocking the J final. This is your first time racing, mate? Trevor Follington, Sam Leslie, Paul Trodden, Jack Flynn, Mark Mitchell, Andrew Reddick and Martin Lee. Hmm? So off and away they go. Ross Everill going away from pole, and absolute carnage as one of the guys ends up on the roof. Not the way to start. James Pritchard making moves in the free car. Those moves unfortunately are going backwards, not forwards. So it is going to be Ross Everill out front with quite a lead. So Ross Everill is your leader in the all-red car. Then it looks like we've got the 4. It is the 4 of... No, it's the 2, sorry, of Simon Hudspeth. James Pritchard works his way back up to the 3 spot. Then we've got Jack Flynn, Mark Mitchell, Andrew Rennick, Sam Leslie, Paul Trodden, Martin Lee and Trevor Follington. So Trevor Follington getting it all kinds of wrong off the start. Well, maybe not him getting it wrong, but it was caused or a collision. So, race leaders come across the start-finish line now. It is the 1 from 2 from 3. So, Ross Everill, Simon Hudspeth, James Pritchard. James Pritchard, quickest of anyone on that lap. So, he should start to close in on this lead battle if he can keep it clean. However, he will only last about 8 laps, so it shouldn't be an issue. So, James Pritchard is the battle to watch. So, if we drop back 1 car, as we watch James Pritchard put a move on to second. So James Pritchard is coming. Last time by 22.2 for Mr. Pritchard. Ross Everill is your leader, and that's Pritchard just going for a tumble, and he's stuck on the staircase, going to get freed, and then he's going to have to make amends and start moving forward once again. So we'll try and pick up the 1 car of Ross Everill as he comes through the middle of the track, and this time by his lead is 1.66 seconds over Simon Hudspeth. And we've got James Pritchard, Jack Flynn, Mark Mitchell, Sam Leslie, Trevor Follington, Paul Trodden, Andrew Rennick and Martin Lear is the full in order. So big shout out for Jack Flynn on the RC TV live stream. So go on, Jack Flynn from Uncle Chris. Jack Flynn, 7 car running in 4th, so he's moving forward, which is always good. Pritchard's worked his way back up to the 3 spot, and as we look at the battle on screen, he's trying to make that the 2 spot. Can he find a way around Simon Hudspeth in the 2 car? So Pritchard looking up the inside, not going to make it stick. Oh, that was such a dirty takeout, James. So James Pritchard up to the 2 spot. 3.5 seconds is the lead of Ross Everill. We're at 2:45 down. 2:15 to go. So can James Pritchard catch and pass our leader? So if we jump forward to the Pritchard machine coming into the staircase now, blue and yellowish X-ray. Going to drop down, up on 2 wheels. The race leader is a red car coming onto the straightaway. So the gap was 2.44. As they come down the straightaway now, the gap looks a lot less. They're going to cross the line coming after the corner tabletop with 3 minutes and 12 on the clock. They've got 1:48 to go. 1:48. The gap is under 1.5 seconds now. So the gap down to under 1.5 seconds. And James Pritchard makes another error in the same place. So he's just going to make this one difficult for himself. Cameraman doesn't know what to watch or where to look. So we'll stick with Pritchard. See if with 1.5 minutes to go whether he can catch and pass, where his best lap is a good half second, if not more, quicker. But he was 3 seconds in arrears as they crossed the line last time by. And that gap has already come down to about straight length, so Ross Everill is going to come across the start-finish line now. And then here comes James Pritchard. So we're watching on screen the all-red car, which is your race leader. And you can see James Pritchard getting closer and closer in the background. 1.7 is the gap last time by for Pritchard, 21.58. So hot lap of a race by quite some margin goes to Pritchard that time by. They're going to come through the moguls. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the race clock. So if they cross the line, they're going to go this one and one more. So it's going to be this and one more. Can Pritchard find his way to the lead? Can Ross keep the lead? All he's got to do is keep it middle of the track. James is going to crash. Well done, James. You just ruined a good battle that was building there. So with this and one more to go, Ross Everill's got about a 3-second lead once again. They're going to cross the line now with 15 seconds to go. This will be the final lap. So Ross Everill coming over the first tabletop. We'll keep the camera on him as we get to the end. Down the staircase he goes. He's got to turn right, then he'll sweep left. Hairpin onto the straight. Down the straightaway he goes. Time has expired. You're racing to the line. Ross Everill round the end of the straight. Through the moguls. James Pritchard's coming. Who's it going to be? Ross Everill crosses the line. Takes the win of the J final. James Pritchard going to finish half a second in arrears. Jack Flynn, great drive from 7th up to 3rd. Simon Hudspeth going to finish 4th. Mark Mitchell 5. Sam Leslie 6. Paul Trodden 7. Andrew Rennick 8. Martin Lear 9. And Trevor Follington in the 10. Next up is going to be the I final.
Neil Lewis, will you grid him up for me, please? Marshall's change, please. Okay, have you not been in position? Right, everybody on the rostrum stand back. Everybody on the rostrum stand back. First qualifier, number 1 on the grid. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Seventh. Eighth. Ninth. We know 10K? Oh, here it is. Or is that you? Where have you qualified, mate? Alright, just stand where you can.
So this is the I final warming up. So I final warming up. And your drivers for the I-final: Stephen Harley, Colin McCaffrey, Joshua Anderson, David Burton, Lee Stokes, Rich Savage, Andy Bulmer, Martin Christopher, Miklos Sabadas and Chris Bowden.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, I'm sure. How many sessions do you want to change? The main bit is I beat Lee.
Okay, no problem.
I'm Mark. No, I'm happy.
Going to 10 seconds drivers, start on the
Yeah. Lee's in 5th and Mark's in 8th.
So off and away they go. I-final: Stephen Harley leads away from pole. Colin McCaffrey, Joshua Anderson, Dave Burton, Lee Stokes, Rich Savage, Andy Bulmer, Mark Christopher, Miklos Sabadas and Chris Bowden. So those are your runners and riders, and it looks like it's going to be a regulation 1 and 2. Try and pick them up as they come round. Stephen Harley looks to be leading, then Colin McCaffrey in the 2 spot, Joshua Anderson 3, Dave Burton somewhere. No, Dave Burton's up to a 3, so a 2 car dropping out of order. So Harley, Anderson, Burton, then Stokes. Lee Stokes, great start. Someone's over. I think that's Dave Burton with 4 car making an error. And then Stephen Harley, Josh Anderson, just half a second between them. So front 4 coming round now, and it's a change at the front. So Anderson going to go through from Harley. Then we've got Lee Stokes. So Lee Stokes 5 up to 3. Good lap, good start from him. So Anderson, Harley, Stokes, McCaffrey, then Bulmer running in the 5 spot. So front car, it's got about 3/4 of a straight length. So Joshua Anderson pulling out a little bit of a lead now over Stephen Harley. And we've got a good battle for 3rd place between Lee Stokes and Colin McCaffrey, the 5 and 2 car in that order. But we have on camera the all-green machine of Joshua Anderson. He is your leader with 1:30 down and 3:30 to go. 1:30 down, 3:30 to go. Lee Stokes will run in 3rd, and it looks like Colin McCaffrey's made an error. Just fallen off the back of Lee Stokes. So the lead out front is going to be 1.6 seconds in the favour of Joshua Anderson. Stephen Harley going to run 2nd, then Lee Stokes going to be in 3rd. Mark Christopher, Andy Bulmer having a good race for 5 and 6. And you've got Dave Burton, Miklos Sabadas, Rich Savage and Chris Bowden, the full running order. So race leader coming into the staircase. And there he comes into view. And Stephen Harley, that time by, going to close in by 1.4 seconds. Close in by 0.2 of a second to 1.4. So with half race distance, it feels like the 1 car of Stephen Harley's just closing in ever so slightly over that time by. Joshua Anderson extends the gap by 0.1 of a second. So Joshua Anderson on screen now, the all-green car. Coming down the straightaway into turn number 1, through the back corner, into the moguls. That is your leader. And he's coming through the switchback now. That time by, it was a 0.4 of a second gain for him. So 2 seconds is the gap. 2 seconds is the gap. Joshua Anderson leads Stephen Harley. Lee Stokes still running in the 3 spot, 7.5 seconds off the lead. Then Colin McCaffrey, Mark Christopher, Andy Bulmer, Miklos Sabadas, Rich Savage, Dave Burton, Chris Bowden. We'll try and pick up the Christopher Bulmer-Zabadas battle. Should be 3 cars in close succession going down the straightaway now. So there is Andy Bulmer and Miklos almost side by side down the straight, being chased down by Rich Savage and Dave Burton. So it's a 4-car battle on track. It might be for 7, 8, 9 and 10, but this is the closest race on track. Mark Christopher in it as well. So Mark Christopher leading that one from Andy Bulmer. And then you've got David Burton and Miklos in there somewhere. So Dave Burton puts a move on Andy Bulmer, but Mark Christopher proudly leading that one. As we go, he's in 5th position, being chased down by Dave Burton. Gap between them just half a second. So Mark Christopher over tabletop. David Burton chasing him down. Meanwhile, out front, Joshua Anderson still got a 3-second lead over Stephen Harley. And then there's a whole bunch of time back to Lee Stokes. We'll stick with this battle for 5th and 6th between Christopher, Burton, Bulmer, Zabadas and Savage. So Dave Burton looking left, looking right, trying to find a way around Mark Christopher. And if he's not going to go around him, he might go over him. If he can't go over him, he might go through him. Oh, Mark Christopher runs wide, and that's going to be all the opportunity Dave Burton and Andy Bulmer need. So both of them going to sneak through. Christopher going to go down 2 spots with 4:30 down and 30 seconds to go. We'll just hold back and pick up the green car as he comes through into shot now. So the all green car of Joshua Anderson is your leader. And this will be your final lap, I reckon, unless you do a new personal best. So Joshua Anderson, you cross the line with 21.6 remaining on the master clock. So it's likely this battle will get through for one more lap, but Joshua Anderson won't. So as Joshua Anderson crosses the line and takes the win of the I final, we'll jump forward to the battle on track as it comes down the staircase now. That battle being led by Dave Burton, who now runs in the 5 spot. Stephen Harley, you finished 2nd. So Joshua Anderson going to win this one from Stephen Harley. Lee Stokes, Colin McCaffrey come through, finishing 3rd and 4th. And Dave Burton going to finish 5. Andy Bulmer 6. Rich Savage 7. Mark Christopher 8. Miklas Sabadas 9. And Chris Bowden going to finish in the 10. That's a wrap of your I final. Next up is going to be H final. H final is next. So H final gridding up. H final is gridding up. So this is your H final gridding up. 4Drive H final is gridding up. So Michael Halsley going to start on pole from Richard Miller, Ben Ellis, Scott Wyman, Neil Kenyon, Peter Hastings, Scott Martin, Phil Shannon, Phil Campbell and Matthew Hodges are your drivers.
No comment. Okay, are we happy? Okay, drivers, go to 10 seconds.
Come on, Ellis.
So countdown starts for the H final.
If you win this, I'll give you that 20 quid.
So Michael Halsley leads away from pole. Free car looks like he's made 2 moves straight to the front. Ben Ellis cheered on by the crowd. Turn 1 he took 2nd place. Turn 2 he took the front. And then there's absolute carnage behind. So Ben Ellis making moves. So it's going to be 3, 1 and 2. So Ellis, Halsley and Miller is your 1, 2 and 3 as they come down the straightaway for the first time into turn number 1. So the 3 car of Ben Ellis, orange and maroon car up on 2 wheels, but the 1 car of Michael Halsey, just seems to be finding his feet as he comes off the corner, off the tabletop, and into the step down. So down the straight, front three closing up. Ben Ellis might have made moves on turn 1 and 2, but he looks like he's under pressure now. So Michael Halsey and Richard Miller are right there, and Michael is through. So Ben Ellis going to lose one position. He's going to hold second for a little while longer, but it doesn't look comfortable. It looks like Richard Miller is going to find a way through. Ben Ellis is over. And the 10 car of Matthew Hodges now going to run in the 3 spot. So 10th up to 3rd. Then you've got Wyman. Ben Ellis finds a way through again, though. Then Wyman does. So let's concentrate on this battle as Wyman and Ben Ellis take each other out. Both have their independent crashes into each other. Nicely done. So coming off the staircase, you've got Hodges, and I think that might be Scott Martin. Looks like the Scott Martin colours. So round the end of the straight, Matthew Hodges running in 3rd, Scott Martin running in the 4 spot. So 10 car up to 3, 7 car up to 4. Good work from those from the back of the grid. Meanwhile, out front, the lead for Michael Halsey is 1.33 seconds. So we'll stick with this battle for 3rd position between Hodges and Martin. Coming onto the straightaway now. Down the straight they go. So that's Scott Martin in frame. There's Matt Hodges, the green car. And behind them, you've got Scott Wyman. So 3-horse race for 3rd position. 3-car freight train coming through, snaking through the centre of the field. Oh, Scott Martin up in 2 wheels. That's going to allow Wyman to close in. So Hodges, Martin and Wyman coming onto the straightaway now. Gap at the front still 1.5. I'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep watching the Hodges, Martin and Wyman battle coming across the start-finish line. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. We're at half race distance. Scott Martin looking racy now, looking around the outside of Hodges. Can he get the inside into the staircase? No, he can't. But as they come onto the straightaway, Matthew Hodges feeling the pressure now from Scott Martin. Good run onto the straightaway, going to give him a little bit of a gap, but it's not enough to be comfortable. So as they come across the line this time by, the gap between the 3 of them is going to be half a second between the 3 of them. So that's Hodges, Martin and Wyman all driving towards the staircase. Down they go. Hodges in the lead of this for 3rd place. Martin, oh, he's over. Turn 2 tight, hit the bot dot and over he goes. Meanwhile, let's jump to the battle at the front because Richard Halsey's giving it up. So it's going to be Richard Miller in the 2 car that's leading this one. So we'll try and pick up Miller in the 2. He is coming down the straightaway now. So the 2 car crossing the start-finish line. And it is, his lead has extended. So Michael Halsey's going to go through 2.94 seconds behind. So let's just hold the camera and pick up the battle behind. So it's going to be Michael Halsey, there he goes, and Matthew Hodges and Scott Wyman. So those 3 cars on screen together are now battling it out for 2nd place. So Richard Miller's lead, 3 seconds. Michael Halsey, Hodges and Wyman are separated by 1.5 seconds. Or they were as they come through, and it looks like Richard Miller's closed in. So a poor lap from Richard Miller. It's all starting to close up with 50 seconds on the master clock. So we'll stick with our leader, Richard Miller, round the end of the straight. Into the moguls he goes. He's going to come round, crossing the start-finish line now. There you go. And then he will come into the centre section. And Michael Halsey is closed right up on his gearbox. 0.5 of a second between them with 30 seconds to go. So 30 seconds to go, crashing cars. He goes around the outside of him. It looks like Malcolm's made a mistake. So we'll stick with our leader in the form of a 2 car of Richard Miller. Comes round the sweeper into the corner tabletop. He's going to drop down, start his final lap now. So Richard Miller, you are through for your 13th and final lap. Coming off the corner, off the tabletop, into the step down. 1 and 2. He's going to sweep round. Time is expiring. You are racing to the line. Down the straightaway he goes. Into turn number 1 through the moguls. Going to come round, cross the line. Richard Miller, winner of the H final. And we're expecting Matthew Hodges to come through in 2nd. Scott Wyman going to finish 3rd. Michael Halsey going to drop all the way to the 4th spot. Then Scott Martin in 5. Neil Kenyon going to finish 6. Phil Shannon in 7. Ben Ellis 8. Phil Campbell 9. And Peter Hastings rounding out the H final in 10th position. Next up is going to be G final. G final is up next. So G final just warming up. So G final is gridded up.
Okay, drivers, go into 10 seconds.
Drivers for this: Hassan Saeed, Keith Housley, Craig Lomax, Evie Thames, Peter Craig, Graham Lyle, Scott Follington, Paul Griggs, Jonathan Pluke and James Gibbs. So Hassan leading away from pole from Keith Halsey. Keith's over. He's going to land on his wheels. Marshall's over. Nicely styled out that one. So everyone crashed. No one needed a Marshall. Meanwhile, out front, Hassan Saeed going to lead this one. Craig Lomax going to go over. So that's Evie Thames to the 2 spot. So Evie Thames, here she comes. Around the end of the straight in the 4 car, chasing down Hassan Saeed. And then it's probably going to be the 8 car looking next off Paul Griggs. So Griggs 8 up to 3, Graham Lyle 6 up to 4. And Keith Halsey going to drop 2 down to 5. So your race leaders coming down the straight, and we have a battle on our hands. Evie Thames is bringing it. So she's closed right up on the gearbox of poleman Hassan Saeed. And they're going to come through the switchbacks now, round the sweeper. And then they come over the tabletop. Oh, Saeed just hitting the concrete. Evie Thames trying to jump over, but not going to make that move stick as they came into the step down. And then down the straight, just giving a little love tap, letting them know she's there. Through the moguls they go. Oh, she's very rapid through there, looking around the outside. We've got a potential pass of the week coming here with how she's driving. So Evie Thames, sends it up the inside. Drag race down the short chute, and Hassan's going to keep the lead for now. They have about 2 seconds over Keith Halsey in 3rd place, but Keith looks like he's closing in. So here comes Evie Thames now in the 2 spot, about half a second, maybe 3/4 of a second off the lead, but closes in massively through the switchback. Over the tabletop they go. Down the short chute. And then they come into the bank corner, down the straight, into turn number 1. And Hassan just seems to be collecting it a little bit, and just seems to be a little bit calmer now. So cracking effort from Evie Thames here, just trying to close up on the lead. And she's now brought herself right back in it. Less than half a straight length is the lead. As we cross the line, there'll be 2:30 on the master clock, 2:30 to go. So 6 laps complete. Evie Thames trying to jump over once again, not going to make that move stick. So over the over the tabletop they go, and then round to the right, through the staircase. We're going to sweep round to the left. And down the straight goes Hassan Saeed. All sorts of pressure from Evie Thames in this one. Keith Halsey has dropped back 5 seconds off the lead. So this is just a 2-horse race for the lead of the G final. With 3 minutes to go and 2 remaining. There is not a whole lot left between these two on track. Down the straight they go. So Hassan in the 1, Evie Thames in the 4, and Evie looking up the inside. Oh, she's hit the pipe. She's going to land on a roof. Marshall's there quickly, but that's going to give a gap of just 1.5 seconds. So good marshalling, that man. So that Marshall means the gap is just 1.5 seconds as we come into the final minute and a half. 3:20 down, 1:40 to go. So as they cross the line, there will just be 90 seconds remaining on the master clock. There goes Hassan Saeed. Can he hold this on for another 90 seconds? Last time by was a 22-1. It was a 21-7 for Evie Thames. Gap reduces to just 1 second. She comes down the staircase, looking fast, looking racy. Down the straight they go, about 3/4, maybe half a straight length is the lead. Through the moguls they go, coming onto the start-finish line. And that gap is down to just half a second now in the favour of Hassan Saeed. Evie Thames is bringing it down the short chute into the staircase, dropping down. Oh, leader's over. Wyman's there, but that's not going to be quick enough. Evie Thames going to go to the point with 50 seconds to go. So Evie Thames going to come through the moguls. Oh, just rubbing the pipe. She's been quick as a chaser. Can she be quick as the chase through the switchback? You've got, what, 2 more laps plus this. So I think it's going to be this and 2 for our leaders. We'll see as they come through next time by. 4:30 on the master clock. Down the straight she goes. Evie Thames now leading this one. Saeed was 3/4 of a second behind. Can he do anything about it? Evie Thames going to cross the line. There is 21 seconds remaining. It's going to be, this is your final lap is my best guess. So Evie Thames, you're probably racing to the line. Coming off the staircase, going to sweep left, round the crashing car, nicely avoided for both of them. Down the straightaway she goes. Evie Thames through the bank corner, round the moguls, 3 seconds on the master clock. She's going to come across the line, and she is the winner of the G final. Hassan Saeed going to finish in second. Keith Halsley going to finish third. Then we've got Scott Follington come through in fourth. James Gibbs goes 10th up to 5th. Peter Craig finished 6th. Paul Griggs 7th. Graham Lyle 8th. Jonathan Pluke 9th. And Craig Lomax going to finish in the 10th spot. So that's a wrap of the G final. G final done and dusted. Next up is going to be A final, leg number 2, I believe. Matt, you know stuff. So next up will be A final leg number 2. A final leg number 2 is going to be next. You guys all ready? A finalists all ready? Are you all ready? Testing, testing. Are we ready? Okay. Okay, your A finalists in reverse order, starting in the 10th position, driving for Team Associated, Jamie Hall. He can't hear me. This is great. Jamie! Starting in the 9th position, driving for Associated, Charlie Saunders. In 8th position, driving for Schumacher, Luke Holdsworth. Starting in 7th position, driving for X-Ray, Johnny Skidmore. Starting in 6th position, driving for Schumacher, Ben Smith. Starting in 5th position, driving for X-Ray, Lee Martin. Starting in 4th position, driving for Team Associated, Daniel Pole. Starting in 3rd position, driving for Schumacher, Josh Holdsworth. Starting in the 2 position and leg 1 winner, driving for X-Ray, Thomas Phipps. And your poleman today, driving for Team Associated, Tommy Hall. Those are your runners and riders. Cam, you've pulled your cable out. Cam, we got a black screen, buddy. Cable. We're back on now. So that is your protagonists for the A final. Leg number 1 went the way of Thomas Phipps, the only guy to get through for 15 in a 5.19. And after carnage on the last 2 corners, Lee Martin took second from Johnny Skidmore, Daniel Pole, Tommy Hall. Then it's Luke Holdsworth, Josh Holdsworth, Ben Smith, Jamie Hall and Charlie Saunders. So, just checking in on the chat while the grid up. Well done, Evie Thames. I absolutely agree. Janice and Richard. Cracking effort from Evie to win her final. Go Team Phipps. Jamie Banks banking on a first full-drive national win for Thomas. And go Daniel from Janice and Richard. Looking for a Daniel Pole win from 4th on the grid. So, drivers are set. Marshals are set. Thumbs up from the boss. Into countdown. So Tommy Hall leads away from pole from Thomas Phipps, then Josh Holdsworth. And we've got Daniel Pole, Lee Martin. So regulation order 1 through 10, I believe. So Tommy Hall will look to get away from Thomas Phipps. Josh Holdsworth looking to find a way by early doors. So Tommy Hall last time made a bit of an error. I didn't see it, but he made an error that dropped him down the order. This time by he's pulled out about a quarter of a straight length after the first lap. They're going to cross the line, and Holdsworth is looking racy already, being pushed round by Daniel Pole. So the front 4 looking very fast. Lee Martin got Ben Smith for company. Tommy Hall, it all closes up on his gearbox. Last time by the line, the gap was half a second. It's not that now. Thomas Phipps coming down the straightaway, already looking for a way through. He's got a mirror full of Holdsworth, who's also looking for a way through. Then a very fast Daniel Pole pounces off the pipe, so Lee Martin going to be right on his gearbox. Tommy Hall out front, Thomas Phipps, Josh Holdsworth coming over the tabletop. 1, 2 and 3 all in the air together as they down the short chute into the staircase. Tommy Hall just looking a little bit more comfortable this time round. Down the straightaway they go. It's going to be Hall, then Phipps, then Holdsworth, Pole, Martin, then Smith, then Holdsworth, Saunders, Hall and Skidmore. Your full running order. So Tommy Hall, you are 1:15 down. Just gets a little tag there from Thomas Phipps. He ran a little bit wide. Someone's just got beaten up and pushed out. Looks like it was Daniel Pole. So it's going to be Holdsworth in the 3, Martin in the 4, Pole in the 5 now. But that's just given Phipps and Hall a little gap. Tommy Hall knows he needs to take the meeting to take the championship to the next round. Thomas Phipps right on his gearbox. He wants to take home a national win. They are 1:40 down and 3:20 to go. 3:20 still to go here in this A final, leg number 2. Tommy Hall and Thomas Phipps nose to tail. Josh Holdsworth runs wide. Lee Martin can't find a way through. Daniel Pole still running in the 5. 2 leaders just rounding 2 wheels on the bot dot. Nicely done over the tabletop. Going to shoot down the short chutes to the staircase. Tommy Hall's looking a little bit scrappy through there. Thomas Phipps right on his gearbox, too close to find a way round. Down the straight they go, nose to tail into this bank corner over moguls. And here comes Tommy Hall. Josh Holdsworth looking quick on this lap. Gap between them less than 2 tenths last time by. And the quickest lap on track was Holdsworth that time by. And he's right up in it now. It's a 3-car race for the lead. Lee Martin's maybe half a second back from that if that. So Hall, Phipps and Holdsworth down the straight they go into turn number 1. Holdsworth is bringing it. But Thomas Phipps looking for a way past Tommy Hall. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. We're at half race distance. Tommy Hall is your leader. Thomas Phipps coming over the tabletop. Josh Holdsworth there to pick up any pieces he can. They come down the staircase around the left-hand sweeper. Tommy Hall keeping it middle of the track. He knows they've got to find a way around him. He wants to keep it clean, keep off the pipes. Thomas Phipps is doing everything he can to apply the pressure, looking for an error, looking for an easy way by. If it's not going to come, he's after going to find a way around him. So Thomas Phipps down the short chute into the staircase. Chasing down Tommy Hall. Josh Holdsworth just dropped back ever so slightly. Lee Martin just pulled up ever so slightly. He gets a little bobble. So that's going to give a front free breakaway once again. Josh Holdsworth very neat through that section. Looking quickest as they come across the line. Tommy Hall just gets a little love tap. So Tommy Hall coming over the tabletop. Thomas Phipps and Josh Holdsworth nose to tail. Less than half a second between the 3 of them. They're going to come round the straight. 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Holdsworth looking left, looking right. Can't find a way through. Regulation order remains as they come through the moguls. Josh Holdsworth just having to check up there, not to run into the back of Thomas. Tommy Hall's got a tiny break. It's maybe a tenth, 2/10 of a second at most, but it'll be breathing space that he so much wants. Coming down the staircase, round the left-hand sweeper, going to go 180 down the straightaway now. 3:49 on the race clock. They are 10 laps complete, probably going to go 15, so it'll be this plus 4. Tommy Hall over the start-finish line. Thomas Phipps nose to tail. Josh Holdsworth dropped back maybe a tenth, closes it straight back up. 4 minutes and 3 seconds complete. 3:58 last time you crossed the line. So Tommy Hall coming round onto the straightaway for the 12th time down the straight. Thomas Phipps is right on him. Josh Holdsworth fallen back ever so slightly. 4 minutes and 15 complete as they cross the line. The exact time for you, Tommy Hall, is 4:18. You're going to go this and 2 more. So it will be a 15-lap run. Thomas Phipps looking around the outside down the short chute. Can't quite make it stick. He had half a chance, but half a chance wasn't enough. Tommy Hall keeping it exactly where he needs to be. 24 seconds to go. 25 to go. As they cross the line, there is exactly 20 seconds to go. This could be your final lap. So you could be racing to the line. Tommy Hall crossed with 20 to go, so it's going to be Tommy Hall coming down the straight. He's got maybe half a second lead. This is the final lap. Tommy Hall, 2 free corners to go. Thomas Phipps, can he do anything? Can anyone do anything? Tommy Hall crosses the line and takes a win of leg number 2. Thomas Phipps, half a second in arrears. Then Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Daniel Pohl, Luke Holdsworth, Ben Smith, Jamie Hall, Charlie Saunders and Johnny Skidmore. Is the result for leg number 2. Close racing. Absolutely nothing to split those guys. It will go down to leg number 3. So leg 3 is going to be the decider between Thomas Phipps, Tommy Hall and Lee Martin, your potential winners. So that's a wrap of a final leg number 2. Fantastic result there for Tommy Hall. Next up is going to be F final. F final is coming up next. So just for those of you watching in the chat, if you want to tune in for the deciding A leg 3, it should be on at about 6:30. So about 35-40 minutes we should have a leg number 3 on for you. Meanwhile, we've got the rest of the finals to go. So F final will be coming up next. I'd like to take a minute to thank all our sponsors for allowing us to bring you this fantastic coverage. Yokomo, X-Ray, Root Dog, Schumacher, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Kyosho, MB Model Sport, Futaba, Rude Bits, TKR Graphics and Team Associated. So F finals gridded up and we will be going into countdown very, very shortly. So Harry Saunders, off he goes from Isaac McFadden, Roger Tugwood, Tristram Neal, Charlie Rhodes, Manny Panesar, Dylan Richardson, Jack Mills-White, Chris Foster and Matthew Dodd are your runners and riders. So out front, Harry Saunders, Isaac McFadden are nose to tail from the off, and they've pulled a slight gap over Roger Tugwood and Tristram Neal. Down the straight they go, nose to tail into the first bank corner across the moguls. A free car of Tugwood just going to get an awkward bounce and fall back ever so slightly. So that allows 1 and 2 car to just brake by maybe half, 3/4 of a second. Isaac McFadden looking left, looking right for a way through. Not going to make it stick this early, but also not going to try and do anything stupid. So down the straight they go. That is their second time down the straight. We'll see what the gap was as they cross the line. It was 1/4 of a second. It's now down to 0.2 of a second. So pretty much all coming together. One awkward bounce. Isaac McFadden going to go through. Trish Neal going to take advantage, go to the 2 spot. Roger Tugwood going to go down to a 4. Harry Saunders to the 3. So now it's going to be McFadden from Tristram Neal down the straight. So Tristram Neal is your new second place man. Isaac McFadden is your new leader coming across the line. So McFadden leads 3/4 of a second in front of Tristram Neal. It was an awkward bounce for Harry Saunders. Isaac McFadden had nowhere to go but over him. And they both kind of tumbled along and then got going again. So it's 2, 4, 1 and 3. 2, 4, 1 and 3 is your running order. So Isaac McFadden, Tristram Neal, Harry Saunders and Roger Tugwood is your race order, and we are focused on Tristram Neal, and he looks like he's got Roger Tugwood for company behind. He's trying to throw out the tow rope to Isaac McFadden but can't quite make it stick. So Tristram Neal is running in second. He's in a bit of no man's land. Roger Tugwood not far behind, but Isaac McFadden 1.4 seconds up the road. So he's got to try and get his head down and close that gap. And we're at 2 minutes and 20 seconds complete. 2:20 complete, 2:40 to go. So 2 minutes and 40 to go. As a sweep left and then come down the straightaway. So Isaac McFadden lead 1.3 last time by. So Trish just knocking it down ever so slightly. As I say that, Trish just bounces off the pipe and that gap opens up to 1.7. Harry Saunders is 1.1 behind that. So the gap you see on track there between the white car of Tristram Neal and then the white and blue of Harry Saunders. Was 1.1, it looks a whole lot less as they come round this time by. So crossing the start-finish line, and then Harry Saunders makes an error, Tristram Neal makes an error. Ben Smith just fantastic dancing in the middle of the track. So we'll jump forward one car if we can, and we'll pick up Isaac McFadden as he comes down the straight. That was one of the smoothest transitions I've ever seen, Cam. Loved it. But you missed him crashing. So Isaac McFadden just has a little tumble. Wasn't a real crash, should we say. 21.7 for Isaac that time by. It was a 23.2 for Trish, so Isaac still extends his lead. 3.5 seconds is the lead with 1 minute and 30 to go. And this final, very spread out, unfortunately. So the close racing we've just enjoyed, it doesn't seem to be happening in this one, with a 4.2 second lead for Isaac McFadden as he comes into the final minute. Tristram Neal running in second. Then we've got Harry Saunders, Charlie Rhodes, Jack Mills-White, Roger Tugwood, Dylan Richardson, Manny Panesar, Chris Foster and Matthew Dodd is your full running order as we come into the final minute of the F final here at Buggy Metro for round 5 of the BRCA Full Drive National Series. Isaac McFadden just putting it up on 2 wheels. Your best lap, Isaac, is a 21.2. Harry Saunders going to move to the 2 spot, so if we drop back about 7 seconds, we should see the Saunders and Tristram Neal battle. There it is. Not as close as the computer would have me think. There goes Harry Saunders through, and he is 6.7 in arrears of Isaac McFadden. So we'll try and pick up Isaac again with a smooth transition somewhere. So Isaac McFadden is your leader as we come into the final 15 seconds. Can we pick up Isaac? There we go. So Isaac McFadden on his final lap now. He's going to come through and he will be going through for 14 laps. And this is his final lap. Time has expired. Charlie Rhodes, Dylan Richardson finished 4 and 5. But Isaac McFadden going to come round now and cross the line. Oh no, he's over. Is it going to be a long marshal? No, it's not. Jamie Hall's there. So Isaac McFadden does cross the line and takes the win of the F final. Harry Saunders going to come home in second, Tristram Neal in third, when we had Charlie Rhodes, Dylan Richardson, Roger Tugwood, Jack Mills-White, Matthew Dodd, Manny Panesar and Chris Foster rounds out the F final. Next up is going to be the E final. Next up is going to be E final. So we'll be back in just a moment with the E final. Just going to take a very quick break.
please. Marshall's change.
Go on, Jamie.
So, E-final gridding up. E-final gridding up.
So, E-final grid up. Your drivers are Ruben Russell, Zach Edwards, Oliver Frost, Alex Pyatt, Hattie Thames, William Fisher, Ben Stevenson, Ben Elliott, Cameron Wells, and Andy Manning. Great shout out, great work, Zach Edwards. Zach Edwards qualified from heat number 2 all the way to the E-final, so cracking effort for Zach. So Ruben Russell leads away from pole as someone goes cartwheeling into the ether. So it is. Oh, Ruben Russell touches a pipe. So Zach Edwards is going to be right on his gearbox. They come over the tabletop side by side, down with short chute. So Ruben Russell, get your head down, get calm. It's only lap number 1. Don't throw it away today. So Ruben Russell, Zach Edwards, Ollie Frost was your 1, 2, 3. Looks like Ollie's still there. Ruben is just bouncing off pipes, as is Zach Edwards. Ollie Frost is right there. So is Will Fisher. Cameron Wells going to go 9th up to 5. So your 1 and 2 just starting to pull away ever slightly. He's come down the staircase, and there's just a little love tap from Zach. That's going to allow everyone to close up. So 1, 2, 3 and 6. Down the straightaway they go. 1, 2, 3 and 6, and it's all a little bit touchy at the minute. Oh, Ruben Russell up on 2 wheels, going to get away with it. Is he? Oh no, Zach Edwards going to go for a switchback, find a way through. Ruben Russell tries to return the favour, can't do it. So here we go, down the straightaway. It's going to be Zach Edwards leading Ruben Russell, then Oliver Frost, William Fisher, Ben Elliott, Andy Manning, Cameron Wells, Alex Pyatt, Hattie Thames, and Ben Stevenson. So we have your race leader now. Zach Edwards is coming down the staircase. And he's just given up the lead. And Ruben Russell now going to be to the point as they go into turn 1, side by side, into the moguls, side by side coming out. Oh, that is some brilliantly clean racing. Absolutely fantastic. Zach Edwards goes big air, not going to make that stick. So after all that, Ruben Russell going to go back to the point. Absolute brilliant racing. Oh, he's over. Grip roll coming down the staircase. It's not over. His car was over, but the race is not. It's going to be Edwards from Fisher now. Then we've got Frost, Elliott, and I think Ruben recovered into the 5 spot, if I'm not mistaken. And Will Fisher gets caught on a bot dot. So that's going to give Zach Edwards a little bit of breathing space, but by a little bit, it's maybe 0.2 of a second. Ollie Frost now coming down the straightaway in 3rd position. The 3 of them at the front covered by maybe half a second. We'll see as they cross the line, missed time by. There they go. And it is 0.9 of a second separates the front 3. Edwards, Fisher and Frost. Then we've got Ben Elliott, Ruben Russell, you run in 5, 2.5 off the lead. So tagged by the leader, so Fisher and Edwards just tagging each other. That's going to allow Ollie Frost to close right in onto this battle. Edwards just opening the door for Fisher. Fisher takes a nose in there but can't make it stick. Coming through the switchback. These 3 are nose to tail. Going to come over tabletop. Oh, Will Fisher. Great move up the inside. Oh, no. Disaster. Fisher's over. I think it was Fisher, might be Edwards. So down the straight they go. And it is going to be, no, I think it was Edwards that's over. So Fisher going to come across the line if I'm not mistaken. It is. There goes William Fisher and Ollie Frost. Gap between them, half a second. Alex Pyatt now going to work his way back up to the 3 spot. And here comes Hattie Thames in the 4. So these guys and girls coming all the way from the back to the front, showing it's possible. So Will Fisher and Ollie Frost is now your battle. 3 minutes and 30 down, 1 minute and 30 to go. Coming around the sweeper into the tabletop. So Will Fisher now got Ollie Frost for company. So can Ollie make a move? Will Fisher made his, and it was a great move on Zach Edwards. Now Ollie Frost needs to do the same to Will Fisher. So Ollie Frost rides the pipe, just going to drop maybe half a second, 3/4 of a second is the gap. And Alex Pyatt is coming. He's just 1.7 off the lead. So your race leader is coming down the straightaway now. Then comes Ollie Frost. Gap is maybe 3/4 of the straightaway. Through the moguls they go. 50 seconds to go. 5-0 on the master clock. You cross the clock at 4:15. So 4:15 should be this and 2 more. I reckon you'll go this and 2 more if I'm not mistaken. So down the straight they go. And it is Will Fisher, 7/10 of a second in front of Ollie Frost. Was 7/10. It looks a whole lot closer now as they come across the line. And it is 6/10 of a second. So coming into the tabletop, 20 seconds to go. You're going to go this lap and 1 more. Can Will Fisher hold on? Can Ollie Frost do anything about it? 1 good lap can change everything here. Coming around the sweep at the end of the straight into the moguls. Will Fisher, Ollie Frost crossing the line now, starting your final lap. Time is expiring. This will be a race to the line. Alex Pyatt also through for the no, Alex Pyatt's done. So it's a 2-horse race for the win. Will Fisher and Ollie Frost going to come round the sweeper onto the straightaway. Ollie Frost getting closer and closer. Down the straight they go. Will Fisher's just got a couple of corners to hold it through the moguls. Done that nicely. Up and down the corner tabletop. Your winner of the E-final, William Fisher. Ollie Frost going to finish in second. Alex Pyatt third. Hattie Thames, Andy Manning, Ben Stevenson, Ruben Russell, Cameron Wells, Zach Edwards and Ben Elliott is the full finishing order. Next up is the D-final. D-final up next.
Guys, can we get these cars off the track, please? Thank you. On that one, thank you. Right, straight to the grid, please, guys. Straight to the grid.
So D-final is gridding up. D-final is gridding up. And your drivers will be Ewan Tumulty, Eugene Galley, David Scott, Colin May, Kevin Hodkinson, William Venables, Gareth Stanton, Jacob Tomlinson, Liam Robinson and Chris Pattinson. So, going to countdown. So Ewan Tumulty leads away from pole from Eugene Galley and David Scott. David Scott has been rapid over single laps, maybe not got the full 5 minutes together. So we'll see what comes from this one. He's already on the gearbox of Eugene Galley, but has a slight, well, half misstep. And that's going to allow Eugene Galley to look forward to Ewan Tumulty. So down the straight they come for the first time. Ewan Tumulty's got maybe a quarter of a second lead, maybe half a second as Eugene Galley comes across the line in second position, and it is 7/10 for Tumulty and then just a 10th back to David Scott, but then another misstep and David Scott's going to drop back ever so slightly. So Tumulty, Galley, Scott, May, Stanton, Pattinson, Tomlinson, Hodkinson, Robinson and Venables was your full order after one. And it definitely looks like it's now a 2-horse race out front. Eugene Galley closing right up on the gearbox of Ewan Tumulty. 0.15 was the gap last time by. Eugene Galley getting a bit unfortunate in qualifying. He had freight trains of cars coming through at the worst possible time. So he'll be looking to make amends in the D final here as he chases down Ewan Tumulty. Oh, he's just up on 2 wheels, going to land back on his wheels and get away with it, but he's going to lose about 0.8 of a second that time by. So Ewan Tumulty is your leader, and that lead's looking pretty comfortable. So let's just drop back to Eugene Galley, and then we'll see David Scott come through and see where Eugene can go. Is he going to go forward to Ewan, or is he going to fall back into the clutches of a fast-charging David Scott? It looks like it might be the latter. David Scott last time by was a 21.6. Oh, and he's just taken a nibble at Eugene. Eugene bounces off a pipe. All sorts of chaos going to happen. 3, 4, 5 wide down the straight. Eugene Galley going to come worse off out of that. So Eugene Galley going to drop from the 2 spot all the way down to 9th. That is really, really, not 9th, 7th. So that's going to promote David Scott to the lead because Ewan Tumulty's had an error in there somewhere, so I missed that. So David Scott, the yellow car, is now your leader. And he's been chased down by the 4 of Colin May. Ewan Tumulty going to fall to the 3 spot. So Ewan Tumulty is now in 3rd, your long-time leader and pole sitter at half race distance. And David Scott's over. Colin May going to go big. Oh, into the staircase, not going to make it stick. So David Scott going to remain in 1st position, being chased down by Colin May, Ewan Tumulty, Gareth Stanton, Liam Robinson, Kevin Hodkinson, Eugene Galley, Chris Pattinson and Jacob Tomlinson is your full run order. Sorry, forgot you Venables. Venables runs in 10th. So David Scott and Colin May doing battle. And that battle has 2 minutes remaining. So 3 down, 2 to go. David Scott is 9/10 in front of Colin May. Then we've got Gareth Stanton, Liam Robinson, Kevin Hodkinson, Eugene Galley, Ewan Tumulty, Chris Pattinson, Jacob Tomlinson and William Venables. So David Scott coming down onto the straightaway now. Last time by his lead was 1.3 seconds. Last time by his lead was 1.3. And then Colin May. Gareth Stanton working his way back up to the 3 spot. Nicely done, Gareth Stanton. So he is, Gareth Stanton's 3 seconds off the lead, but 1.2 off the lead is Colin May. So that gap's reduced last time by, with Colin May putting in his best lap of the race. David Scott runs wide. So David Scott just looking a little bit edgy out there. He's up on 2 wheels here and there. Although last time by, 21.3 for David Scott was wasn't the quickest lap that time round. That went to Kevin Hodkinson. Gareth Stanton dropping to 4th place. Eugene Galley recovering to 5. And we are at 4 minutes down and 1 to go. So coming into the final minute of this D final. Oh, David Scott's over. Going to land on his wheels and get away with it. It's going to cost him. And then he just has another half bobble. So with 45 seconds to go, David Scott, you are going to go this and 2 more. Can you hold on to it? Can Colin May catch you and force an error? Can he pass you on track? Coming across the line, there is 32 seconds remaining, so it's going to be this and 1 more for our 2 leaders. So there goes David Scott coming down the staircase. The gap is exactly 1 second. Down the straight. Oh, he's over. Race leader's over. Marshall's there, but Colin May going to go through. So down the straight they go. Colin May is your leader, and David Scott's dropped to 3rd position, it looks like. So coming across the line, Colin May is your leader. Kevin Hodkinson, 2 seconds off the lead. We'll stick the camera on Colin. Time has expired. You're racing to the line. So Colin May is your leader on the last lap. Picked it up just here. Got a quarter of a lap to go. He's going to come round the end of the straight, through the moguls, into the corner tabletop, and he's going to keep it cool. Crossing the line. Colin May going to take the win in front of Kevin Hodkinson. David Scott going to finish 3rd. Eugene Galley, good recovery to 4th. Chris Patterson 5. Gareth Stanton 6. Liam Robinson 7. Jacob Tomlinson 8. William Venables 9. And Ewan Tumulty going to finish in 10th. Next up, C Final. C Final is next.
change, please. Marshals, change.
There seems to be a claw in the foot down here. We're not sure why he's gone back that way, Rich. Alright. Just put him down again. I don't know. Okay.
So C final gridding up. Archie Bowman on pole, Reese Ward on second with the shopping trolley. Reese Giraffe are going to start third. Charlie Simmons 4, Stephen Brown 5, Tommy Dale 6, Callum Ackroyd bench 7, Matt Thompson 8, Aaron Nash 9, and Andy Woods in 10. I'm surprised Matt's that high, to be honest. I'm surprised he's that high. Cam, what was your football score? 1-0? 2-0? 3-0? Oh, is it any friendly? Ah. So Archie Bowman leads away from pole from Reese Ward and Reese Traffer, Charlie Simmons, Stephen Brown, Tommy Dale, Ackroyd bench, Thompson, Nash and Woods. And the front two have broken away already. So Archie Bowman, someone's over in the middle. I think that's Reese Traffer having a terrible start. So front two breaking away. The sun is breaking through. And down the straight they go. So Archie Bowman and Reese Ward as they come round to put lap 2 on the board. It's going to be Bowman leading by 7/10 of a second, and then Charlie Simmons going to be in the 4. Someone's over, that's Reese Ward over. He's going to fall down 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces. So let's drop the camera back onto the freight train that comes through, because Archie Bowman, quite frankly, is checked out already. So that looks like Charlie Simmons being chased down by Stephen Brown, and then Callum Ackroyd bench. They come through the mogul section. Going to come round over the start-finish line. So the lead for Archie Bowman is 3 seconds after 2 laps. Stephen Brown half a second behind Matt. Then Callum Ackroyd bench just 2 tenths back. Then we've got Matt Thompson 8th up to 5. Good start from him. About the only good start he's done all day. Then Reese Ward 2 down to 6. Tommy Dale, Aaron Nash, Andy Woods and Reese Traffer falling all the way to the 10 spot from 3rd. So Archie Bowman, Charlie Simmons, gap between them, 3.2, and Stephen Brown hits spot dot, spins round. And then we've got, is that Matt Thompson making moves? It looks like it is. This could be the battle for second, and Matt Thompson is in it. And he's not even been lapped yet. So coming around, start of the over the corner tabletop. Archie Bowman leads 3.6 in front of Charlie Simmons. Battle for 3rd, Ackroyd bench, and Matt Thompson is what we're watching. So Matt Thompson looking for a way through, and Callum Ackroyd bench opens that door as they all go flying off. So Matt Thompson is the man on the move. Last time by 21.66. Archie Bowman out front 21.1 last time by. Charlie Simmons 21.5. Matt Thompson 21.1, quickest man on track last time by. He's closing down on Charlie Simmons. So man on the mission is Matt Thompson. He's closing in on Charlie Simmons. Can he do anything about it? About 3/4 of a straight length is the lead. So as they come round, they're going to start. Oh, Matt Thompson's on the pipe. So coming down the straight, there goes Charlie Simmons. We're going to pick up Archie Bowman, our race leader, at 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. So the lead was 4 seconds. He crosses the line this time by. And we wait for Charlie Simmons to come through, and the lead is 4.2. So Charlie Simmons 4.2 in arrears of Archie Bowman. Matt Thompson still holding on to the 3 spot. He's a further 2.4 behind. Then it's another 2 seconds to Tommy Dale and Aaron Nash. So Archie Bowman coming down the corner tabletop into the switchbacks. Going to sweep left into the tabletop. Up and down he goes. And then he drives towards the staircase, drops down it, sweeps round to the left. 8 laps on the board, so this is lap number 9 for him. And then he's going to sweep round the sweeper and then over the start-finish line. So 9 laps on the board, 3 minutes and 18 complete. and Archie Bowman last time by. Your best lap, a 21.1. You extend your lead to 4.4 seconds. Matt Thompson also doing a 21.1, but you're still 1.8 off the second place battle. Then we've got Tommy Dale, Aaron Nash, Callum Ackroyd bench, Reece Ward, Stephen Brown, Andy Woods and Reece Truarthur. Closest battle on track is going to be Tommy Dale and Aaron Nash. So let's try and pick up the 6 and 9 cars if we can. They should be left-hand side of the track-ish. So Aaron Nash is who we're looking for. So behind Matt Thompson. I think we're coming down the straightaway now. Yep, so Tommy Dale in the blue car, Aaron Nash in the white and yellow. So this is the closest battle on track. Aaron Nash going big. Not going to make that one stick. And they are battling out for 4th and 5th position. So as we come into the final 30, Archie Bowman is laying down a very, very quick final run. Matt Thompson's caught Charlie Simmons, but we're going to try and scope out the green car end of the straight. So the leader of Archie Bowman, as he comes round, he'll be starting his 14th and final lap now. So Archie Bowman coming into the tabletop. 10 seconds remaining. Matt Thompson, Charlie Simmons, this is your last lap. Same for Aaron Nash and Tommy Dale. So we've picked up the battle for Matt Thompson, Charlie Simmons. This is a battle for second, but Archie Bowman comes across the line and takes a win. Oh, Matt Thompson giving a little love nudge off of Apex. Can he make it stick? Going to jump it into the corner tabletop? No, he can't. So Archie Bowman going to take the win. Charlie Simmons, a popular second place. Matt Thompson going to finish third. Tommy Dale 4. Aaron Nash 5. Callum Ackroyd bench 6. Stephen Brown 7. Andy Woods 8. Reece Truarthur 9. Reece Ward 9 and Reece Truarthur going to finish in 10th. That's a wrap of the C final. Next up is going to be B final. B final up next.
Straight to the grid, please, guys. Straight to the grid.
Turn it off and on.
Come on, drivers, over to the trees.
Straight to the grid, please. Marshals change, please. Marshals change.
Well, hey, Charlie, you battered him.
Charlie, make sure you make it to your marshal point, else I'm costing you some time. Yeah, we won half a lap, yeah.
Okay, grid is set.
Are we all happy on the rostrum? Let's go, race control.
10 seconds.
So B final countdown is underway. Lewis Hopkins going to lead away. Will Skidmore. So off and away goes the B final. Lewis Hopkins, William Skidmore, Mark Anthony Jones, Oliver Nattrass and Stuart Mahon is your front 5. Then you've got Callum Truarthur, Matt Drewitt, Seth Shillito-Everest, Ryan Clark and Hudson Knight. So regulation order through the front 4, 5, 6, I think, as they come into the end of the straight. And looks like Lewis Hopkins just pulling away from Will Skidmore ever slightly. Skidmore was in an early heat, so he's gone from heat 6 up to the B final. So he won't be used to being on track with people of similar pace, as he was quite dominant in his heat. So coming down the straight, Ryan Clark, what have you done? You're down to last. How have you managed that? So we've got Lewis Hopkins leading Will Skidmore, and then Mark Anthony Jones, Oliver Nattrass Then Stuart Mann, Hudson Knight. Good moves from Hudson, 10th up to 6th position. Great run from him. So it looks like the front is just starting to spread out a little bit. So we'll drop back to the battle for third. And that battle for third is headed up by Mark Anthony Jones, Oliver Nattrass and Stuart Mann. So Stuart Mann, a long-time racer here at Bury Metro. Was also rapid on the old Bury Metro track that was here maybe 20 years ago. So this is your battle for third place. Mark Anthony Jones, Oliver Nattrass and Stuart Mann running round nose to tail. Stuart looking at the inside of Ollie, can't quite make it stick, that one. Oliver Nattrass getting a shout out in the YouTube comments as always. So your race leader still going to be Lewis Hopkins. Still got a bit of a gap to William Skidmore. And then we've got a close battle with Mark Anthony Jones and Oliver Nattrass down the straight. Ollie Nattrass looking for a way by. Can he find it as they come through the moguls and round to start lap number 6. So this is 6th lap going on the board. And we'll jump to the front if we can into the staircase because Will Skidmore has found some pace and cruised up to the back of Lewis Hopkins. So now we've got Hopkins and Skidmore down the straight together. About, 4/10 of a second between them as they come off the corner tabletop, cross the line, and they will be starting lap number 7. 2:20 on the master clock, 2:40 to go. 2:20 on the master clock, 2:40 to go. So down the straight they go, and looks like Lewis has pulled away ever slightly this time round, but at half race distance they're going to cross the line. 7 laps on the board of an estimated 14. And Lewis Hopkins is leading William Skidmore. And there goes Lewis, down the straight he goes. And he's been chased down, but Skidmore can't quite find that edge to just get right up on the gearbox and apply the pressure. So let's drop back to the battle for third if we can as he comes through. There we go, battle for third, looking racy as ever. And that is Mark Anthony Jones, Oliver Nattrass and Stuart Mann. So still regulation order for the front 5. Which is good going and very clean for what is a B final, not usual for a B final. So we are watching for free car of Mark Anthony Jones being chased down by Oliver Nattrass. He pulls out, but we've got to jump back to the lead coming into the step down as Will Skidmore. Every time I take the camera off him, he closes right up on the gearbox of Lewis Hopkins. So down the straight, less than a quarter of a second in it between these two now. Through the moguls, they're going to come round over the start-finish line now. 3:37 on the 3:38 on the master clock. So 1 minute and 12 to go as they come over the tabletop. Oh, Skidmore just bobbles the wrong way, and it just maybe 2-3 of a second. But the gap is visibly bigger, and it just gives Lewis Hopkins that little bit of breathing space. It was a quarter of a second last time across the line. This time across the line, it's going to be maybe 0.6. It is 0.8 seconds, so it's growing. With exactly 1 minute to go. 1 minute and 1 second to go. So it's going to be this lap and 2 more. As Lewis Hopkins comes through the moguls, followed by William Skidmore. Skidmore just getting a little bounce. So we're watching as Lewis Hopkins come through the switchback. It's going to be this and 1 more for Lewis Hopkins. So we'll follow our leader as he comes down the staircase. And then he switches left, and he's just pulled out from Will Skidmore slightly. So it's Lewis Hopkins is to lose now, I would say, as he starts his final lap. He's just got to keep it rubber side down. There is 19 seconds to go as he crosses the line. So this is going to be the final lap for Lewis Hopkins. Everyone crossing the line, starting the final lap. So he's going to come round, sweep round onto the straight. Half a lap to go as he comes into the bank corner over the moguls. And then he's going to sweep round, and time has expired. Crosses the line. Your winner of the B final is Lewis Hopkins. Will Skidmore going to finish in second. Mark Anthony Jones third. Oliver Nattrass 4th, Hudson Knight, great run, 10th up to 5th, Stuart Mann 6th, Ryan Clark 7, Matt Druitt in 8, Seth Shillito Everest in 9, and Callum Trafford going to start in the 10 spot. Next up, A final, leg number 3. Next up, A final, leg number 3. Permutations for this one. Thomas Phipps has the quickest 1. Lee Martin has a 2. Tommy Hall has a 1. So Lee Martin needs to win in a quicker time. Tommy Hall needs to win. Anything else? Thomas Phipps has won. Well, we make it up. I think it's right. Yeah. So your winner will be Lee Martin, Thomas Phipps, or Tommy Hall. Tommy has to win. Lee has to win in a quicker time. Simple. And it's going to rain.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Rain in about 1 minute would be perfect for a spectator. So a final gridding up. Your drivers: Tommy Hall, Thomas Phipps, Josh Holdsworth, Daniel Pole, Lee Martin, Ben Smith, Johnny Skidmore, Luke Holdsworth, Charlie Saunders and Jamie Hall.
We have the all clear from the grid. Waiting on marshals. No problem.
Everybody happy on the roster? Okay, race control, let's go.
Wait, 10 seconds.
So we also have a championship on the line here. So off and away they go. Tommy Hall leads Thomas Phipps, Josh Holdsworth, Daniel Pole and Lee Martin. So Lee Martin's got a stellar job needed to be done from 5th on the grid. I've seen it done before, but Tommy Hall is going to lead out from Thomas Phipps. So Tommy Hall must win if he wants to take the championship battle to Batley at the 6th round of the championship. So Tommy Hall must win. Thomas Phipps, he wants to take home his national title. And as it stands, Tommy Hall doing everything he needs to. Last time it played out, it was a nose-to-tail battle for the full 5 minutes. This time we'll see what we get. Tommy Hall going to come round down the straight for the second time. Wind picking up here at Bury Metro. And Thomas Phipps is picking up the pace right on the gearbox. They're pulling away from Josh Holdsworth ever so slightly as they come over the centre table, over the centre switchback into the tabletop. And we're going to go down the short chute into the staircase as they drop down. Tommy Hall last time by 20.8, Thomas Phipps 20.7. Down the straight they go and into turn number 1. Thomas Phipps went 15 laps in the first A main. Lee Martin would have to beat that if he wants to win, but Tommy Hall knows that he has to win this leg to win the meeting to take the championship battle into the 6th and final round. So Tommy Hall coming around the sweeper, going to come onto the straightaway now. Down the straight he goes into turn number 1. Going to come over moguls and Thomas Phipps right on his gearbox, and here comes Josh Holdsworth. He's picked up the pace now. He's on the gearbox and he's through. So Josh Holdsworth making a move, going to get up the inside of Thomas Phipps after a little bobble, but Matt's going to give Tommy Hall maybe 0.8, 0.9 of a second lead. So it's going to be Hall, Holdsworth, then Phipps, then Pole, then Martin. Lee Martin about a straight length off the lead. So Tommy Hall crossing the line. There goes Holdsworth, Phipps, Pole and Martin. So it is 0.8 of a second is the lead for Tommy Hall. Was the lead. It looks a little bit closer. Josh Holdsworth's over. Not going to lose position, but he's going to lose 2, 3, maybe tenths of a second. So Tommy Hall straight length is your lead. 2 minutes and 5 down. 2:55 to go. So Tommy Hall going to come through the switchbacks now. Around the sweeping corner, over the tabletop. He's got a little bit of breathing room. Josh Holdsworth is the quickest man on track with a 20.55. So Josh Holdsworth's got the pace in the car. Can he do anything about Tommy Hall out front? Thomas Phipps, as it stands, is not going to win the National. He needs to displace Tommy Hall somehow. But Tommy Hall last time by 20.5. Josh Holdsworth 20.4. The gap is 1.1 seconds with 2:40 down and 1:20 to go. 2:20 to go. So about a half race distance. The gap is a second, but Josh Holdsworth has closed in massively there. So Josh Holdsworth, great lap that time round. It's a 21.0 to a 20.4. Gap reduces 0.6 of a second in Tommy Hall's favour. Daniel Pole looking racy behind Thomas Phipps now. So coming down onto the straightaway, it's going to be Tommy Hall followed by Josh Holdsworth. Josh Holdsworth got some ponies in that car. Coming round onto the start-finish line. 3 minutes and 12 as they cross the line. 3:13, and Josh Holdsworth through. Tommy Hall's going to get caught up. Josh Holdsworth gets caught up. It's going to be regulation order still. So Hall, Holdsworth, Phipps and Pole, but they're all together now on track. Down the straight they go. So Tommy Hall just gets a love tap from Josh Holdsworth. He gets spun. Daniel Pole going to go through. Thomas Phipps going to go over. So that's a disaster. So now Daniel Pole is behind Tommy Hall. Then you've got Josh Holdsworth. Then you've got Lee Martin. Then Ben Smith, I think, up to the 5 spot. So Daniel Pole chasing down Tommy Hall with 1 minute and 12 to go. Last time across the line, 3:35 complete. This time across the line, Tommy Hall crosses the line. It is 3:57 complete. You've got 1 minute and 3 seconds to go. 1:03 to go. Tommy Hall being chased down by Daniel Pole, Josh Holdsworth. The permutations are if Tommy wins, he wins the meeting. If he doesn't, Thomas Phipps will take the win. So through the moguls they go. This one's on Tommy. Can he hold on? Josh Holdsworth looking up the inside of Daniel Pole. Not going to make it stick. Daniel Pole remains in second. Tommy Hall extends his lead. Half a second to go. Josh Holdsworth gets a bad rub of the green and he's going to drop back ever so slightly. Maintain position though. So down the straight they go. Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin and Ben Smith, your front 5. Tommy Hall's going to pull out a gap ever so slightly. This time by the line, it's still half a second. This is going to be, or maybe go through for one more. I can't call it. You cross the line with 21 seconds to go. So coming down the straightaway, Tommy Hall, Daniel Pole, Josh Holdsworth. Josh looking around the outside. 5 seconds on the master clock. You may go one more, you may not. Coming across the line, it's going to be, what's happened? Tommy Hall, you are done and won the meeting. Josh Holdsworth going to finish second in leg. Daniel Pole going to finish third. Lee Martin 4, Ben Smith 5, Thomas Phipps 6, Charlie Saunders 7, Johnny Skidmore 8, Jamie Hall 9, and Luke Holdsworth going to finish in 10th spot. So that's a wrap. Tommy Hall going to take TQ and win here at Bury Metro and take the championship to a 6th and final round at Batley in a couple of weeks' time. So big thank you to all those joining us online. That is a... We're going to grab Tommy for a quick word, but big thank you to everyone joining us online. Big thank you to our sponsors, TKR Graphics, Team Associated, Carashow, MB Models, Rude Bits, Futaba, Andy's Models, Schumacher Racing, Yokomo, X-Ray, and one that's hidden behind an advert. Big thank you to Rude Dog. So those are our sponsors. Thank you all for joining us. We're going to try and grab a quick word with Tommy Hall somewhere, and then we will hopefully see you again soon. We'll be covering the Buggy National, Deciding National. 2 championships still up for grabs as far as I'm aware. So 2 championships still up for grabs at the Deciding National. We'll be covering that live as always when we get there. But first, let's just grab a quick word with our winners, I think. We'll start with Tommy. So, Tommy Hall. Hello. Winner. How was that?
Stressful. Very stressful.
So, leg number 2 was relatively calm.
Yeah.
In that it was a bit of a regulation order for leg number 2. Leg number 3, less so?
A little bit less so, yeah. It was a little bit more difficult, but it was more of the same, really. Just sort of going around, running my pace, and letting them guys do whatever they wanted to do behind, get close, tap me, and it got pretty racy, but it was good fun.
And did you know all the permutations going into it? Were you thinking about that, or was it just head down and do what you needed to do?
Yeah, I'm not too fussed. I just wanted to drive around and just try and win one with 4-wheel this year, because I've been struggling so much with 4-wheel this year. So it was just nice to just be at the front, run clean finals, and no, I'm happy with that. I'm really happy with that.
And were you glad that you caught the line for that last lap?
Extremely. I heard them going, are we done? I was celebrating up there that yeah, we were done then. So
yeah, I bet you were. Well, congratulations. That takes a championship decider to Batley, so round 6 decider.
Yeah.
Keep the pressure on.
When it goes last round,
it's more fun for us, I'm not going to lie. That's what we wanted. Well, congratulations, Tommy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And see you again next time.
See you there.
And then next up, I think we're going to get a quick word with yesterday's winner, Jamie Hall. So the faster Hall brother, I believe. Certainly were yesterday. So we didn't catch you yesterday because there was a bit of a hoo-ha after the last leg. But how did you feel after yesterday? I saw the emotion on the rostrum.
Yeah. I mean, it was just amazing. Coming here, I never really expected to win, to be honest. It was just one of those days where everything goes right and somehow it all falls into place, and that's what happened in the end. So, yeah, I mean, obviously the last leg, probably the luckiest move that's ever happened, but it was, I'll take it.
You always had to send it, though, right?
Exactly. You're coming on to the last lap. I already had a 1 and a 2 anyway in the first
Yeah.
two finals, so I knew pretty much no matter what, I needed to win in order to win, and I couldn't really lose anything, so I just hit the moguls as hard as I could, pretty much.
And it all worked out in the end.
And it all worked out in the end, so yeah.
So, and how's today gone for you?
Today's been a bit more of a struggle. It's been just super edgy and difficult today. I've just not had confidence driving today, really. So it's not been as good. I don't know where I finished, somewhere near the back of the A. So at least I was in the A, but I think it's been a difficult day for everyone, really.
Yeah. Well, you still head home a winner.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
congratulations.
Thank you.
And we'll see you next time at Batley.
All right,
thank you very much. So that's a wrap of racing here at Bury Metro. Big thank you to you all joining us online, and we will see you next time for Buggy National. And I think that's the next RCTV event in 2 weeks, maybe. Either way, check out RCTV Racing online, and you can see all the videos and all the extra content that they provide, from RC Autopsy to RC News, a weekly show to get your roundup of RC. Thank you very much for joining us. Tune in next time, and we will see you then.